One night, the guy woke up lying on his bed. Still sleepy, he noticed something in front of his eyes that could not be real. He was trying to figure out if he was hallucinating when he saw a door floating in the air in front of him. There was some kind of frightening aura emanating from the door. The guy got up from the bed and began to examine the door. What surprised him was that the door was just hanging in the air and there was absolutely nothing behind it. The guy even assumed it was some kind of magic. As the guy was examining the door, he pulled the door handle down. At that moment, the door opened inward and the guy fell into the inside of the door. From this abrupt opening of the door, he fell behind the door to the ground. A corridor of some sort appeared before his eyes, with no end in sight. He didn't know where the magical corridor in the magical door came from. The guy must have thought he was in a dream, so he decided to follow this strange corridor behind the magic door. He was like that person in the horror movie who dies first. The guy started asking into the void if there was anyone in this corridor. As he took a few steps deeper into the hallway, he heard someone eating something. Suddenly, a skeleton that seemed to belong to some giant appeared in front of the guy. The skeleton had green eyes. It also had a third eye on its forehead, and there was blood dripping from the giant skeleton's mouth. The guy obviously didn't expect to see such a monster here. After all, he thought he was following the rabbits to a better world. He immediately turned around and ran back to the door. The giant skeleton was not going to let go of the one who disturbed its peace and rushed after the guy to eat him. Running out of the door, he immediately grabbed the doorknob and tried to close it. The guy even apologized for the disturbance and wished the giant skeleton a good life. He was a very polite guy. He was scared because what if the giant skeleton could get through the door? However, suddenly the door in the air just vaporized. After that, the guy heard some voice congratulating him. A certain voice reported that the ability to link worlds together had been awakened in the guy's body. The voice was happy that he had finally managed to find the guy. The guy looked around fearfully as he couldn't realize who was talking to him. The unknown voice asked the guy not to be nervous and explained to him that he himself was trapped in another world and therefore he could only communicate with the guy in this way. The voice informed him that the time of communication between him and the guy was limited, so he asked the guy to do as he said if the guy didn't want to die. The guy still couldn't realize what was even going on. The unknown man asked the guy to open his backpack and take out a relic. Finding something that looked like a relic in the backpack, the guy examined it, trying to figure out what it was. An unknown voice informed him that it was a cursed statue of the king of fallen spirits. He said that someone intentionally put the relic next to the guy's body to put a birth curse on him, killing him and taking the guy's soul, but the guy suddenly survived such a thing. At the same instant, the guy got a flashback, and it turned out that he was not the owner of this body. This body belonged to a high school student, Shen Ye. It turned out that Shen Ye's soul had been burned with the help of the cursed statue of the king of fallen spirits. The guy himself died in a classic scheme from overworking. After that, his soul teleported to another dimension and he took possession of this body. An unknown voice notes that since the generic curse could not kill the guy, it will give power that no one had before. All of this took the power the soul had accumulated over millions of years. He asks the guy to knock on the gate one more time, however the guy has absolutely no idea what else the gate is. At the same moment, the relic in the guy's hands crumbles. An unknown voice informs him that this gate belongs to the guy, and the guy now has the ability to link worlds together. Suddenly, a door materialized again in front of the guy. Immediately, the door was labeled "Polite Person." The guy was told that since he had behaved very politely the last time he entered the gate, he was rated as a polite person. He also saw a sign saying that he had the rank of polite person, grey, broken. Every time he behaves politely, the impression of him improves. The guy is even surprised to read that caption, since it's a passive skill and it's like it's being graded. The unknown voice notes that his power is running out, and so he decides to issue a final recommendation. He advises the guy not to use the relic against his people, because once they realize the guy is still alive, they'll come to kill the guy. He even notes that it's possible the guy will be killed in the next second. The guy asks to wait and wonders who the voice belongs to, as well as why the mysterious voice told him all this. The mysterious voice informs him that it was all done because he needs the guy's help. The world that the guy has fallen into is called the Nightmare World. This world has trapped the one to whom the mysterious voice belongs. It asks that the person become stronger and release it, then it will reward the person. He said something else, but the sound disappeared and the guy didn't hear anything else. The guy had just moved into another body, and he was already probably about to be tried again. He searched through Shen Ye's memories, but he still couldn't find any enemies. Deciding to think about what had happened, he sat quietly on the bed in front of the door. He had no means of self-defense, but he needed to enter the gate to see for himself what was going on. Although he found the idea strange, since there was clearly something scary inside the gate, he decided to give it a try, and if anything went wrong, he would run away. The guy remembered how scary the giant skeleton that was behind the door was. However, he decided to try to communicate with the skeleton, because he would not be able to defeat the skeleton on his own. When he opened the door, he only thought that through communication he could solve almost any issue. Especially, he did not want to get involved in a confrontation with the dead. He even began to think positively, suggesting that perhaps he could get a contract with a giant skeleton and confront the enemies. The guy even naively thought that his new title of polite person would help him in this matter, so he had hope. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately found a giant skeleton behind the door that had no left arm. The guy decided that it was time to start his introduction and politely greeted the giant skeleton. He also informed the skeleton that his name was Shen Ye. The giant skeleton was a little surprised by this behavior from the human. He clearly didn't expect the prey to come to his hands on its own, and he would have food today. Shen Ye apologized for disturbing the giant skeleton and said that he would like to be friends with it. He even remarked that the rank did seem to be working, and the monster hadn't eaten him yet. However, at the same moment, the giant skeleton's giant right hand rushed towards the guy to grab him. Shen Ye managed to dodge at the last moment and miraculously managed to avoid being swatted like an ant, as even the floor under the guy's feet cracked. Walking out of the door and back, the guy didn't understand how the giant skeleton had such strength, especially since he was only trying to talk to the skeleton. Shen Ye barely had time to run back into the door and close it at the very last moment before being swatted by the monster, which ended up only breaking the door. From such a powerful blow of the skeleton on the door, the guy was even thrown back on the bed. The new Shen Ye noticed how his foray into another world was too dangerous. He is lucky that when he closes the gate, it disappears. He even complains that the grey ranks are a total nonsense. He'd like to get something more interesting than a polite person. However, the system informed him that you can only get assessment ranks once a day. The guy has already used his attempt earlier, so the system asks the guy to wait until the next day. The guy complains that the system was useless. However, he wasn't going to just sit around and whine. After all, if the giant skeleton continues to stand near the door, he is unlikely to deal with it tomorrow as well. The assassin was going to appear at any moment, so the guy refused to waste precious time. The guy had been a salesman in a previous life, so he decided to remember his skills as a salesman and decided it was time to be persistent. Opening the door, he apologized to the giant skeleton again. At the same moment, he had to close the door, and the giant skeleton only chewed up what was left of the door. At the same moment, the salesman reappears, only from the already new door. He tells the skeleton that the skeleton cannot eat him, as he is traveling in two worlds at once, so he suggests that the skeleton talk to him. However, the giant skeleton again refuses to listen to this nonsense from the pathetic man and smashes the doors with his right hand. To the giant skeleton's surprise, the guy reappears from the new door and asks to listen to him. The giant skeleton got tired of the guy and decided to just leave the guy alone. However, the guy called out to the skeleton and asked him not to leave. "Dormammu, I've come to bargain." The new Shen Ye tells the skeleton that he only now noticed that the skeleton was injured. He made the assumption that when the skeleton eats people, new bones grow at the site of the fracture. Also quickly examining the skeleton, the guy notices that not only is the skeleton's left arm injured, but also its skull, ribs, spine, and so on. The entire body of the giant skeleton was badly damaged. The words spoken by the guy made the giant skeleton stop. Like a seasoned salesman who will sell you anything you weren't even going to buy. The guy points out that he can't let the skeleton eat him. However, by showing a picture on his phone, the guy informs the skeleton that there are many items and things in his world that are good for the giant skeleton's bones and that the skeleton can eat. Pointing to his phone, he talks about calcium pills that greatly strengthen the bones. The new Shen Ye notices that there are many supplements in his world that are much more nutritious than himself. The guy suggests that the skeleton become friends, and then he'll buy the skeleton some of it. Plus, he notes that it will be very beneficial to the skeleton. However, at this point the skeleton turns around and some magic starts to form in his hand. The guy noticed that he failed this time and needed to come up with a new plan. However, at that moment a gigantic-sized contract materialized in front of the guy. The system immediately notified the guy that the contracting process had begun. He was glad that his plan had finally worked. The signatory of the contract was listed as the progenitor of dark bones, the king of ghouls, the defeated lord of the underworld Mikteti Kahiwa. The whole description of his new friend was unbelievable. Still, the guy wondered why there was an ellipsis after the name. His former fervor and surprise vanished when he read that the defeated lord of the underworld, Mikteti Kahiwa, was the combat warehouse officer of the 5th Command of the Army of Darkness. After all, he had realized that the giant skeleton was just a small fry doing clerical work. The contents of the contract stated an equal exchange. In it, the skeleton reported that 7,000 years ago, humans relied on it. With the talent to create culture, art, science, and technology, the eternal clock of fate struck 12 times that even the gods paid attention to the situation at that time. Skeleton hoped the man could help restore his powers. He had never signed a contract with anyone, Coma the gods, so the skeleton asks that the human understand the value of this contract as best as possible. The contract also stated that if the parties were not satisfied, they could cancel the contract at any time. The contract also stated that by leaving his signature in the box of the guy's name, the contract would be considered a done deal. Using his finger, the guy wrote Shen Ye's name on the contract. The contract immediately stated that Shen Ye was a person who had defeated the curse of the fallen evil spirits, the guardian of the realm of dreams and reality, and the only spatial gatekeeper of the two worlds. She was even surprised that it was all written about him. After Guy's signature, the contract was officially made between him and the skeleton, and their futures appeared to be tied together. Shortly thereafter, the parents took the guy home from the hospital. The mother immediately became worried about her son. She noticed that her son had just been discharged from the hospital, and if he felt sick, he should immediately inform her about it. Mom advises her son to get more rest. She bought a tonic for him and advised him to take it on an empty stomach to restore strength in his body. The father brought calcium tablets. Shen Ye thanked his parents for their concern. However, it was important to the mother that her child was healthy. The guy was an orphan in his previous life, so it was nice that now there was someone to take care of him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of their house. It turned out to be police officers from Dongcheng County Police Station. The officer informed them that they would be handling the case Shen Ye was involved in. The officer reports that there are many incidents like this every year that cannot be predicted and that they do not have a solution to this situation. The officer remarks that luckily the guy was able to recover. However, the guy is not a little relieved by this strange optimism. He knows better than anyone that the real Shen Ye died after being subjected to an ancestral curse. Shen Ye wonders to the officers why, if someone encounters such a thing, there is nothing to be done but to go along with fate. Suddenly, an officer who was younger than his partner decided to answer this question. This officer had a metal implant in place of his right arm. He reported that he understood the guy's feelings. However, he also mentioned that the hospital will be closed, and soon no one will be allowed to enter this hospital. Therefore, he asks that the guy not to worry, as there will be no new victims. Shen Ye noticed that the officer had 3 stars, which means at that age he was already a sergeant. The guy thanked the officer for telling him such information and noted that he was afraid someone would start questioning him about everything all the time. Shen Ye seems to be a fan of Doraemon. The officer remarks that the guy is just a high school student, so it doesn't seem to him that the guy might have enemies. After saying that, the police officers said that they were glad that the guy was able to survive and that they were able to talk to him, and after that, they decided to leave the guy's house. Shen Ye immediately noticed that it seems the king of fallen spirits is very dangerous, as not only the police but also the government can't do anything about it, so they are afraid when such cases happen. However, Shen Ye was just a simple student, so it was not clear who had the idea to send such a powerful curse on a high school student. Soon the sergeant returned to the guy's room, looking around. Shen Ye inquired as to why the sergeant had returned. The sergeant held out his calling card and asked the guy to take it. Before he left, he asked the guy to call him if anything happened. After the sergeant left, the guy took a look at the calling card and took the sergeant's name, Luo Fei Chuan. The sergeant's behavior made the guy think that there still seemed to be some good officers left in the police force. However, the new Shen Ye didn't know if he could trust the sergeant or if he could help him. The guy notices that the sergeant definitely didn't follow instructions when he gave him his calling card. He even wonders what the sergeant can do about such matters that the police department and even the government can't solve. Besides, now everyone knew that he was still alive, which meant that the assassin would definitely not give up and would decide to finish what he had started. Despite all the kindness shown by his father and mother, Shen Ye could not be sure that they were not involved in this matter. Therefore, in order to avoid getting killed, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. With these thoughts, he once again summoned the door to the other world. This time he opened the door with a smile and summoned the giant skeleton. Soon, a giant skeleton appeared above his head, hanging from the ceiling. Shen Ye held out a bag to the skeleton and informed it that he had brought the promised calcium. The giant skeleton extended a finger of his right hand, which was unexpected for the guy as he didn't understand what he should do. He even wondered if the giant skeleton just wanted to take the pills. At the same moment, green energy formed in the skeleton's hands and a parchment emerged from it. A green crystal began to materialize from the parchment. The parchment indicated that the other party was waiting for gifts from the guy. In exchange for calcium from the guy, the giant skeleton will give up a precious relic of an ancient warrior. Low-tier nightmare crystal, an item created by the High Elves, former enemies of the mainland. Low-tier nightmare crystal can instill in the user certain knowledge, skills, intelligence, and so on. As indicated in the parchment, war is an ever-present theme in this nightmare, and the entire civilization and knowledge is built around accelerated combat power enhancement. Shen Ye took the crystal in his right hand, admiringly looked at it. In front of him was a crystal that could be used to acquire knowledge and skills. Suddenly, the crystal in the guy's hand cracked and shattered into many debris. The system immediately reported that the guy had learned a technique: Moonlit Deer Walk. Moonlit Deer Walk, the basic technique of the elves. The undead clan and the elves fight all year round. So to fight the undead, the elves created this technique. This technique allowed them to perfect their bodies. The guy seemed to be energized by the vitality that came from acquiring a new technique. He was glad that he could receive such a reward. He felt that he was becoming stronger. After that, it was the guy's turn to give away the calcium he had brought. The entire contents of the bag rushed towards the giant skeleton. After that, the skeleton hid in the dark and began to examine the contents of the gifts brought by the man. Shen Ye didn't understand why the giant skeleton did something like this. After all, they had signed a contract. He didn't wait for the giant skeleton to eat all the calcium and hurriedly studied the technique he received first. In addition, he heard that it looked like his parents had returned home. The system reported that the first Moonlit Deer Walk technique required 3 agility points. After that, the system started doing a physical fitness assessment on the guy. It seems luck was not on the guy's side, as the system reported that his agility was 2 points and he lacked 1 agility point. Shen Ye doesn't understand how he can get another agility point. At the same moment, he heard what he had feared all along. A stranger arrived at his room and noticed that the guy was still alive. As soon as Shen Ye turned around, hearing the stranger's voice, he noticed the stranger outside the window hanging from the ceiling. Since the curse didn't kill the guy, the stranger decided to finish the job himself. Without giving the guy time to think, the assassin with a blade in his hand rushed towards the guy. Shen Ye, with renewed vigor, managed to dodge the assassin's blade at the last second, much to the attacker's surprise. Although the assassin noted that the guy was moving perfectly, he wasn't going to let his victim go so easily. Shen Ye decided to use his skills and greeted the assassin, then asked why the assassin was looking for him. However, just like with the giant skeleton, the polite person's skill showed itself to be just disgusting and didn't work. In fact, the assassin nearly finished the guy off, practically driving a blade into the guy's head. The system reminds Shen Ye that the crystal gives him knowledge, skills and equipment that have their own levels from low to high. Grey is broken, white is normal, green is excellent, blue is exceptional, and purple is 1 in a million. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. The guy, on the other hand, had the weakest of the skills, the grey broken. Only now did Shen Ye realize that he had an inferior skill, and so it was no wonder that this skill was performing so poorly. The assassin was sick of the guy dodging the blade all the time, so he decided to use a gun since the guy wouldn't be able to dodge a bullet. At this moment, Shen Ye realized that this was no longer a joke and that his life was about to be cut short again. The system came to the rescue of the panting guy. It decided to remind him that Shen Ye can absorb skills and increase his level. Shen Ye doesn't understand why the system was silent all this time and didn't tell him about it. He immediately absorbed his polite person skill. The system reported a successful absorption of the skill, which gave the guy 1 point of agility. Agility increased from 2 to 3, and now Shen Ye could learn a new skill. After dodging the attacker's leg kick, Shen Ye used his new skill, Moonlit Deer Walk. After that, he summoned a gate and hid behind a door in another world, much to the assassin's surprise. The assassin didn't hesitate to rush after the guy and ran through the door. Looking around the dark corridor, the assassin didn't realize what kind of secret room appeared before him. Shen Ye walked to the door behind the assassin's back and said goodbye to him. The assassin was about to finally finish the guy off, but Shen Ye closed the door behind him. In the next instant, a giant skeleton mouth appeared in front of the assassin, who didn't mind taking a bite out of the insolent man who dared to disturb his peace. And so died the assassin, who was not prepared for this turn of events. The giant skeleton, thanks to having devoured the assassin, continued to grow its bones on its left arm. Standing next to the closet in his room, Shen Ye tried to catch his breath and think about what had just happened. He was scared because he couldn't expect an assassin to come to his house. He couldn't delay and needed to find someone to protect him. At the same moment, something began to appear in his hand. The system reported that he had pleased his contract partner when he brought him the person. Following the principle of equivalent exchange, the other party took away the exchange items, and the giant skeleton was grateful to Shen Ye. 2 items sent by the giant skeleton materialized in front of the guy at once. The first item was the pale shadow crown. The second item was the silver war medal. Shen Ye was surprised that 2 items appeared this time. Also, both items were of green quality. Pale shadow crown, green outfit, excellent. Armed with a high-level shadow technique from the dark abyss. While the user wears the crown, he can pretend to be an elf. This equipment was created by the Spirit Tribe's craftsman. Silver War Medal is a symbol of honor for the military exploits of elves in the nightmare world. It could only be given to soldiers who had achieved great success. Using this medal, one could travel to the land of elves. Shen Ye was happy because he was just saving his life from an assassin, but thanks to this, it was possible to get such a good deal. Without thinking long, he decided to try to put the crown on his head. Immediately after he placed the crown on his head, green energy enveloped him and he transformed into an elf. Looking at himself through the phone's camera, Shen Ye was pleasantly surprised, for he had indeed turned into an elf. He even decided that when tomorrow came, he would try out his new abilities. However, suddenly someone knocked on his door and asked if the guy was home. Shen Ye inquired who had come. He didn't want to be so reckless anymore. After all, another assassin might have come to visit him. That person would be surprised when Shen Ye would open the door in the form of an elf. However, it was obvious that Shen Ye would not do such a thing and would return to his human form. How many more assassins will be sent for Shen Ye's head, and why exactly is he the target of the curse? A familiar voice came from behind the door, asking if Shen Ye was all right. The guy behind the door gave his name. His name was Chen Haoyu. Hearing the name of the guy behind the door, Shen Ye remembered that he was his best friend. That day, Shen Ye went to the hospital to visit his friend. Shen Ye was not going to show himself to his friend in the guise of an elf, and so he reverted to human form. Shen Ye let his friend in, and he immediately hugged Shen Ye because he was so worried about him. The guy started crying and apologized to his friend because if he hadn't been in the hospital, all of Shen Ye's troubles wouldn't have happened. The guy admitted that he didn't blame his friend. Just at that moment, Shen Ye's mom noticed that Chen Haoyu came to visit them. Shen Ye was surprised that Mom came back so quickly, and he wondered why Mom came home alone and without Dad. Mom reported that Dad had gone to Grandpa's house to get some pills. However, Mom was more curious if her son had eaten the recovery pills. And the son confesses that he has already eaten them all. Chen Haoyu was surprised when he heard about the recovery pills. The guy points out that recovery pills are incredibly rare and that even rich people can't afford them. He even thinks that Guy's family is hiding a lot of things. Mum is confused from such questions and isn't particularly eager to answer them. Chen Haoyu notices that his friend's parents are caring, so he asks him to get well soon and get back to studying because exams are coming up. Shen Ye had completely forgotten about it, and only now remembered that the past owner of the body was still in school, so the guy was still waiting for the entrance exam. Because of the ancestral curse, Shen Ye missed the first exam while he was in the hospital. Chen Haoyu was upset because his friend was a top student and would be accepted in any school, and after this incident, his friend will have a problem. Therefore, he apologizes to his friend. His mother asks Chen Haoyu not to blame himself, because even though Shen Ye missed the first strength exam, if he passes the second agility test, he will be able to go to a regular high school. It's as if the author is trying to hint at Chen Haoyu as the main culprit of the ancestral curse. Shen Ye remembered that the entrance exams in this world were different from what he had encountered before. Apart from the normal exams, strength and agility were also tested in this world. He even thought that the moonlit deer walk technique would still be of use to him. However, the situation had changed dramatically because now he was being hunted and it was incredibly dangerous for him to go to school. His mother noticed her son shaking as soon as he heard about the exams. Shen Ye, on the other hand, was contemplating giving up at this very moment. At this very moment, the mum without any doubts walked over to her son and hugged him. With a smile and with all her love, she noted that if her son did not want to take the exams, there was nothing wrong with the situation. She only notes that she and his father only hope that their son will get well. It is the most important thing for them. These words gave the guy confidence, so he, with a smile on his face, asked his mum not to worry because he is not so weak. The guy immediately said that he would go to school tomorrow and take part in the exam. Shen Ye realized that if he decided to refuse to take the exam, his mum wouldn't mind. He couldn't do that and not take the exam. Shen Ye's memories still couldn't get out of his head. His grandfather and family were apparently of noble descent, and his family had a wide range of opportunities. However, the relationship between the relatives in the family was very bad. Shen Ye's parents had never sought help from his grandfather before. They lived off their own labor, so Shen Ye's family sometimes barely made ends meet. So the son was well aware that the medicine his parents brought him was incredibly hard for them to get. The guy realized that it seems that for the sake of his life, his parents had to turn to his grandfather to help him get the necessary drugs. However, there was also a very sad news, which the guy did not want to tell his current parents. After all, despite his parents' best efforts, their son was already dead. Therefore, the guy was pressured by the responsibility as he had to live his life, including the original Shen Ye, and not let the guy's parents down. He stated that he was so hungry, and his mum fed him and his friend ramen. The next day, the guy went to school to take the exam. He looked at the study materials and studied what he needed. Body, spiritual enlightenment, strength exercises. The disciplines differed so much. Shen Ye noticed that considering that the school was quite crowded, and he even thought that the assassin wouldn't deal with him in public. He reflected on the fact that if he managed to get into a good high school, there would be plenty of teachers there to protect him. Suddenly, a guy approached Shen Ye and informed him that Zhao Yibing was waiting for him in the hallway. The guy remembered that Zhao Yibing was Shen Ye's best friend. Walking out into the hallway, he greeted the girl. The girl immediately tells him that she heard that the guy wants to take the exam. She notes that she did well in the first exam, and she is also confident in the rest, so she will definitely get into a better school. Smiling, the guy happily congratulated the girl on her success. However, Zhao Yibing arrogantly asks the guy not to approach her anymore. The other students in the hallway watched the events with interest. Someone even noticed that the girl had rejected Shen Ye. Zhao Yibing arrogantly remarks that she and the guy have different levels and let everyone go their separate ways, so she wants to end their friendship. The guy is surprised by this turn of events since he only missed one exam. The girl did not stop there and noticed that she has already deleted the guy from her contacts in her phone. Shen Ye didn't let the girl just wipe her feet on him like that. He notices that he remembered that all these years a girl came to his class to find him, but he never took the initiative to find a girl. The guy notes that he never wanted to be friends with a girl. Shen Ye notes that he is about to take an exam and that he also hopes that the girl will do what she said and not bother him. One of the students in the crowd remarks that this is true and that Zhao Yibing always followed Shen Ye around when he was considered the best student in the school. Another student is also surprised by the fact that Shen Ye has only missed one exam and the girl wants to embarrass him in front of the whole school. Zhao Yibing heard Shen Ye and the other students' words and blushed as she was burning with shame. However, the girl's friend stood up for her and recalls how Zhao Yibing gave so many gifts to the guy and doesn't understand how the guy can say such words about Zhao Yibing. The girl cried and turned to the guy, noticing that she thought they had been friends all along. However, Shen Ye did not fall for this ploy. He realized that everyone is good at pretending to be pathetic, but no one should underestimate the gold medal-winning top salesman. The guy notices that he accepted Zhao Yibing's gifts, but not her. All the onlookers were in awe of this magnificent scene that the two top students in front of them had put up. Someone even remarked that dark magic is only eradicated by equally dark magic. Shen Ye lastly remarks that he shouldn't have tried to tie him down with gifts. He had nothing else to say to the girl. He even agreed to return the gifts to the girl if she asked for it. However, the guy made it clear to the girl that he wasn't going to be friends with her. The girl was shocked at what she saw. The girl's friend was furious with the words and the middle finger shown. She even called the guy an idiot. The mood of the crowd changed immediately. The girl's friend called the guy horrible. After all, Zhao Yibing loves him. Someone even pointed out that it didn't matter that the guy had good grades because he was acting too low. The guy was asked to leave, for he broke the girl's heart. Zhao Yibing tried to explain everything to the guy, but her friend discouraged her. The girl didn't want things to turn out this way. She didn't understand how she could explain everything to the others, since so many people had seen it all. Suddenly, a huge guy appeared in front of Shen Ye and blocked Shen Ye's way. The big guy told Shen Ye to stop since Zhao Yibing had not yet spoken to him. Shen Ye immediately recognized the guy, for it was Sun Ming, who was in third place in the school. Shen Ye asked the guy to move out of his way as he was walking to class. Sun Ming happily, and at the same time with anger, notices that he hasn't heard from Shen Ye for days. He brags that his strength has greatly increased and that Shen Ye is no longer first in the class. Therefore, he remarks that if Shen Ye doesn't want to wallow with fractures, he should apologize to the girl immediately. However, despite the convincing arguments from Sun Ming, the guy only exhales tiredly. He remarks that Sun Ming is misguided. After all, it was Zhao Yibing who first came to embarrass him. In the end, he is tired and asks the guy to forget about everything and let him pass. Shen Ye is too tired, so he immediately apologizes and informs him that the girl won. Shen Ye also knows how to play this game, and so he cried and remarked that Zhao Yibing can keep on pestering him and that everything will be as she wants it to be. And after that, the guy ran away. Everyone was just incredibly shocked by what they saw. Someone even said that if Shen Ye cried, then he must be incredibly unhappy. Wait, who are these suspicious-looking characters who sneak into the school disguised as students and think we don't recognize them? Denji and Power, what are you doing here? Do you both think that if you change your eye color, clothes, hair color, and Power hides his horns, we won't recognize you? Zhao Yibing shouted after the guy that she didn't mean it and that she didn't want to force the guy to do anything, and also asked the guy not to listen to Sun Ming. At the same moment, the girl realized that she had said an incredibly stupid thing, and that it was all Sun Ming's fault. However, Sun Ming was not enough with the acting that Shen Ye showed, so he rushed after Shen Ye with his fists. Sun Ming swung his giant fist in an attempt to hit Shen Ye in the back. However, Shen Ye at this moment cleverly dodged and used the momentum of Sun Ming's punch and jumped up. Shen Ye in midair pushed off Sun Ming's back with his foot and landed behind Sun Ming. The disciples were simply shocked. They even doubted that they had even discerned everything correctly. Someone was shocked at how incredible Shen Ye's speed was. They noticed that Sun Ming didn't even realize what had happened. The guy's body was enveloped by the greenish energy of Moonlit Deerwalk's ability. He notices that he had already apologized, so he can't understand what else was wanted from him. However, all quarrels were interrupted by the appearance of the teacher. She was angry that the students had made a mess. The woman said that an exam was about to take place, and so she demanded that everyone go to the sports ground in the schoolyard. In order to avoid being punished by the teacher, all the students started to go to the sports ground as fast as possible. Some of the students felt sorry that they didn't see the punch that Shen Ye showed. Sun Ming also wasn't going to let it go like that and noticed that he wasn't done with Shen Ye yet. At the sports ground, a joyful friend of his ran up to the guy. He commented that testing is very slow and that it will not be their turn for a while yet. He even suggests that his friend go to the comic book store that was near the school. When Shen Ye heard his friend's words, he remembered that he had forgotten to take the note because he was so tired that everything had slipped his mind. He grabbed his stomach and asked his friend to take a seat in line for now because he had a stomachache and wanted to run to the bathroom. After looking around in the hallway, the guy ran into the bathroom. Following him into the bathroom was the mysterious killer. However, opening the bathroom stall, the assassin saw no one, which surprised him a lot, because he saw the guy enter the bathroom. Shen Ye used his ability and then opened the door to another world and hid there. He then used Pale Shadow Crown and took on the guise of an elf. Walking down the corridor, the guy couldn't detect the giant skeleton. Suddenly, he stepped on a weapon that was left from an assassin. He was greatly surprised, but now he had another thing for self-defense, even though he hadn't been able to touch the weapon before. The guy didn't know where the giant skeleton had gone. However, he didn't have much time, so he was going to teleport away. Suddenly, he heard a mysterious voice address him. The mysterious voice noted that there was nothing more it could do for the guy, but it decided to give the guy a keepsake gift for last. A moment later, the guy disappeared from the corridor by teleporting. Shen Ye soon found himself at the edge of the forest. He felt dizzy after teleporting. He was still wondering if he was really in the world of elves. Shen Ye was looking at the blade that was given to him by the mysterious voice. He wondered why the mysterious voice had given him this blade. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the guy and he was noticed. Elves came out of the bushes and were surprised to come across an elf. However, they quickly recognized the guy, calling him by the name Fern. They were surprised and at the same time pleased that they had finally found him. One of the so-called elves remarked that if Fern hadn't come, they would have had to declare the mission a failure and inform the others. The guy apologized to the others, noticing that he was in trouble. Shen Ye immediately noticed that the three people he was talking to, all three of them, had a pale shadow crown on their heads, so the elves in front of him were not real elves. One of the fake elves notes that they had managed to gain the trust of the elven tribe, so they were now considered heroic soldiers who merely retreated after being injured on the battlefield. He suggested that the rest of the party kill the elven chief and take possession of his treasure. The guy said that he was fully recovered and ready to go on this dangerous mission. As soon as he touched the crown, the others were incredibly frightened and told him not to touch the crown. One of the fake elves called the guy an idiot and told him never to touch the pale shadow crown because if the guy reveals his true identity, they're finished. Shen Ye apologizes to the others and remarks that he just wanted to correct the crown. The guy realized that everyone had a crown and medal, which means they were hiding a lot of things. The new Fern reassures the others, promising that he won't cause any problems. He suddenly realized that it seems that the giant skeleton had previously pretended to be Fern himself, but now that duty had fallen to him. One of the fake elves commanded the others to go to the elf settlement. The other fake elf also asks Fern to hurry up, as they have lost a lot of time because of him. Shen Ye was surprised at how fast his accomplices were moving. He could barely keep up with their speed, and it made him realize that the beings beside him were now quite powerful. After a while, they arrived at the elf settlement. The fake elf with the short haircut pointed out that in order to enter the village, they had to get permission from the village chief. At this stage, there was no risk for them, as they just needed to show the silver war medal and they would be allowed in. Shen Ye was the last to arrive and was glad that he didn't need to run anymore. He wondered what the risks might be. One of the fake elves pointed out that the three of them would cover him and he would kill the village chief. The guy's face was covered with sweat. He wondered if he should kill the village chief. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere among the fake elves changed a lot, and one of the fake elves asked if Fern was giving up the plan. The guy turned on all his acting skills and showed surprise at what he heard. He licked his blade and declared that his blade missed blood. The atmosphere immediately returned to normal. Shen Ye had time to react quickly and get out of the situation because he immediately realized that if he refused, the others would immediately swat him. However, Shen Yene was a fool and understood perfectly well that ending the life of the village chief on his territory was practically impossible. Still, he realized that the situation was hopeless. Now it was no wonder for the guy why the giant skeleton had sent him on this case. As they approached the gate, the fake elves asked the guards to open the gate. One of the guards demanded that all of the arriving elves show their silver war medal. Only after they had shown their silver war medals were they allowed inside, and their treatment changed from menacing to kind. As Shen Ye walked through the village, he noticed how smiling the villagers were. He also could not hide his admiration for the local girls he passed by. The elf informed the arriving elves to go inside the building to the village chief, as he was aware of their visit. The chief fake elf asked Fern to go inside, and they were going to wait for him outside. The guy realized that he wouldn't be allowed to escape. Shen Ye was a bit disappointed. After all, he had just arrived and already managed to get into the middle of the showdown between the elves and the undead. However, he did not despair and noted that if he could get rid of the village chief, he might be able to gain superpowers. As soon as he stepped inside the building, the door immediately closed behind him. The village chief was standing by the window reading a book. When the village chief heard that a guest had appeared in front of him, he immediately closed the book and greeted the soldier from the front lines. At the same moment, the system reported that the guy's gate was equipped with the ability to make evaluation records, so the guy could look at the information of other beings. Using the system, the guy took a new look at the village chief. There were many titles around village chief: Spirit of 10,000 Forests, Heir to the Throne of the Ancient Tree, Lord of Nature, Great Magician, Protector of the Nightmare World, Fifth World Chief. Shen Ye was surprised to see so many entries. After that, he only glanced at the inscription above his head: Polite Person. Shen Ye immediately realized how naive he was and that there was definitely nothing he could do against the village chief. He realized that the three people who remained outside were much stronger than him, but even they didn't have the courage to face such an incredible creature. A polite person against the spirit of 10,000 forests, the heir to the ancient tree throne, the Lord of Nature, the Great Magician, the Protector of the Nightmare World, and the Fifth World Chief was just an incredible trick the giant skeleton had thrown at him that he had promised to memorize. How Shen Ye will manage to get out of this situation, and whether he will make it to his exam in time, or whether time flows differently in this world than in the one he lives in now. Suddenly, the village chief praised him for his service and asked the guy to have a good rest. Shen Ye was surprised at this sudden turn of events. In the same instant, he noticed that he was being teleported. He was teleported directly to the table where the other elves were having a banquet. His co-workers were already seated at the table. One of the fake elves noted that it was too early and they needed some rest. Another fake elf inquired if the guy had seen the target. They even expressed a desire to assist the guy in destroying the target. However, the guy was well aware that at the first opportunity, the others would flee, leaving him to die. He realized that to continue like this was tantamount to expecting death. Just at that moment, a girl approached him and asked if he wanted to dance with her. She mentioned that she was honored to be able to dance with the hero of the front line. Shen Ye did not refuse the girl's request to dance, but admitted that he was not a very good dancer. After that, he danced with the girl for a while. Looking at the girl who danced with him, thoughts of imminent death did not leave his head. He wished he could dance with the girl for the rest of his life. Shen Ye realized that he needed to think of something to survive. The girl noticed the guy's mood and wondered why he was silent. She noticed that the guy's brothers were the same, so she assumed that they were so affected by the battle. Shen Ye tried to joke that it was because he thought he was a bad dancer. After that, he learned that the girl's name was Lanny. After hearing the girl's name, the guy wished to give the girl a gift. The girl's eyes even lit up, as she couldn't wait to receive a gift from the battle hero. She also noted that the guy is actually a pretty good dancer, and so she decided to give him a bracelet as a thank you. If the guy disappointed her, however, he would have to give the bracelet back to her in the future. Finally, a simple but ingenious plan matured in the guy's mind. He stood on the table and tried to get the attention of everyone around the elves by letting everyone know that he was going to show them a trick. He informed them that he was actually a human and could change his shape. Lanny couldn't wait to see the trick and asked the guy to show her. The other elves had also never seen a human before, and they were curious. One of the fake elves didn't understand what Fern was doing. Another asked him if he could turn into a human too. They didn't sense the impending trouble as they thought Fern was one of them. The third fake elf was even glad that Fern turned out to be so smart and would be able to get close to the elves. After that, Shen Ye took off his crown and threw it into Lanny's hands. All the elves around were shocked. They noticed the guy's hair and ears and realized that he was human. Turning on all his acting, the guy points out that he could become human by removing the crown. He immediately pointed his finger at the fake elves and noted that his brothers also have similar magic. Shen Ye noted that as soon as his so-called brothers took off their crowns, they would become an undead. The elves instantly, and with all their hatred, turned their attention to the fake elves. They told the fake elves to take off their crowns immediately. The fake elves were confused from such a dire situation. At that moment, a gate opened behind the guy. He announced that once his three brothers transformed, he would return. The fake elves told the guy to immediately turn into an elf immediately and stop misleading others. Shen Ye said goodbye to Lanny and disappeared behind the gate, heading back to the dark corridor. No one could figure out what kind of mysterious magic the man was using. However, they had more important things to do, because they were infiltrated by three fake elves who were undead. Just at that moment, the village chief appeared and restrained the movements of the fake elves. He noted that he wanted to still have fun and play with the stupid fake elves, but the situation changed. The village chief began to mock the undead. He mocked them for being able to infiltrate his village, but failing to recognize that a man capable of working on two fronts would be right next to them. One of the fake elves remarked that there had been a misunderstanding and that they had a silver war medal, but at that very moment the crown fell from his head and he turned undead. The village chief noticed that the crown had hidden transformation magic. He was amazed, for it was an amazing technique. He was disappointed that the undead spies were able to infiltrate the village so easily. With the help of these items, they almost learned all the weaknesses of the elves. Turning to the place where the guy used to be, the village chief noticed that he was indebted to the guy after this deed. The other elves also turned around to look at the place where the guy used to be. Being in a familiar corridor, sitting on the floor, Shen Ye was surprised that the gate could adapt to the environment. The situation was risky, but he needed to memorize such an interesting feature of the gate. Seeing the giant skeleton, the guy walked up to it and started complaining about the difficult situation he was in because of it. The giant skeleton was surprised that the guy was still alive. Shen Ye immediately pointed out that the giant skeleton could talk after all. He began to accuse the giant skeleton of giving him the pale shadow crown on purpose. The giant skeleton was surprised that the guy had survived and was eager to know the details. Shen Ye was not going to answer. Then the giant skeleton told the guy to tell him, and he would give him a reward. Shen Ye was still resentful that he almost died because of the giant skeleton. At this moment, the system reported that an offer had come to him, that the other party to the contract was sincere and based on the principle of equivalent exchange, prepared a powerful undead spell for the guy. Shen Ye became furious at this, for he was not going to just sell out, and declared that the giant skeleton would still regret his action. There was no choice, so the giant skeleton admitted that he gave the guy the pale shadow crown because the guy was human. Elves and humans are allies. He realized that if the guy went to that place, he would still have a chance to survive. If the giant skeleton went by himself, his only end would be death. At the same moment, the guy saw that as an apology, the other party went beyond the principle of equivalent exchange and decided to give him the Legacy Nightmare Crystal. Legacy Nightmare Crystal contained the three most advanced undead talents. A guy could choose one of the talents and integrate it into his soul to gain new abilities. The giant skeleton revealed that the so-called talent referred to personal characteristic abilities that could be manifested without expending any power. Legacy Nightmare Crystal is the foundation of the undead clan and is considered a very valuable treasure. The giant skeleton admitted that the reason he was still alive after being injured was because they wanted to get their hands on the crystal and the inheritance of talents in it. So they didn't kill him, but he still decided to give the crystal to the guy. He even scoffed that no one would guess that the legacy nightmare crystal was now in the man's possession. After pondering for a bit, Shen Ye decided that the crystal was indeed a useful thing. In the end, he decided to forgive the giant skeleton just this once, but declared that there would be no next time. Suddenly, everything around the guy shook, and it was as if he appeared in front of a giant undead king who was sitting on his throne with a giant sword in his hand. The undead king told the guy to choose which talent he wanted to assign to himself, but reminded him that he could only choose one of three. The first talent was Dark Whispers. With this talent, if you use a corpse as a base, the dead will answer the call, come out of hell and tell you everything they know so their souls can rest in peace. Death gives the deepest knowledge. The second talent was Sacred Remains Body. Any force that could kill will cause the body to turn into the body of a holy corpse, temporarily free from the mercy of death's fate. The effect lasts for 5 seconds and can take effect again after 1 day. The description stated that those who want to influence your life or death will end badly. The third talent was Undead Resurrection. It was necessary to create a fireball and place it on the body of an undead that died in battle. The soul fire would fuse with the corpse and resurrect it. There were many kinds of resurrection spell, but this was the best. The talent description said that the mysterious technique was capable of raising the dead, and it was the undead tribe's main power. After learning about all the talents, Shen Ye felt that he wouldn't need undead resurrection. Besides, with the skeleton saint body, he would only be able to dodge any attacks for 5 seconds. So he wondered what would happen when the 5 seconds were up. He noted that Dark Whispers might look like the most unnecessary of the three, but he didn't think so. He realized that only by mastering the information would he be able to kill his opponent. So without thinking long, the guy decided to choose Dark Whispers. After studying the talent, the guy was thrilled that now he would be able to talk to the dead. The giant skeleton was surprised that the guy chose this particular talent. Shen Ye immediately inquired what was wrong with the chosen talent. The giant skeleton only remarked that the guy's fighting ability would not be enhanced by this talent. Relying on his memory, he noted that he didn't remember anyone choosing the first talent. Most people chose the third talent. After the guy chose his talent, the giant skeleton asked again what had happened in the situation with the elves, because it was very important to him. After listening to the story told by the guy, the giant skeleton was shocked. He explained that the original target of the murder was supposed to be the sacrificed elven woman. He also pointed out that the village chief the guy told about was actually the strongest elf high priest. Shen Ye was now not surprised that the village chief had such a large number of titles. The giant skeleton was glad that the 3 undead knights had been caught by the elves, because now they wouldn't be able to follow him and devour him. The giant skeleton realized that he had his only chance to survive. After that, the giant skeleton rushed to leave. The guy, of course, tried to ask him where he was going, but he didn't hear an answer and didn't stop him. He decided to take care of himself and opened the gate to his world. The guy did not ask the giant skeleton, as he realized that everyone could have their own secrets. Once the guy went back to the restroom through the door, the system reported that as a result of this door opening, the guy was awarded the title of One of Us. The One of Us title was of green quality. According to the One of Us rank, when a guy tells someone that he is one of them, they will indeed be mistaken for their man. After 10 seconds, the enemy will forget what happened. This skill could only be used once a day. The total characteristics of the target could not exceed the characteristics of the guy twice, otherwise the resistance to the effect could begin. The guy was ecstatic, as the rank was now of green quality. In addition to this, the guy also received a bracelet of natural blessing. The guy was surprised that the bracelet that Lanny had given him turned out to be so good. According to the system, the bracelet of natural blessing was of green quality. Wearing the bracelet increased the guy's intelligence scores. Shen Ye was delighted because despite how hard his day had been today, he had received a new technique and a bracelet. Back at the sports field in the school courtyard, the guy watched his friend take the physical skills test. Shen Ye wished his friend good luck. Chen Haoyu was overjoyed and thanked his friend. He even began to boast that he could do anything, and that this exam was nothing. However, because he was distracted, he was hit directly in the head with paint. The teacher immediately pointed out that Chen Haoyu deserved it, since he had been showing off a lot. Nevertheless, he gave Chen Haoyu a score of 71 and told him to be happy that it wasn't a real exam. Shen Ye was called next to take the test. As soon as the test started, Shen Ye dodged the paint with ease. The others were even shocked that the paint didn't keep up with the guy. One of the students noticed that the guy's posture was too relaxed, as if he was skating rather than taking the test. Someone even noted that Shen Ye seemed to have become more agile after being discharged from the hospital. Shen Ye didn't think about anything else. This test wasn't that difficult for him. All he needed to do was to show a few elven techniques, and then he would pass the test. Standing in the shade of a tree, the principal along with some man were watching the test that Shen Ye was taking. The man noticed that Shen Ye looked quite interesting. The principal noted that the guy was first in his class but missed the first exam due to illness, so the principal wanted the man to take a closer look at Shen Ye and give him a chance. The man noticed that Shen Ye had a good physique and that he was quite talented. He noticed that if Shen Ye got the highest score on the mental power test, he would give him a chance. In addition to strength and agility, the entrance exam also required a test for a special quality, mental power. The principal was surprised to hear about the mental power score. He notes that the head of Qian is already overdoing it. The principal was so worried because he remembered that Shen Ye's mental power was quite mediocre. Meanwhile, Shen Ye decided to wait for the final results first before looking at the scores. He thought that the average score was not enough and that he should get the highest score in all the indicators. The teacher even let out a tear as the guy scored the highest in the agility test. The teacher felt sorry that the guy missed the first exam, as it ruined the guy's future. Shen Ye, on the other hand, noticed that he still hadn't given up on taking the exams despite missing the first exam. After that, the teacher decided to take a break for lunch, and he was going to continue the further test in the afternoon. Chen Haoyu immediately ran up to his friend and offered him something to eat. However, Shen Ye advised him to first wash the paint off his face, and he himself was going to go to the library in the meantime. Soon Shen Ye went to class and sat down at the school desk. He was happy to note that math and chemistry were exactly the same as in his original world. But the language and scientific knowledge, as well as historical events and even literary works in this world, were completely different from his original world. The guy complained that his head was hurting because he had the feeling that different memories were fighting in his head. Suddenly, his school desk flew up along with his books to the ceiling from a strong kick from a person. That person turned out to be Sun Ming, who had once again come to pester the guy. Sun Ming reminded the guy that he had said earlier that things couldn't just end. Shen Ye asked the guy if Zhao Yibing had told him to do this. However, Sun Ming was extremely dissatisfied with what he heard, so he told Shen Ye not to even dare to say the girl's name. Sun Ming began to boast that while the guy was away, his strength had already increased to 2 points. He couldn't wait to compare who was better, him thanks to his 2 points of strength, or Shen Ye with his 2 points of agility. Despite his words and arrogant tone, Sun Ming didn't come alone. Shen Ye was bored, so he decided to use the ability of his One of Us title. After falling under the influence of the ability, even Sun Ming noted that he was just asked to help by Zhao Yibing. Another guy also noted that they didn't want to oppose Shen Ye. The third guy noted that he was only here because he liked the girl, and also Shen Ye was acting arrogant all the time. That's why he wanted to beat him up. The fourth guy asked to forget about everything because they are allies and shouldn't fight. However, Shen Ye pointed out that fortunately he had applied his skill on the students, so nothing terrible would happen. Besides, the effect of the skill only lasted for 10 seconds, so all those students would once again stare bloodily at the guy after 10 seconds. The skill could only be used once a day, so Shen Ye decided to use skill absorption. The system immediately reported that Shen Ye had gained 3 skill points. The guy decided to put the 3 points into the strength characteristic. The system showed him a hint that in addition to the 3 characteristic points he had received, he could also freely reallocate the 1 characteristic point that had been previously added to agility, thereby increasing the strength score, for example. Shen Ye was surprised that he could use the already distributed points so freely. He was up to something devious, for he could now transform from a nimble assassin to a powerful warrior by investing 4 points in strength. As a result, his strength was increased from 1.2 to 5.2. While Shen Ye was pondering and studying the system, one of the guys grabbed him from behind and restrained his movements, hypocritically declaring for Shen Ye to fight Sun Ming. Since when did a simple beating become a battle? Sun Ming was already running towards Shen Ye at full speed, waving his fist. He was already asking the guy how many ribs he was willing to sacrifice. Without making any attempt to break free from Guy grip, Shen Ye received an incredibly powerful punch from Sun Ming. Sun Ming was surprised for a second at what happened next. Then he screamed in pain as he broke all of his fingers as if he had hit a rock. Why are they all so eager to get hurt? Can't they realize that he is the protagonist and that everything goes to him? Zhao Yibing, who knows how to play on people's emotions just by letting a tear fall, started this whole mess. Shen Ye was well aware that an adult who had not undergone any special training possessed a basic strength and agility equal to 1. Therefore, he easily tossed aside the guy who was restraining him. Shen Ye easily sent the guy to rest. Good thing at least, not to the other world. He understood that as a basic characteristic, strength was not just brute force. The guys standing nearby were shocked that Shen Ye was unharmed even after Sun Ming's punch, and also easily broke free from the hands of the guy restraining him. The guys were frightened, as Shen Ye seemed to be stronger than Sun Ming. However, Shen Ye thought about the nature of strength at this moment. He believed that strength rather referred to the strength of a person's limbs, the strength of the 5 internal organs and 6 senses, the strength of the 8 vein channels, the strength of the movement of flesh, blood, and the level of cell displacement, the criterion of vitality. All these aspects together he could call the parameter of the characteristic strength. He began to complain that he had only missed 1 exam, and the others had somehow decided that they could beat him. The entrance exams were about to start soon, and the guys had gotten together to fight for the wind, so obviously they didn't care about other people's lives. Sun Ming, lying on the floor, continued to hurl verbal curses towards Shen Ye. Shen Ye easily lifted Sun Ming above the floor with 1 hand. He asked politely so that Sun Ming wouldn't bother anyone else. Sun Ming immediately started apologizing, asking for forgiveness. Shen Ye was bored with these guys because all they were capable of was humiliating others, beating them up, depriving them of a bright future. Therefore, Shen Ye couldn't wait to practice his punches on a seemingly tough guy like Sun Ming. Even the students outside heard the cries for help. Soon, the teacher who had taken the mock exam earlier ran into the room. Shen Ye began to complain to the teacher that the other students were hurting him. However, after seeing the beaten students, the teacher couldn't believe it because Shen Ye had clearly beaten them and now claimed that he was bullied. At this moment, Zhao Yibing, who was standing behind the other students, realized that she had miscalculated, thinking that the others would beat up the guy. Her face was covered in cold sweat as she realized that so many strong guys couldn't deal with Shen Ye. She couldn't believe that the guy had become so strong. However, she had another ingenious plan matured. Her friend inquired if she regretted that she was the reason why everything happened like this. Zhao Yibing believed that if she continued to be diligent and kind to the guy, then everything would be fine and they would be friends. However, she did not wish for such an outcome. She now realized that Shen Ye had beaten up other students, injuring 7 to 8 people, so she believed that the guy would definitely not be allowed to take the exams. The upstart thought that her goal had been achieved, so she didn't have to waste any more time with Shen Ye, but she had a bright future ahead of her, unlike the guy. She turned on all her acting skills, saying that she hated herself for not realizing what a scumbag the guy was before. At this moment, Sun Ming stared at her intently. The girl was afraid that Sun Ming would drag her into this showdown by telling her that she had started it all. She wished Sun Ming dead and wanted him to shut up. However, Sun Ming suddenly said her name that everyone around him clearly heard it. Silence ensued, and everyone turned their heads towards Zhao Yibing, who was startled. She turned on her acting skills again, crying and trying to run away, letting everyone know that she would call the police right away. Shen Ye was a little upset that Zhao Yibing had used such a sneaky trick to get others to turn on him. The teacher also got worried when he heard about the police. He told everyone to go back to their classes and asked Shen Ye to follow him. The principal, meanwhile, continued to show off the school. He said that their school had some wonderful students, so he asked Chien to take a closer look at them. Chien noted that the problem wasn't that he didn't want to help his friend, but that he needed to meet the minimum requirements. He began to complain that he still had tons of things to do, so he wasn't going to stay long. Suddenly, one of the teachers ran up to them and reported that Shen Ye and Sun Ming had gotten into a fight, causing even the police to arrive. The principal didn't understand why he would want to know about this right now. However, the teacher took out her phone and asked the principal to look at the video of the fight. The principal couldn't understand what could be so surprising because the students were just fighting, but in the next second, he and Chien couldn't keep their eyes off the phone while watching the students fight. Meanwhile, the police were also watching the video on the phone. One of the police officers was surprised that Shen Ye was recording the video on his phone. Shen Ye admitted to the officer that he was afraid he would be killed, so he recorded the video. The officer didn't really believe it, considering the guy almost nailed the attackers himself. Shen Ye was ecstatic that he had prepared everything in advance, or else the situation would have been dire. The officer felt that despite having the video, the guy would still have to make his way to the police station with the officers. The teacher tried to intercede for the student, pointing out that Shen Ye had already missed the first exam, and if the officers took him to the police station right now, they would deprive Shen Ye of another exam. The officer tried to convince the teacher not to worry because they would bring the student back after they checked everything. The teacher still thought that the officers would ruin the kid's future. Shen Ye meanwhile hoped that his body could adjust to the fact that he was constantly changing characteristic points. At this moment, the principal walked into the office, praising Shen Ye for videotaping the whole incident. Because if Shen Ye didn't, he would definitely be expelled from the school. The teacher immediately got excited when he saw the principal. Chien encouragingly pointed out that Shen Ye's physical fitness was superior to the other students and that they were not his equal. The teacher was glad that Chien had a high opinion of Shen Ye, as the teacher was greatly worried about Shen Ye's future. Chen was the most experienced, so even after seeing a small snippet of the battle, he immediately noticed that the guy was holding back. Shen Ye admitted that he was holding back because he was afraid of killing the students. Chen was admired that the guy had high moral character. Chen thought that the guy had just earned the highest grade for his body skills on the trial test, which should be enough for the guy to get a recommendation from him. He wanted to discuss some things with the guy. Getting the business card in his hands, he decided to take a closer look at it. On the business card it said, Martial Arts Company, Director, Chen Rushan. Shen Ye was greatly surprised as this was the famous martial arts company. A martial arts company is an organization that has mastered the legacy of various martial arts knowledge and holds the ownership and copyright of martial arts secrets. Simply put, if you get into this company, you will immediately rise from the bottom to the top. Shen Ye even compared getting into this company to the road to heaven. Examining Chen Rushan, who stood in front of him, Shen Ye felt as if he had no weaknesses at all. No matter how he would change his characteristics, he realized that at this moment he was no match for the man in front of him. Chen noted that the evaluation system had analyzed Shen Ye, finding out that his strength was at least 4.5 points. The man was curious as to what the guy's characteristic points actually were. Evaluation system. Artificial intelligence in this world, it allows you to evaluate a person in all aspects. Shen Ye immediately realized that Qian was incredibly strong, so his first thought was that by working under Qian, he would be able to deter the assassins. Based on his considerations, Shen Ye admitted that his strength was equal to 5. The principal and teacher were shocked when they heard this information. Qian, on the other hand, reacted calmly, calling this result not bad. Shen Ye wanted answers, so he asked if a strength of 5 points was a lot or a little. Qian had to explain that at the middle school stage, a strength score of 4.5 points was already a passing score for their company, and 5 points was a different result. Once a person reaches 5 points of strength, he would be able to control some battle-type armor as well as use standard-level ancient weapons. Since the guy got the highest score in the test, it should be enough for Qian to personally recommend him. If the guy still decides to join their company, then he will have to take a second test to assess his true abilities. Shen Ye was surprised to hear about another test. Qian explained that normally another test would not be conducted, but he felt that such a talent could not be passed up so easily. so he wanted to conduct a second test to make sure of the guy's skills. Without hesitation, the guy decided to accept Qian Rushan's proposal. Since he agreed, Qian told him that a person would be coming soon to take care of the organizational processes. Regarding the police investigation, Qian advised the guy to handle the matter calmly. He was willing to retest at any time convenient for the guy. Shen Ye was incredulous at the turn of events, thanking Qian Rushan for everything. Qian was about to leave, but lastly decided to ask how the guy was doing with mental power. He was curious, since the guy's strength and agility stats were already up to his company's standards. Not knowing all the rules of this world, Shen Ye decided that he couldn't be the best at everything. So he decided that 3 points of mental power should be enough for a minimum pass into the company. As soon as he said the number 3, Qian Rushan simply had a stunned expression that opened his mouth. The principal, the police officers, and the teacher were all completely shocked. The principal couldn't believe that Shen Ye had 3 points of mental power. After all, he thought it was mental power that the guy had a problem. Qian Rushan came back again and started to poke at the guy with a frightening aura. He asked if the guy could demonstrate his mental power. Qian noted that with 3 points of mental power, a person could even move objects with his mind. He wondered if the guy could move a chair with mental power alone. Shen Ye realized that it was too late to deny it, especially since he didn't want to be considered a liar. Therefore, he decided to add characteristic points to mental power, and then he was able to move the chair quietly. The police captain announced for the others to leave. The officer was surprised that they would have to return to the police station empty-handed and turn a blind eye to the incident. The young officers still couldn't understand, so the captain tried to explain to them. He reminded them that Shen Ye had strength equal to 5 points, good physique, agility at the same time equal to 4 points, and to top it all off, the guy's mental power was equal to 3 points. The young officers still didn't understand what the captain was implying. The captain had to tell them straight to their foreheads that the guy had a big future ahead of him, which meant that he was out of their league. They just can't do anything with such a talented guy. Therefore, the captain told the other officers that they were leaving. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was already visibly tired, so he admitted that he couldn't hold the chair anymore. Qian Rushan was simply ecstatic after the experiment. Since his appearance in this school, he had yet to show such a gorgeous and radiant smile. He even started singing a song about celestials. The teacher and principal praised Qian for singing well. Shen Ye was embarrassed. He didn't realize whether he needed to, besides he didn't know how. Qian then asked the principal and the teacher to leave the room as he wanted to talk to Shen Ye alone. Once the teacher and principal left the office, Qian asked the guy what was his ideal. Shen Ye decided that this was a good time to act like a sycophant, so he declared that Qian Rushan was his ideal. However, Qian corrected the guy that the question was a little different. He was curious about what the guy desired most. Thinking back to the assassin's constant attempts to massacre him, Shen Ye confessed that he wished he was not a weakling. He wished to be able to defend himself and his family. After hearing the guy's wish, Qian decided that the guy was the closest to his dream right now. In addition, he asked for the guy to hurt him. Shen Ye immediately started hurling various insults in the man's direction, which only amused the man because he wanted the guy to forcefully try to hurt him. Without thinking about the consequences, the guy switched his characteristic points to strength and tried to strike. However, as soon as Qian looked at the guy, he felt as if he couldn't move, as if his movements were restrained. Qian explained that he had applied a type of magic art that could immobilize an attacker, so if a guy learned it, he would be able to defend himself. He even started to ask if the guy wanted to learn this kind of defense method, fueling the guy's interest to join his company. Qian didn't stop there. He took out his weapon and decided to show another trick. As soon as he fired, nothing happened, so the police didn't have to be asked to come back. Qian explained that another kind of magic art from the company's secret archives. This kind of magic art was able to resist various hidden weapon attacks. In addition, the magic art was so powerful that it could resist a sniper rifle. Shen Ye admiringly remarked that martial arts can't be broken. Qian liked this phrase so much that he even wondered where he heard it. And after the guy said that he had come up with it himself, Qian thought that the guy was definitely a genius. Now Qian decided to officially invite the guy to join his hidden dragon plan. Shen Ye couldn't understand what the hidden dragon plan was all about. Qian explained that the Hidden Dragon Plan was a company's project to cultivate supernova stars. According to this plan, Qian decided that they would recommend a guy to the top 3 high schools in the world, although the guy would still have to take an entrance exam. However, this was not an entrance exam, but an exam designed by these 3 schools to test aptitude. Qian pointed out that ordinary people couldn't access the exam because it had long been monopolized by the world clans. Guy had only recently arrived in this world, so he didn't fully understand the current situation of this world. Qian explained that the clans were those who inherited knowledge, sacred tools, and blood ties from the gods of ancient times. The martial arts knowledge inherited from these ancient major clans is much larger than the ones in his company. They control vast expanses of land, population, and wealth. The great clans stand high above the people. There was a chasm between them and the common people that could not be bridged by any means. The guy even thought that maybe Shen Ye's grandfather was also a member of these clans in the past. The Hidden Dragon Plan is looking for geniuses like Shen Ye, so the company will help Shen Ye get into the most prestigious school, and even if he fails, the company will still guarantee him a place in high school. If the guy manages to get into any of the top 3 schools, the whole company has pledged to support the guy with resources and tailor his future career based on his abilities. When the guy reached the point where he could no longer develop, he would return to the company where he would be treated with honor. Therefore, Qian asked the guy to think things over carefully. Shen Ye became even more aware that in this world, strength was paramount. Therefore, the guy practically didn't hesitate and instantly agreed to Qian's proposal. Shen Ye realized that it seems like they were once clan members, but for some reason his father was expelled. Because of his family's status, the police didn't take the situation seriously. In addition, his mother had to beg to get 4 kinds of recovery medicines, but such recovery medicines were of little value to the clans. Today he had injured people but was not held accountable, all because his power had become so powerful that he could already break the normal rules. Qian asked the guy to sign a document and put his fingerprint if he agreed to such conditions. The guy became even more aware of why teachers always emphasize strength in class. He understood that mankind must rely on the strong, because only then could civilization continue to exist. Qian reminded the guy that the guy could start by thinking things over carefully, as surely other organizations would not sit idly by and go in to get the guy into their organization. However, Shen Ye believed that since Qian found him first, he would join their company. Qian did not object, believing that the guy had made the right choice. However, Shen Ye was still a minor, so Qian had to contact the guy's parents to sign the documents. Shen Ye informed that his parents were most likely at home right now. Without wasting time, Qian wanted to go to the guy's parents as soon as possible, so that other organizations wouldn't have time to intercept him. After signing the papers, he was going to return to the guy. Suddenly, Qian's image began to blur, and with a monstrous speed, as if using the wind, he disappeared. The guy was surprised at how fast Qian moved. The principal and teacher, who had been standing outside the office door all this time, immediately inquired how everything went for the guy. Shen Ye admitted that he had already signed the documents, and Qian Rushan went to talk to his parents about signing the contract. When the principal and teacher heard the happy news, they started dancing. They were happy that now their school would surprise everyone. Suddenly someone called the guy. Even though it was an unfamiliar number, he answered the call. As it turned out, it was Officer Luo Feichuan calling him. He said that he had managed to find out something about the guy's case, so he asked the guy to come to the police station. The guy looks like he'll show up at the police station after all. I wonder how the captain and the officers who recently left the school will react to his appearance, or if they are actually different police stations. Shen Ye soon arrived at the police station where Luo Feichuan called him. Luo Feichuan asked the guy to sit down, and he obediently agreed to do so. Shen Ye anxiously didn't understand why, but as soon as he entered the police station, he experienced an inexplicable feeling. Luo Feichuan showed the guy a picture that some anonymous person had taken. He said that there had been a lot of rumors about the hospital lately, and so a person had given the police this picture. Luo Feichuan immediately cut to the chase, saying that at the time the photo taken that day was taken, the guy was in the hospital, and there was a suspicious man standing on the rooftop at that moment. He wondered if the guy knew the man. Shen Ye took a closer look at the photo of the unknown man, but still couldn't recognize him as he had never seen this man. Luo Feichuan admitted that according to the forensics, the unknown man in the photo seemed to be trying to activate something. Shen Ye's face covered in cold sweat when Luo Feichuan asked him if the guy had anything unusual on him that day. Shen Ye realized that it looked like an unknown person had activated the cursed Demon King statuette. But it was also obvious to him that the police couldn't catch the person in the photo, and the statuette had already turned into ashes, so there were no more leads on the case. Besides, he couldn't reveal the information about the statuette to the police. Therefore, he decided to inform Luo Feichuan that he didn't know anything. He realized that everyone had died from the statuette's curse, and he was the only one who had survived. So if he reported it to the police now, he would only bring trouble on himself. Luo Feichuan was a little surprised that the guy couldn't report anything to him at all, thinking it was all strange. He asked the guy if he had any nausea, loss of consciousness, or memory lapses. Shen Ye decided to say that he had not had any of these things, but nevertheless he realized that Luo Feichuan seemed to know something. Ever since he entered the office, he had been feeling as if someone was watching him. That means one extra word, and he would definitely be finished. He immediately confessed that he remembered something. Shen Ye said that his backpack was open, although he had definitely zipped it up when he left the school. With a serious look, Luo Feichuan asked if the guy had checked his backpack afterward. Shen Ye played dumb, so he stated that he hadn't checked his backpack and didn't know that he should have done so. He suddenly noticed the change in Luo Feichuan and thought that maybe the policeman would now start to act. He immediately switched all his characteristics to agility. After all, no matter what happened, he had to be ready to escape. However, he didn't know if he would be able to escape, as Luo Feichuan's skills would most likely be able to suppress him. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to spring into action. He decided that as soon as difficulties arose, then he would need to escape. Suddenly, the phone on the table received a call. The guy became too scared, but he had to continue to hold back and find the right chance that he could open the door and escape. He reminded Luo Feichuan to answer the phone call. After picking up the phone, Luo Feichuan told the guy not to move, and then he introduced himself to the caller. The caller immediately informed Luo Feichuan that Luo Feichuan would die soon. Everything around Luo Feichuan abruptly changed, forming a vortex that caused the papers from the table to rise into the air. The guy didn't realize what was even happening and whether the assassin was attacking Luo Feichuan. He was surprised to see one of the supposed techniques Qian had told him about. Luo Feichuan was surprised by what was happening, especially after realizing that the killer was outside the police station. At the same instant, Luo Feichuan jumped out the window, and then a siren sounded at the police station. It was announced that the police station had been attacked. The attacker had infiltrated the police station, so the non-combat personnel were told to find a safe place to hide. Looking out the broken window, the guy saw the ocean. He didn't realize what was even going on, since he had been in the city the whole time. Shen Ye saw a man in the distance with a staff in his hands. Although he originally thought it was the man from the photo, it turned out to be a completely different man. The guy was surprised that everything in front of him could only be done by one person. The man in brightly colored clothes stated that Luo Feichuan had killed too many members of his church, so he should avenge them on Luo Feichuan. Luo Feichuan calmly reprimanded the man, asking the man to tell him later if he had anything to say, as he was busy right now. However, he is definitely willing to talk to the man later. The other policeman ran up to the man, not realizing what was going on. The man was not going to back down, stating that he had nothing to talk to the corpses about, and then used his staff. Suddenly, Shen Ye turned back, and the red sky and Luo Feichuan and the man with the staff disappeared from his sight. He realized that it looked like Luo Feichuan had stayed with that man on the sea. Suddenly, a feeling of hopelessness came over him again. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but he made the assumption pretty quickly that there was a ghost in the room. He told the person or ghost in the room to appear before him. After saying that, he immediately activated the necromancer's talent, Dark Whispers. According to this talent, the soul must return to the body to answer all of the necromancer's questions. If the answer is not answered, then the soul will not rest. Shen Ye started looking around, wondering if there was a corpse in Sergeant Luo Feichuan's office. Suddenly, he heard someone thanking him. He haphazardly started looking around, wondering who was calling him. Suddenly, he heard a voice from locker. The voice sounded familiar to him. The man reported that he didn't expect to be able to go back into his body and talk to the guy. Suddenly, he realized who had been talking to him all this time. The man thought it was obvious that Shen Ye was from the hunters, but Shen Ye was mistakenly killed and was branded as prey. He even felt sorry for the guy. Opening the locker door, he found Sergeant Luo Feichuan, who was tied up and had long since died. The guy frightenedly asked Luo Feichuan how everything happened. Luo Feichuan confessed to the guy that he was killed by the man with glasses in the photo. The sergeant explained that an assassin had appeared in front of him, and he himself was a power specialist. Each had their own advantages. He needs powerful equipment to display his strength, while the assassin only needs to display agility to kill Luo Feichuan without training. In the end, Luo Feichuan passed away, and the killer took on his appearance to lure the guy to the police station. He didn't know what the killer's purpose was. The only thing the sergeant knew was that the killer was looking for some kind of answer. Shen Ye realized more and more that the legendary being, the Demon King, had never been defeated. So Shen Ye decided that the assassin wanted to know how Shen Ye managed to survive. Luckily for him, the killer's plan was foiled as the police station was attacked by some madman. Shen Ye noted that the killer took on the guise of a sergeant to do his deeds on the sergeant's behalf. In addition, the assassin uses special techniques to pick up dead bodies. The sergeant didn't understand what technique he was talking about. Shen Ye tried to explain to him that everything around the area had changed and that it was all water, like an ocean. But suddenly everything had returned, although Luo Feichuan's corpse was gone and that assailant was also gone. Luo Feichuan grinned, noticing that the hunter posing as prey didn't know that he was causing trouble for himself. What the guy described to him was not a technique at all, but an anomaly. Shen Ye didn't understand what kind of anomaly had occurred. Luo Feichuan explained that there were situations where another world suddenly came into contact with their world, surrounding, consuming, or taking away living beings in a certain area. This was called an anomaly. And what the guy had described to him earlier was even more dangerous and was called a calamities. The guy was incredibly frightened, immediately trying to find out about the calamity. Luo Feichuan told him again that a powerful being from another world using various techniques had suddenly appeared in the main world, and if such a thing happened, everyone would be in a real hell. He even asked the guy if he knew about Jiangnan City. Shen Ye heard that according to one legend, there was an earthquake in Jiangnan City. This earthquake leveled the entire city to the ground. The sergeant said that the earthquake was only an explanation for ordinary people, but it was actually a case of calamity. The entire city, which had over 3 million people, died in an instant. Shen Ye considered the calamity to be incredibly terrible. Luo Feichuan noted that they didn't have much time left and needed to hurry. He thought that the anomaly was just a temporary phenomenon that had a time limit, so maybe the killer would return soon. The guy realized that he was still in danger. Luo Feichuan told him to go to the armory on the 3rd floor to enter the password on the silver wall. He even asked the guy to get a pen and paper from the desk drawer and then write down the password. To the guy's surprise, the password for the armory was incredibly long. Luo Feichuan also informed that outside the armory, there was a special pen to use to write down the password on the wall. He told the guy to hurry up because then he would be protected. He even more insistently told the guy to hurry up, as it was the only way to protect the guy. After that, the system reported that Luo Feichuan's soul had reported everything to him, so the soul left the body. The Sergeant Luo Feichuan was a true police officer who, even after his death, still continued to care about the citizens of his country and took care to protect a guy who was in mortal danger, confused and didn't know what to do. Looking at Luo Feichuan's lifeless body, the guy began to realize more and more why it was no wonder the other police officers didn't want to investigate Shen Ye and others like him. Even as a police officer, they could be killed because of this investigation. After all, if one also had no strength, would an ordinary person want to become cannon fodder? Picking up the sergeant's cap from the floor, the guy contemplated revealing the identity of the killer, but realized pretty quickly that there was no point. He then put the police cap back on the sergeant's head. He realized that perhaps the killer had people in the police force, and with that kind of power, they could easily take his life. All he could do was to follow Sergeant Luo Feichuan's instructions and go to the 3rd floor to get protection. After that, he squeezed the password sheet in his hands and closed the locker door. Shen Ye was well aware that at this moment he would not be able to take revenge on the assassin for killing Sergeant Luo Feichuan, but in the future he vowed to exact his revenge. Banging his head on the locker door, Shen Ye vowed that he would let Sergeant Luo Feichuan rest in peace in the future. Clutching the password sheet in his hands, the guy was incredibly angry at himself and the situation he was in. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, and then he was informed that there was an anomaly and that everyone had to go downstairs for testing. The guy thought too long about what he should do, that the anomaly was over pretty quickly already, and he still had no time to go up to the third floor and write down the password to get protection, thus saving his life, and the killer has already arrived on his soul, and he definitely won't stop there as the guy is still alive. However, for the killer, there are many variables and unknowns in Shen Ye's case for him to be able to get rid of the guy so easily. The next moment, the captain and other police officers entered the room. The captain asked Shen Ye to come out since everyone had to be checked after what happened. He ordered the others to go downstairs while he dealt with Sergeant Luo and Shen Ye. The others complied with the captain's order and left him alone. The captain admitted that he understood that the guy was afraid, but in fact Sergeant Luo Feichuan was actually taken away by some inhuman force, so the guy was safe now. Besides, the captain promised to personally take care of the guy's safety. Suddenly, the captain felt that Luo Feichuan's corpse was not in the same position as before. He immediately inquired if the guy had done it. The captain started moving around the entire room with inhuman speed, but soon landing on the table, he realized that after searching, he found no one, which meant the guy had escaped. The captain began to reprimand the original assassin since he had killed such a large number of people but screwed up with some guy. He even called the first killer a brat because he didn't expect the killer to be such a weakling. He immediately came up with another plan, telling all the squads over the radio that he suspected Shen Ye was directly related to the recent incident. He told all the squads to immediately send out notices that as soon as they saw Shen Ye, they were obligated to immediately apprehend him. At that moment, he heard an alert that the Central Intelligence System had completed its work and everyone was being asked to gather in the lobby and be tested. As soon as the captain left the room, a door with a red light appeared in the room. The door opened slightly and Shen Ye appeared out of it, looking around the room before entering. He was well aware that the assassins were accomplices. The guy realized that he could stay in the nightmare world forever and be safe there, but then he would lose the chance to punish the killers. Climbing out of the window to the outside of the wall, he began to climb the pipe to the third floor because he needed to tell everything. The guy climbed up to the third floor quite easily, where there was no one. Going to the armory and taking a pen that hung on the wall, the guy took out a sheet with a written password. At that moment, however, a voice sounded behind him, hinting that he realized the source of the noise. The captain asked the guy what he was doing here. The guy started writing down the password on the door. He tried to tell the policeman that he would be taking an exam soon and that his teacher had left him some problems to solve as soon as possible. In the back of his mind, he complained that the password was incredibly long. The captain realized all at once that the guy had walked up to an emergency device that connected the central government of the world. He was surprised that the guy had the necessary password. The man reacted instantly and threw a knife at the guy. He still couldn't figure out where the guy got the password from, but he couldn't be allowed to have the guy write the entire password on the door in the first place. Suddenly, however, a metal door appeared behind the guy and a knife slammed into it, leaving a dent in the door. The captain was surprised to realize that this was most likely the guy's ability. As he continued to write the password on the door, the guy felt the pressure behind him. He was glad the gate was responsive to the changing environment, because if things were different and there was a standard gate, he would have died by now. The captain ran to the metal door and sent the metal door towards the guy with a powerful kick of his foot. But at that moment, the guy told the door to disappear, so it dissolved behind his back without ever touching him. Then the pitiful assassin once again lunged at the guy himself. However, when he had already reached the guy, he suddenly crashed at full speed into the metal door that appeared as if from nowhere. The captain, badly injured, howled in pain and started complaining about some snot calling for stupid doors. While he was trying to regain consciousness and get up again to finish the guy off, the guy finally finished writing the password. Suddenly, the guy heard the system announce that the password verification had been successfully passed. The system recognized that it was the world government's most powerful artificial intelligence, Kunlun. Therefore, the system started the verification and a full scan of the police station began. In just a moment, the artificial intelligence detected Luo Feichuan's body. The artificial intelligence also quickly confirmed the fake identity of Captain Wang Shuimu of the Major Crimes Group. At the same instant, a siren sounded at the police station, and the artificial intelligence reported that high-ranking experts were on their way. The artificial intelligence said that the regional head of Qian Rushan Company was immediately summoned, and that given the severity of the current situation, then it was decided to kill the enemy immediately. The guy was surprised that Qian Rushan personally would come. The artificial intelligence said that in 30 seconds, the assassin impersonating Wang Shuimu would be executed on the spot. After that, the artificial intelligence started a countdown. However, the murderer wasn't going to let the guy go so easily. He was sure that after 30 seconds, nothing would happen and he wouldn't be killed so easily. At the same instant, Shen Ye created a new gate in front of him. But at this moment, the assassin grabbed his left hand and was already preparing to strike the guy with his left hand. However, at this moment, the assassin was blown to pieces as Qian Rushan was much faster than the artificial intelligence predicted, and only a piece of his right arm was left of the assassin's body, which he used to grab onto the guy's left arm. Qian Rushan pathetically declared that in their business, speed is the most important weapon. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence laughed, as it had actually deceived the assassin about the 30 seconds. It even called the assassin an idiot. Qian Rushan asked the guy to share his impressions. Shen Ye thought what had just happened was incredibly cool, but he did not forget to thank Qian Rushan for saving his life. A short time later, they arrived at the National Security Bureau. Putting his feet on the table, Qian Rushan promised that he would handle the rest himself, but the guy should first confess who gave him the password. Shen Ye revealed that even before his death, Luo Feichuan had given him the password. Shen Ye then told how Luo Feichuan confessed to him that he was being chased and if anything happened, Shen Ye should immediately use the password. After listening to the guy, Qian came to the conclusion that it seems Luo Feichuan knew that he was being targeted by the Church of Silence and assassins. The guy was curious to know what the Church of Silence was. Qian did not hide the information and explained that the Church of Silence was an organization to which the people who had previously caused the anomaly belonged. They are madmen who have only made trouble on their own head. Shen Ye admitted with sadness in his voice that he felt very sorry for Sergeant Luo Feichuan. Qian Rushan also felt sorry for Luo Feichuan. Although he had only recently met the sergeant, he felt that the sergeant was in favor of justice. Unfortunately, Qian realized that it was because of his good heart that Luo Feichuan had brought trouble upon himself. He looked at the guy intently and then informed him that the guy was incredibly lucky because he had almost fallen into the hands of a killer who was impersonating Luo Feichuan. Kunlun established the identity of the assassin who was stalking the guy. The assassin belonged to the League of Assassins, but they were only in charge of executing orders, so they were unlikely to know the customer. Shen Ye pointed out that since the assassin was able to kill Sergeant Luo, the assassin's ability and price must be high, which means it is most likely the customer is a rich man. Qian Rushan praised the guy for being observant. However, he was more interested in why such a person would spare no expense to kill Shen Ye. Nevertheless, they still continued to investigate. Shen Ye was curious about Kunlun, who appeared after he wrote the password on the door. Shen Ye was curious why Sergeant Luo Feichuan didn't ask Kunlun to help him deal with the killer. Qian Rushan started a whole lecture. He explained that Kunlun was the central intelligence system of the world government. An alert for help was sent by Kunlun. Kunlun usually doesn't do such simple things, unless of course you have a password, because only then Kunlun will help. He was about to tell the guy why Luo Feichuan didn't summon Kunlun, but then a girl appeared behind the guy and said that the sergeant didn't know about the weapon problem. She brought a steel prosthesis that belonged to Luo Feichuan and was considered a weapon. The girl explained that there was a virus in the program of the prosthesis, which made it unable to be activated. However, as soon as Luo Feichuan died, the prosthetic limb started working again as if nothing had happened. The girl was well aware that someone who knew the sergeant well had injected the virus into his prosthesis. Kunlun had given them an assignment, so they would continue to investigate. Looking at the prosthesis, the guy finally realized the root of the problem. Luo Feichuan investigated, left his card, and even after his death, he continued to guide the guy. Even when facing the enemy, Luo Feichuan didn't give up despite the malfunction of the weapon. Qian Rushan informed the guy that he was now a member of their company. He immediately decided to teach the guy the first lesson he hoped the guy would learn. Qian Rushan told the guy to always be on guard, as humans can be much scarier than monsters. Shen Ye promised to learn such a valuable lesson, especially when that lesson was written in the blood and sacrifice of Sergeant Luo Feichuan. Since the guy had learned his lesson, Qian asked him to come with him since he had arranged a meeting place with the guy's parents. The guy wondered what would be done with the two who were still in the anomaly. Walking down the corridor, Qian announced that further cases would be handed over to other, more professional people in this matter, and the place where they were would soon be closed. And it was already time for them to leave. Shen Ye was curious why Qian Rushan wouldn't stay and solve all the problems of the police station. The guy thought that with the strength Qian Rushan possessed, he would have easily handled the other two people. Qian pointed out that he shouldn't think about this case so lightly, because in fact the remaining two people could transfer their abnormalities to him. He told about how once a guy, after coming out of an anomaly caused by the Church of Silence, looked completely normal. But in reality, all that was left of him was human skin, with a real monster lurking underneath the skin. Eventually, the monster went on a rampage, and it was incredibly difficult to catch it. Therefore, Qian preferred to deal with more ordinary people rather than messing with the Church of Silence. Many people did the same as Qian. The guy was frightened by such horrifying stories. However, Qian assured him that there was no need to worry. After all, the fate of the monsters would be even worse than the assassin he had dealt with earlier. Suddenly, the puzzle in his mind came together and he had a curious thought. He suddenly remembered that the sergeant's name was Luo Feichuan, and his last name was Luo. He immediately contacted someone on the phone and asked them to verify one piece of information for him. Qian said that they had checked Luo Feichuan's connection with Xiaomengyu. Qian Rushan's face was covered in cold sweat when he heard the requested information on the phone. Shen Ye, standing next to him, was curious to know who Xiaomengyu was and how she was related to Luo Feichuan. Soon, at the meeting with the parents asked to talk to their son privately to hear back from him and only then decide to sign the contract or not. Qian Rushan did not object to his parents' decision and went outside. The mother admitted that she didn't want to pressure her son and then revealed that the guy was a descendant of a great family. His father was from a descendant family, a side branch of the Shen family. The guy expressed genuine surprise that it was one of the 3 clans. He knew that his family wasn't that simple, but it turned out that the Shen family was one of the few families that had divine heritage and artifacts. His mother explained that the guy's father was also a genius, but unfortunately underwent a qi deviation while practicing an ancient technique and lost all his power. In desperation, the man left for this city to live an ordinary life and then met her. However, the lad's grandfather soon organized an engagement for his father. It was an insult to the guy mother and father, and the guy father chose the guy mother over the family. This kind of behavior made the grandfather very angry, so the father was completely banished from the family, and soon after they had Shen Ye. The guy was even surprised that whether the parents were going to tell him their love story. The father admitted that the reason why they now decided to tell him about the past is because the guy's talent is already beyond the ordinary people. The father noted that if they came and asked the grandfather to recognize his grandson, the grandfather would certainly agree. Then the guy would become a descendant of an aristocratic family and would be able to enjoy better resources and privileges. His father reminded him that the family's legacy is incalculable and unattainable, and if a guy joins the martial arts company, he won't be able to touch the family secrets. The parents decided to give the guy the right to choose. They asked him not to worry, because whatever happened, they would support his choice. The guy was glad that in this life he had such understanding parents. He didn't hesitate about his choice and immediately said that he wanted to join the martial arts company. His mom was surprised, but his dad immediately accepted the guy's choice. Mom was worried about the guy. She was ready to beg the grandfather to accept the guy into the family, and once the guy was accepted into the family, he would no longer have any worries in his life. However, Shenya said with a smile that he didn't want them to ask his grandfather. Besides, since his father had done well, he could do well on his own. His father once again expressed that he respected the guy's decision. The mum was also happy that her son had grown up like this. His parents had only gone to the family a few times over the years. He now realized that every time they returned, one part of them treated them well, and the other part of the family looked at them with cold contempt. The only joyful moments in Shenye's life were when he used to play with his friends as a child. Although he was used to the coldness and ruthlessness of people in his past life, only now was he able to feel real, genuine love for himself. Soon Chen said that they had signed all the documents and welcomed the guy to the martial arts company. The guy thought that a heartless family like Shen was no use to them. Chen informed that in a few days, Shen Ye would have to participate in the entrance exams of the top 3 academies. Therefore, Chen wanted the guy to temporarily live at the company headquarters. He asked the guy's family what they thought of this decision. The mom thought it was a good option, because her son would be able to enter one of the top 3 academies. Although she was worried about her son, she told her son not to worry because he would definitely be able to perform at his best. Shen Ye finally asked Chen Rushan to take care of him with a smile. What does Zhao Yibing, who wanted to set him up and be higher in the exam at any cost, think about his getting into the martial arts company and his future entrance into one of the top 3 academies? Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing was typing something on her phone. She had already started to create a title for the video that would attract others and make the video go viral. She wrote about the best student of the year failing one exam and freaking out, and then that the police had intervened in the matter. The girl was happy that she managed to upload the video and that the video where the guy beat up other students attracted a lot of attention and criticism. On top of that, she specifically went to the hospital and took pictures of Sun Ming. She was so happy that Shen Ye would soon get what he deserved. She was so happy that finally the guy's reputation would be severely damaged. But now she would be the only one left at the top. She asked that the guy not blame her for this. After all, this was his fate. The girl anticipated that from now on, Shen Ye would not be able to enter high school, would not be able to learn techniques, would not receive armor and weapons, medicines and pills. In addition, now thanks to her endeavors, the guy would not receive an inheritance. She believed that from now on, the guy would be a trash like Sun Ming and the rest, and only she would be the abyss that the others couldn't jump over. At that moment, a notification arrived on her phone. When she opened the notification, she found that the administration of the platform where she had posted had informed her that the content of the video the girl had posted was recognized as defamation. Therefore, the website had already removed her video. In this message, the administration of the platform also advised her to stop spreading rumors. Otherwise, martial arts company reserves the right to hold the girl accountable. Zhao Yibing was outraged. After all, how could this be slander? She didn't understand because no one had any proof that the guy acted in self-defense. She couldn't believe it. The girl didn't understand why the organization cared about this video. Zhao Yibing decided to check what the school had done about the incident. However, when she went to the school's website, she found an announcement in which the principal congratulated Shen Ye for signing a contract with the organization early. The website also said that the guy had received invitations from 5 key schools in the province. The girl crouched down on the floor as she felt her powerlessness. She couldn't believe it since she was already so close to success. Zhao Yibing wanted to know how the guy was able to sign a contract with the organization and why he was chosen. After a while, Shen Ye arrived at the martial arts company, whose building was a high-rise building. Chen Rushan told the guy that the news from the police had arrived and that everything was over. Many people were killed in the battle that took place. Nevertheless, representatives of the authorities gave rewards to those who survived. Shen Ye thought that it was quite a gruesome affair. Qian discovered that even he himself received 5 merits for killing. The guy didn't understand what these merits meant. Then Qian explained to him that merits could be used as currency to exchange for special items, such as battle techniques, materials, and weapons. In addition, the man pointed out that Shen Ye was also supposed to receive a reward for the information, but at that time he had not joined the company yet, so he was left with empty pockets. Hearing this news, the guy was even a little upset. However, at that moment, a message arrived on his phone. The message said that the guy had made an important contribution in this battle, and to encourage young people, the government had adopted a reward method. His award had been sent, and so he was asked to come to the company building soon to receive the award. The message was sent to him by the Federation of World Government, or to be more precise, the Combat Merit and Armed Forces Administration. The guy was surprised that there was an award meant for him as well. He couldn't wait to find out what kind of award he had been given. Soon the elevator doors opened on the 105th floor of the building. Qian Rushan told him that middle school students are only laying the foundation, and only in high school do they learn real professional techniques. So their study is a good way, although not perfect. Shen Ye, on the other hand, mentioned that he lacked attack techniques, and after all, he had already been tripped up several times, and if he was unlucky, he would have been killed long ago. Qian Rushan understood his worries, so he decided that the guy should not go out for the time being, and Qian Rushan was going to investigate the matter. At this moment, the girl approached Qian Rushan and informed him that their investigation into the incident was over. The guy was surprised that the investigation was completed so quickly. Qian Rushan was also glad that the investigation was over. He informed Shen Ye that Shen Ye was a member of the company from now on, and that the guy was given a monthly salary to spend as he wished. The butler-like man asked the guy to ask him questions if he had any. Qian Rushan also said that when the guy finished his studies, he would bring the guy in and show him the department. For now, he explained that Shen Ye can move around freely and treat this place as his home. Shen Ye politely thanked the man for the guidance and explanation. After a while, the guy went to his room. A girl in the room contacted him through the monitor. The girl immediately said hello to Shen Ye. She also informed him that her name was Xu Mulin. The girl congratulated the guy on joining martial arts company, noting that the guy was awesome. She was older than him, so she decided to call him little brother. As the guy sat on the bed, the girl kept telling him a lot of things from the monitor screen. She politely thanked the guy for what he was doing. Xu Mulin also shared that she hoped the guy would study hard, improve his strength, and become a very cool person. She told him that the world is very dangerous, but it is worth it for them to fight hard together. The girl suddenly remembered that she had even prepared VIP tickets to the concert for him, so she would wait for him there. In general, the girl tried in every possible way to cheer him up and inspire him to new endeavors and feats. The guy was surprised because Xu Mulin is a celebrity that the real Shen Ye really likes. Looking around, Shen Ye was surprised. Everything in his new room, from the colors to the bedding, clothes, and exercise supplies, almost everything is to the real Shen Ye's liking. However, he corrected his speech by pointing out that these were all things that Shen Ye liked. He was surprised that it was all for the sake of some new recruit and for the sake of increasing strength. He was now on the roof of the 105th floor of a skyscraper. Looking down, he was well aware that many people would like to stay in this place, on top of the clouds. Many people would like to see the wind, and also many people would like to know if that guy in the clouds was definitely a real hero. Looking at all this serene atmosphere on the roof of the building, Shen Ye made an important decision. He decided that he would dive back into Nightmare World at 11 o'clock tonight to get a new title. He needed to become stronger. The entrance exams were going to start in a few days, so he didn't want to be expelled. As soon as 11 o'clock in the evening appeared on the clock, the guy immediately opened the gate. Opening the door, he was shocked, not realizing what had happened to the giant skeleton. The guy stood at the door, realizing that he couldn't just walk in, or else it might affect the terms of the title. The giant skeleton noticed the guy's arrival and immediately recognized him. With his last strength, he asked the guy to help him or else he would die. He tried to find out what happened to the skeleton while standing outside the door and not entering the Nightmare World. In addition, he noted that he was not a healer. Then the giant skeleton clearly indicated that he needed those pills that Shen Ye had given him earlier. The giant skeleton was still holding out hope that the guy still had those pills. However, Shen Ye admitted that he did not have the pills with him. The giant skeleton realized that it was all over for him. There was no way he expected to die in such a place, thinking it was all absurd. In the end, the guy realized that the skeleton was not a bad partner, so he decided to try to save him after all. He asked the skeleton to hold out a little longer while he thought of a way to save him. From his last strength, the skeleton asked the guy to hurry up. And at this moment, Shen Ye closed the door behind him, as well as the last hope of salvation for the giant skeleton. Fern continued to wait, but it had been 2 hours since the guy had left, so he realized he was definitely done for. At that moment, the door in the nightmare world started to appear again. Opening the door, the guy complained that he was incredibly sweaty, and he also extremely disliked that the door was too small and he couldn't enter with his luggage. The skeleton had already even started cursing at the guy. Shen Ye explained to him that in order to save the skeleton, he had to go broke. He bought a huge fish vat filled with grape sugar and calcium gluconate solution and liquid calcium. The guy was extremely unhappy that he had to spend all his money. He thought that if the skeleton could climb up and lie in the vat of its contents, he could regain his strength. The guy wondered if the skeleton had any ideas on how to realize something like that. The skeleton, on the other hand, didn't know what he should do in this situation. However, that wasn't all. The entire corridor in the nightmare world suddenly began to shake and crumble. The guy couldn't understand what was even happening. Fern, on the other hand, understood everything perfectly, complaining that they were about to rush in here. Shen Ye couldn't understand who he was talking about, and then Fern informed him that it was humans and elves. There was a secret passage in the corridor, and outside was a secret graveyard that the humans and elves were attacking right now. The battle wasn't over yet, but the skeleton was incredibly weak right now. The skeleton threw a spatial ring to the guy, asking him to quickly put the ring on his finger, as the skeleton needed to recover as soon as possible. As soon as the guy put the ring on his finger, the skeleton said something and was literally pulled into the ring. At that moment, there was an explosion, but the guy had just about managed to close the door and then told the gate to close. He was shocked, for if he had hesitated just a little more, he might have been hit by the shockwave, and then he would have been killed. Looking at the ring on his hand, he asked if the skeleton was here. Fern answered in the affirmative. He also said that the spatial ring could not store living beings, but he was not a living being but a spirit. Shen Ye had guessed before that the skeleton still had trumps up its sleeves. The skeleton didn't even think of showing him the ring. The skeleton asked as the guy sent a vat of liquid into the spatial ring. He figured that if he could jump in there, he could soak in the liquid. Shen Ye quickly noticed that Fern was actually not an ordinary skeleton. Starting from the elf village, he had already harbored suspicions about Fern's real identity. In addition, he couldn't fully understand who else could have traveled, accompanied by 3 of his own kind to kill the enemy leader. He admitted that although he didn't like to pry into other people's secrets, much less tell them how to live and what to do, Fern should repay him if he had saved him. The skeleton got straight to the point, asking what the guy wanted from him. Shen Ye confidently stated that he wanted to go to his world. Fern was incredibly surprised. He thought that the guy should have already realized how fierce the battle was. It turns out it's as if the guy is looking for his death. Skeleton admitted that he respected the guy's privacy, but the powerful treasures he could give the guy had almost exhausted their power, so his help to the guy was too limited. Shen Ye reminded the skeleton that he was introducing himself as a trophy collector from the battlefield. Enjoying lying in the vat of liquid, the skeleton asked the guy not to ask him any further unnecessary questions about the presence of any items, because he was responsible for looting after the battle and was unlikely to find anything good. And the real treasures are the ones that are taken by the enemy immediately after their owners are killed. Shen Ye remembered that there was a graveyard outside the secret passage, so if he could pretend to be an undead warrior and walk around the battlefield, he might be able to get a new title. So he asked the skeleton if the skeleton had undead warrior items that would allow him to hide his human energy. Fern pondered over the guy's words, and then he started going through his things that were also in the spatial ring, and then a large number of things spilled out of the ring. Looking at these things, the guy was not enthusiastic. He began to complain that the skeleton only had broken copper and iron debris, as if the skeleton was picking up trash. However, the skeleton was against this opinion of the guy. He pointed out that these armor scraps were a harsh reminder of the horrors of war. Therefore, the skeleton asked the guy to dig through this so-called trash, as there might be some things that the guy could use. With great difficulty, the guy managed to find at least some armor. Plus, he found a token that said it was for summoning a skeleton horse. The skeleton quickly noticed that the guy was already emitting undead energy. However, he also prepared a mask for the guy, which could be useful for the guy. Shen Ye did not understand what this mask was for. Then the skeleton explained that this mask would help the guy stabilize the top-level deadly energy. He advised the guy to wear the mask with the rest of his equipment, because only then the other undead wouldn't be able to see him. As soon as the guy put the mask on his face, the skeleton quickly noticed that the guy now looked like a real undead warrior. He even pointed out that if the guy uses a token, he might be able to summon a skeleton horse. Thinking about it, Shen Ye even made a joke to himself. After all, he would get on the skeleton horse and pretend to be an undead warrior, and if danger arose, he would run away. He even thought about the fact that now anyone who saw him could call him Ghost Rider. After completing all his preparations, the guy summoned the gate. The skeleton asked the guy to try not to really die. After all, if the ring on the hand of the already dead guy is stolen, then the skeleton will definitely fall into the clutches of the enemy. Opening the door and feeling the stench coming from behind the door, as if death itself looked into his soul and everything around was imbued with the aura of death. The guy told the skeleton that he would try not to die. The skeleton can only hope that the guy can survive, and his bones will be able to receive the long-awaited calcium from the world where Shen Ye lives for a long time to come. Walking through the door, the guy found himself in a place where everything was incredibly ruined. He remembered that he had gotten a sword from the elves last time, so he thought that this sword would come in handy for defense now. The guy found a loophole leading upwards from under the rubble. However, as soon as he climbed through the breach in the rubble, the military spears were pointed in his direction. The guy was surprised, for there were many people in front of him. He didn't expect to see so many people here, as he thought this was an undead camp. Shen Ye had no way of knowing that the undead would lose to humans so quickly. He immediately decided to take off the mask that helped him hide his humanity and shouted that he was also human and that they were on the same side. The guy tried to convince them of this. However, he failed to convince them, and the man with one eye didn't listen to him and immediately tried to chop down the undead that was plotting against them. Shen Ye managed to take out his blade and block the man's attack. The man was amazed as he recognized the blade in the guy's hands and that it was Nightshade. The guy was even surprised to hear the man talk about Nightshade. Nightshade is a special blade belonging to humans. White rank. Feature sharpness. One of the types of short blades for piercing enemies, it was titled Silent Sanctity. Silent Sanctity, only a human scout whose soul has never been tainted by the undead can wield the Nightshade blade. If one wields this blade, one gains a special privilege that makes one gain the favor of those around them. After that, the man extended his hand to Shen Ye to help him up. He stated that only a person with a pure soul could wield the Nightshade, so the man realized that the guy was also human. He told the others to continue exploring the undead remains. The man was the captain. The captain inquired if the guy needed help. The guy was surprised by the hand gesture the man showed him. Such a gesture meant, "I love you," which surprised the guy. He couldn't understand why everyone in this world was so gullible. He noticed, however, that despite the gesture, the captain kept his eyes on the mask in his hands. So he concluded that he might have misinterpreted the captain's gesture and that the gesture actually had some other meaning. His thoughts went somewhere far away, and he speculated that this gesture of the captain might have indicated some kind of problem. Shen Ye was not surprised, because obviously the skeleton mask in his hands would greatly disturb the captain. He even noticed again that the skeleton had set him up this time too, so he threatened to deal with the skeleton later. There was no choice, so he showed the same gesture that the captain had shown him earlier. He stated to the captain that he was in quite a predicament, so he would not refuse the captain's help. The captain's face was covered in cold sweat as he stated that he would give the guy a combat bag. Shen Ye was glad that he was able to make contact. He thanked the man, promising that he would repay his help next time. The captain informed him that his name was Roman. At this moment, many warriors were told to immediately disperse as an important lump was approaching. A male nobleman approached them on a horse. The man yelled unhappily at Roman, not understanding why they were still standing there. He was displeased, noting that they didn't have that much time. Roman informed him that he had met a fellow outside the tomb on the way. He spoke as if to imply that the guy was a spy. The nobleman stated that since the guy appeared from the tomb, he was definitely a servant of the undead. so he ordered the guy to be captured. Roman tried to stop the man, noting that the guy was holding Nightshade. However, the nobleman told him to shut up. He stated that he knew that those who were able to use Nightshade could also be servants of the undead. Therefore, he wanted to understand what the guy's mission was. Hopefully, he wouldn't test him the same way one aristocrat tested Griffith. Shen Ye was extremely dissatisfied with the man's remarks. He inquired who the man was and why he was asking about his mission. The old man was even amused by the guy's tone. He claimed to be the lord of the Southern Legion Palace. Therefore, he was amused that some guy in front of him dared to ask his name. The old man promised that he wouldn't kill the guy first, but would torture him to extract all the information the guy had. Shen Ye did not hold back, declaring that the man in front of him was a real pervert, and that he would definitely memorize the man. At the same instant, he summoned a gate right under his feet. The warriors immediately tried to attack it, led by their master. However, when the dust from the attack settled, there was no one else at the point of their attack. The old man was surprised, not understanding where the guy had gone and whether the guy had just vaporized. But one of the warriors thought that there must be some secret passage in this place. Roman admitted that he had heard that some mercenaries were also involved in this war. He also heard that these mercenaries are real masters who know how to hide in the shadows and specialize in assassinations. As if deciding to scare, Roman also added that it turns out the man had pissed off one of these mercenaries. As soon as the nobleman heard about mercenaries who specialized in assassinations, his face immediately became covered with cold sweat. He was afraid that the guy might suddenly attack him and kill him, and that the outcome of the battle would change immediately. Therefore, the cowardly nobleman immediately told the others to retreat. Shen Ye meanwhile passed through the door in the ceiling and landed on the floor of his new room. He angrily remarked that he had memorized this perverted old man and that he would not allow any more attacks in his direction. He even praised himself that placing the gate on the ground beforehand had been a good idea, or else he'd be in trouble now. He immediately turned to the skeleton and wondered why it had set him up again. After all, he could have theoretically taken his life a few moments ago, but the skeleton asked him not to blame him because he couldn't have known that people had already reached these lands. The skeleton thought that everything had ended quite well. As soon as the skeleton said this, a notification appeared in front of the guy. The system informed him that the guy had been given a new title. He had been given the title One of Us, Green Quality. The system informed why it had rated him that way. Being human, he was getting a quality rating of at least white. The guy was also capable of making full use of his surroundings and borrowing power from allies, overcoming any difficulties and troubles. However, for some reason, the guy was extremely unhappy that he had only received a green quality title again. The system also reported that this was the second time the guy had received the green quality. According to the guy's current abilities, if he received a green quality title the next time, he would be able to earn a triple ordinary man's grade. Using such a skill would lead to hidden abilities and new paths to pass through. The system clarified that the guy only has one opportunity to obtain a hidden ability, so the guy should proceed with extreme caution. Shen Ye began to ponder over the words of the system. After all, it turns out that if it was the same title quality 3 times, he would get a new skill. It turns out that he needs to obtain the green quality title one more time. But if he fails this test, he will lose the chance to unlock the hidden skill. Looking at the battle bag he received, the guy couldn't figure out how he could obtain the same quality title again. Based on the description, in a critical situation, he would need to borrow strength from the surroundings. Shen Ye began to recall the events that had happened before, trying to analyze the situation. He thought about how he had managed to obtain such a title last time. He remembered that no matter whether it was an elf village or an undead battlefield, he had always been in someone else's territory, and others had always helped him. Now he finally understood the clue to obtaining the title. The guy even scoffed at himself, because doing something like this definitely wouldn't be easy, and it was already like he was walking on a knife's edge. However, he rejected the idea of just continuing to wander, because he would most likely run into the undead. Therefore, he decided to give up on the hidden technique, preferring his life. At that moment, he heard someone ringing his doorbell. After that, he was informed that someone had come to see him. He was informed that a girl who introduced herself as Luo Feichuan's relative had come to see him. The company had confirmed the girl's identity, so now they were asking the guy if he was willing to talk to her. Shen Ye was greatly surprised that Luo Feichuan's relative came to see him. Luo Feichuan had died because of him, as he had saved the guy at the cost of his own life, so the guy's conscience didn't allow him to refuse to meet the officer's relative. After that, he agreed to meet the girl and was told that the meeting would be held on the 50th floor. The guy hoped that he would be able to help the family of the deceased Luo Feichuan in some way. After a while, he went down to the 50th floor, where he found a girl with long hair. The guy politely inquired why she was looking for him. He immediately discovered with his eyes that the girl had earned the title of Great Swordswoman. The girl greeted him, informing him that her name was Xiao Mengyu and that she was Luo Feichuan's younger sister. She also revealed that she had come here to find out something. The guy was still amazed by the girl's title. He had seen so many people, but he had never seen such a title before, neither among the undead nor the elves. The girl was the first person he had ever seen with such a title. The guy remembered that Qian Rushan seemed to have talked about her when talking to someone on the phone. The girl reported with coldness in her voice that her brother had tracked down the assassin who had been stalking the guy, and that when they clashed in a fight, the brother's weapon malfunctioned, leading to his death. She said she had already found the people involved in the breakdown of her brother's weapon, and also that these people turned out to be his co-workers. The girl clarified that their motive was jealousy of her brother's achievements. She then coldly confessed that she had killed all those who had contributed to her brother's death. The guy was amazed at such a lightning-fast reaction of the girl in front of him. Shen Ye remembered that Qian Rushan had said that the traitors would be extremely hard to deal with. The girl had agreed with his words, but still reported that she had eliminated them. The guy was surprised. Did the girl really kill the other two involved as well? The girl admitted that he was thinking right. Shen Ye gradually calmed down, fully realizing that the great swordswoman in front of him. Xiao Mengyu admitted with a note of sadness in her voice that her brother was a man of limited talent, so she hoped that after graduation he would find a good job, then find a wife and become a lineage continuer. Initially, everything went according to her plan because she wanted her brother to be safe. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about at all because he thought Luo Feichuan was a genius. Eventually, however, her brother was dastardly murdered, tied up and hidden in a closet. Xiao Mengyu, as if seeking approval for her actions, wondered why the guy was silent. She thought that if others dared to bully her brother like that, why couldn't she take revenge on them? The guy's face covered with cold sweat as he admitted that he thought that maybe the girl would be arrested for such an act. Now the girl understood the guy's thoughts better. She knew that although the guy carried the surname Shen, he had never lived in an aristocratic family, so he didn't understand her actions. Xiao Mengyu admitted that no matter how ordinary her brother was, he was still a member of an aristocratic family, but he died a miserable death by some assassin. She explained that she had spoken on behalf of the Luo family, wanting justice, so she was well aware that no one would rebuke her or say anything to her. The girl even said that her mother's surname was Xiao, and she took her mother's surname. The guy understandably asked the girl to continue. Xiao Mengyu questioned the assassin, but as it turned out, the assassin didn't even know that he had killed a Luo family member and didn't know who the customer was. Now all the suspects were dead, and the trail ended at this place. Finally, the girl moved from the backstory to the current situation. She said that she came to the guy to ask him if he had any clues as to who wanted to kill him. The girl wanted to know the suspects. Any guesses? She even stated that the guy could give her a few names and she would deal with the rest on her own. However, Shen Ye had to disappoint her as he did not have any leads. He thought she had probably had enough revenge for her brother already, but it wasn't enough for the girl. Pulling her sword out of its sheath, she promised that she would find the customer who wanted to kill the guy. They had despicably killed her brother, so she wasn't going to stop there, but was going to eliminate not only the assassins, but also the customers. After that, she swung her sword and revealed the night sky as if cutting through the clouds. The girl said that only after her revenge could her brother rest in peace. Looking up at the sky, the guy was amazed. He couldn't fully understand what she had just done and how she had managed to cut the sky in half. After all, he didn't even see her draw her sword. Xiao Mengyu advised him to think hard, hoping that the guy had just missed some minor details. She reminded him that the guy was from the Shen family, so he could possibly have conflicts with other members of aristocratic families. The girl practically begged not to give up on the guy's investigation, because even if the enemy was strong or his influence was great, the guy could always turn to her for help. With sadness, Shen Ye admitted that his family didn't maintain a bond with the Shen family, so he doesn't have any ties with other clans. However, he admitted that he heard strange sounds in the hospital, so maybe someone was eavesdropping on him. The girl directly lit up, hoping to find some witnesses to what was going on. She was going to get on the case. Turning around and heading for the exit, the girl thanked the guy for any leads. The guy wished her a happy journey. At the same instant, Chen Rushan appeared behind the guy, who looked up at the sky and noted what a terrifying blade the girl possessed. He also said that when the girl arrived, he asked her if she was going to attack the guy. Chen was afraid that the girl might have taken revenge on the guy for Luo Feichuan's death, but he was glad that his fears were not confirmed and everything went well. Chen Rushan shared that Xiao Mengyu was the most outstanding heiress of the Luo family generation, and that even among the great clans, she was an outstanding person. Shen Ye was more interested in her age, so he asked if she was studying or already working. Chen pointed out that the girl was the same age as the guy, and that she was also entering high school this year. The man tried to cheer the guy up. He asked the guy not to worry about what happened, pointing out that kids from powerful families usually have a lot of secrets. They receive special training from an early age, so their strength often surpasses that of their peers. He also added that if Shen Ye had been raised in the Shen family since childhood, he would not be much weaker than Xiao Mengyu. However, the guy wasn't worried about it at all. Trying to cover his mouth with his hand, he yawned. The guy reported that he was actually thrilled because the girl was on his side, and that once he managed to find the customer, the girl would be able to help him. Continuing to yawn, he informed the man that he needed to get some sleep. Chen Rushan let him go, informing him that he would hire some teachers to help him prepare for his exams tomorrow. He was once just an ordinary guy, but now problems are appearing one after another in his new life. As soon as he returned to his room, all his contrived calmness vanished in a flash. He was very impressed by Xiao Mengyu's demonstrated strength. He already knew that the descendants of noble families were strong, but today he could feel the difference between him and the girl who grew up in a noble family. Aristocrats occupied the highest ranks in human civilization, so today's conversation with the girl reinforced his belief that someone from a noble family wanted to kill him. With a slight movement of the hand, they could throw away some money that they could hire assassins from the Assassin's Guild and easily take his life. After thinking about this situation, the guy came to the conclusion that he needed to learn some attack techniques as soon as possible. He realized that not every time great swordswoman would stand up for him, so he needed to do something about the situation he was in. After that, the guy tried to communicate with the skeleton, wondering if he still had any nightmare crystals left that would help him get stronger. In the end, he could only rely on himself. He once again asked the skeleton if he had any skill-enhancing crystals. However, the skeleton informed him that he only had crystals for strengthening undead skills, and they definitely wouldn't suit the guy. This left the guy perplexed, so he wondered where the skeleton then got the moonlit deer walk that the guy had previously used. But as it turned out, it was an accidental discovery by the skeleton. Shen Ye was frustrated, realizing that it looked like he would only learn attacking techniques after entering the academy. He didn't want to wait that long, after all, not to mention his pursuers. He needed to take his exams soon, and with his current level, he could hardly compete with the kids from rich families. Only now he remembered that he never had time to look at the backpack Roman had given him. Inside the backpack, he found dry rations, a first aid kit. He kept looking, expecting to find something interesting. Suddenly, incredibly excited, the guy pulled out a nightmare crystal from the backpack. He instantly used nightmare crystal, hoping that he would come across some good skill. However, a message appeared in front of him that the Shadow Hand Brotherhood had set up an intelligence transfer point where the army was stationed. If the guy sees a tent with 3 daggers standing upright, he can approach and accept the quest. It was also reported that the Shadow Hand was waiting for his message. The guy was extremely disappointed that Nightmare Crystal didn't have the skill. Skeleton, on the other hand, was amused, noting that it looked like Roman had mistaken the guy for a Shadow Hand member. He'd already gotten the title today, so there was simply no other title he could get. even if he returned to Nightmare World. So the guy decided that he had gotten the perfect chance to do some research. Shen Ye tried to find out where the skeleton had found the armor that the guy had previously used. The skeleton told him that he found it near a secret passage, but he didn't remember exactly where. But he wondered why the guy would want to know that. Unfortunately for the guy, the undead land beyond the secret passage had already been taken over by the human army soldiers, and the guy was planning to go to Nightmare World once again. So he wondered if the skeleton had any human equipment. The skeleton didn't refuse him immediately, starting to search for the necessary equipment. Pretty quickly, he found what the guy was asking for. After dressing the guy in his gear, the skeleton informed him that the guy would pretend to be a soldier standing guard over the border. He then pointed out to the lad that the head depicted on the shield was the emblem of the state. The people in the Rhinelands were almost exterminated by the undead, so it was unlikely that anyone would suspect anything if the guy pretended to be a survivor of the state. Shen Ye was also curious about what kind of crystal was in his hand. The skeleton told him that the crystal contained a request for help from Lord Rhine, a symbol of faith, and that the crystal would come in handy for the guy when he went out to the humans. Opening the door to Nightmare World, the guy admitted that he didn't understand at all why the skeleton showed such concern for him. But the skeleton informed that since the guy had saved him, he would like to repay him for his kindness. However, the guy pointed out that if the skeleton didn't tell him the truth, he would deprive him of his calcium. Then the skeleton finally admitted that he would benefit if the guy reached a certain position and could buy back the materials that would help the skeleton heal. Shen Ye was satisfied that the skeleton had revealed his true motives. After that, he passed through the door and took a step into the Nightmare World. Meanwhile, in Nightmare World, many soldiers died in the battle against the undead. One of the soldiers found one soldier still alive on the battlefield. He immediately shouted to the others that he had found a wounded man. The other men rushed towards him. They kept encouraging the wounded guy, saying that the chief healer was not far away, and that the man should hold out until he arrived and then he could be cured. Shen Ye was watching them at this time, hiding behind a tree. He realized that the soldiers were still on the battlefield, so he could not act rashly. After all, if his cover was blown before the current, he knew everything, the situation would go down a bad scenario. As he continued to hide from people, he noticed that there were so many dead, so he had a good chance to get some information from them. He turned around and noticed that he was hiding behind a giant undead warrior. He then activated his Dark Whispers skill, telling the undead to wake up and answer some questions. The undead's eyes suddenly lit up with green flames. The guy showed the giant undead the mask that was in his hands and asked if he knew anything about the mask. But the giant undead didn't know anything about the mask. Not getting a positive answer to his question, the guy told the giant undead to rest, and he himself ran on. After that, he ran from one undead to another, asking the same question, but the answer to his question was always negative. Finally, he crouched behind a rock, complaining that he was searching like a needle in a haystack. He accidentally touched something soft, and when he looked to see what it was, he was surprised. He hadn't expected to see a werewolf here. He was glad, though, because a werewolf's sense of smell must be very keen, so maybe a werewolf would make it easier for him to find one. Using his Dark Whispers skill on the werewolf, the guy asked if the dog had ever seen the mask in his hands, or if he had ever smelled a similar scent. The werewolf stated that he had seen the mask and that it belonged to Centurion, the man whose hand lay not far from his. All that was left of the man was only one arm. The werewolf also resented the guy calling him dog, since he was a wolf. It was as if the guy didn't hear him, and after praising him, he called him dog again. The werewolf was outraged, continuing to claim that he was not a dog, but a wolf. Once they approached the arm, the skeleton assumed that the man had been hit by some large-scale magic. There was only one arm left of the man, so Shen Ye didn't fully understand if the Dark Whispers skill would work if only the arm was left. After using Dark Whispers, the guy wondered if the man had appeared here. Suddenly, the hand trembled, then lifted up and made a gesture that the guy had previously demonstrated while talking to Roman. The guy rejoiced, for it was the shadow hand sign, so he had picked the right person and that the man was most likely the owner of the mask. The overjoyed Shen Ye wondered if the man could tell him anything. The hand crawled away and pointed one direction. After following the hand, the guy found a boot nearby next to the stones. As he approached the boot and took it in his hand, The guy covered his nose with his other hand, as he could no longer stand the horrible stench that came from the boot. Looking inside the boot, he noticed that there was something inside the boot. Shaking out the boot, a note and some small object fell into his hand. The system reported that the guy had found enough special items, so he unlocked the Item Lore Auxiliary ability. Thanks to this ability, the guy could now see the description of the items. In his hand, he held Night Shadow Insignia, blue quality, superior. The Night Shadow Insignia was engraved with a pattern of arcane runes, with the power of which a special weapon could be activated. If the owner of the item didn't have a suitable weapon, the Night Shadow Insignia would become mere junk. The guy thought about the part of the item's description that mentioned weapons. He immediately thought of his Nightshade blade, which glowed as soon as he got it. As soon as Night Shadow Insignia connected with Nightshade, the system announced that the item had been upgraded. Nightshade had leveled up to Nightfall. Now in his hand was Nightfall, an exclusive dagger for human assassins. Blue quality, superior. Properties: sharp, advanced, piercing, advanced, bleeding, advanced. This assassin's dagger is endowed with the blessing of shadow from the Shadowhand Brotherhood. Only assassins of high rank can wield it. Shadow Blessing: this dagger emits a unique power signature indicating the status of the wielder and allows the wielder to perform tasks for the Shadowhand Brotherhood and receive rewards. At the end, it was stated that the shadows protect all who stand for justice. Looking at the Nightfall in his hand, Shen Ye was incredibly happy. He had absolutely never expected to be able to pump his weapon so easily. After that, he turned his attention to the note that he also took out from his boot. The note contained a notice from the mandatory Undead Truth Check. The Shadow Brotherhood was notifying all brothers and sisters that the Human Empire and the Elf Kingdom had released a large-scale assignment. It was possible to trade information about the unusual undead activity for generous rewards. The organization was asking everyone to go to the battlefield and fight for a common cause. Glancing at the note and trying to cover his nose from the horrible stench that came from his boots, the guy was surprised that the assignment was from Shadowhand. The crystal that Roman had given him indicated that the tent with the 3 short daggers was the location of Shadowhand. The guy now realized that Roman was also a member of Shadowhand, and that when he saw the guy and especially the mask in his hands, he wanted to help him. Shen Ye rejoiced at the information from the note. After all, exchanging information about the undead for a generous reward was the easiest thing to do. So he woke up one of the undead with dark whispers and told him to tell him about the unusual undead activity. But to his surprise, the undead reported that they knew nothing about the unusual undead activity. He then told the other undead to answer the same question. However, the undead in front of him also did not know the answer to his question. They explained that they didn't know anything as they were just ordinary soldiers who could only fight. Shen Ye was disappointed, for a seemingly easy task for him had become problematic. Suddenly, the skeleton confessed that he could actually give some information to the guy himself. The guy's mood immediately changed when he remembered that he had his own undead. Nevertheless, he wondered if the skeleton was sure he wanted to share information with him. It was about the undead to which the skeleton belonged, so the guy assumed that the skeleton could deceive him and give him false information. While bathing in the calcium water, the skeleton admitted that even though he belonged to the undead, they were all incredibly angry with him. Shen Ye remembered how the other undead treated him when he took the skeleton's place in infiltrating the elf village. He realized that the skeleton seemed to have a hard time among the undead. The guy inquired as to what information the skeleton possessed, awesome or ordinary. The skeleton explained that he couldn't say too much. After all, he was just an ordinary worker. And if he passed on unique information, the undead might start an investigation and he would be at risk. In the end, he revealed that he had information that could bring the guy a worthy reward. The guy was eager to get the information from the skeleton. Then the skeleton told him that the undead were using new components to improve artillery, and it could increase the power of fire cannons by 20% and the firing frequency by 10%. Shen Ye felt that this was quite valuable information. However, the skeleton admitted that the higher echelons were actually already aware of this information and just hadn't reported it anywhere yet. With slow steps, the guy headed towards the humans, intending to get the reward for the information. He was glad, because he hadn't done much of anything. After a while, he noticed that there was a human camp nearby, so according to Shadow Hand's assignment, he had to go there. Skeleton noticed that the army was looking for the wounded on the battlefield, so he suggested that the guy pretend to be wounded and then the people would bring him to the camp themselves. The lad found this plan ingenious, but first he inquired about the medical situation on the battlefield. The skeleton admitted that the effects of human medicine were the best, better even than the elves, but you could only take advantage of all this if you had money. Shen Ye was amazed that even on the battlefield you had to carry money with you. The skeleton told him that with money you could even restore a skull. The skeleton didn't say anything about undead medicine for some reason, so the guy directly asked him about it. The skeleton ended up telling him that they usually make those almost dead die. The guy was a little surprised that the undead don't heal their fighters at all, but based on the calculations, it was too troublesome to heal the undead. The undead needed a special spell. They needed to sacrifice other humans to heal the undead. Although this method could allow the undead to instantly recover, but the price was the lives of other creatures. Therefore, usually only high-ranking undead could use this technique, and ordinary warriors were not allowed to use it. After listening to the skeleton's explanation, Shen Ye agreed with him that humans were the best healers. However, he didn't have any money on him to pretend to be injured. The skeleton admitted that he did have money. The guy was glad that he had money after all. After that, he had a brilliant idea, at least he thought so himself. He walked up to the giant undead and took a giant hammer from the undead's hand, while changing all his characteristics to strength. The skeleton had absolutely no idea what the guy was up to. The smirking guy only pointed out that if he couldn't make a sound after his maneuver, then the skeleton should help him. The skeleton was shocked at his idea. However, the guy wasn't listening to him anymore, and a giant hammer fell on him. The guy screamed in pain as the giant hammer crushed him to the ground. The skeleton didn't understand why the guy made such a performance, and the guy, in turn, asked the skeleton if he liked his acting. Shen Ye grabbed a rock and began to pound it on his shield, calling for help. He was lucky that the men were not too far away from the place, and they could hear his cries for help. The men rushed to the screams, calling for everyone's help since the injured man was there. They encouraged the guy, telling him to hang in there, and that they would help him. Will the guy's acting work, or will he be exposed pretty quickly and put in jail or have his head on a spade? Shen Ye was soon carried to the human camp, where the girl proceeded to heal him using magic. In the blink of an eye, the seriously injured fellow was cured of all the damage he had sustained. After that, the girl turned to her lord and informed him that she had finished healing the lad and that he would soon feel better. The girl was allowed to leave them, noting that she would be rewarded soon. Shen Ye plugged in his acting, as if just regaining consciousness, he wondered where he was even. A blond man ran up to him and tried to support the body of the injured guy. He noted that the guy was safe now and that he was now in the human camp. Shen Ye continued to barely utter words, wondering who was in front of him. The blond guy admitted that the guy in front of him was Prince Norton. The prince noticed that the shield that was with the guy displayed the emblem of a fierce hound. Therefore, the prince inquired if the guy was a resident of Rhine. In a barely audible voice, the guy expressed his joy that he had finally found the prince. He added that the Rhinelands had been overrun by the undead, so he asked Prince Norton for help. After that, he held out a crystal to the prince, informing him that the crystal contained which he was obliged to give to the prince. The old man behind the prince took the crystal from the guy's hands and then used magic to read the information from the crystal. The old man opened the crystal and noticed that Lord Lawrence of Rhine was there, asking for someone to send troops to bail out the Rhinelands. Lord Lawrence was willing to pay 300 gold coins and a significant land grant in return for help. Lord Lawrence was even willing to beg for the people of the empire to come to his aid. After listening to the message, the old man concluded that it was indeed Lawrence's voice, so he assured that the crystal was fine. The prince was glad that the guy was able to survive and that he was one of them. However, the prince then sadly informed him that Rhine had been completely defeated, and that the undead had taken over all these lands, so the prince thought that at this moment only the guy in front of him had survived from the Rhinelands. Shen Ye plugged in all his acting skills to show surprise, and at the same time tears appeared in his eyes. He immediately began to cry, for his father, mother, grandmother, the rest of his family and his friends were dead. According to the prince's words, the guy even cried, refusing to accept such a harsh reality. The prince's face became serious as he noted that the lad had gone through a great number of hardships on his journey and had even managed to survive under the giant stone hammer. So the prince found the lad's fate quite amazing. He realized that the guy was pretty exhausted, so he asked the guy to rest for now. Tomorrow, the prince was going to organize a trip for the lad to the rear of the empire, where the lad would be able to find a safe place to stay. This kind of information came as a surprise to the guy. After all, Shen Ye needed to find the Shadow Hand tent in order to pass the quest and exchange skills. Therefore, he was extremely reluctant for the prince to send him away from this camp so quickly. As a result, Shen Ye thanked the prince for the offer, but stated that he would like to stay in this particular camp. The prince was surprised, not understanding the reason for rejecting the guy's good life. Showing tears in his eyes, he angrily stated that he wanted to avenge the undead for all those who had died, and that he wasn't going to let the undead just go. He wanted to fight the undead and drive them out, leaving no one behind. The warriors present, the elf and the old man, understood the guy's actions and thoughts perfectly. A smile appeared on the prince's face as he noted that the lad was so young, but already so brave. Prince Norton believed that Lord Lawrence had not just picked the particular guy in front of him for a reason. He even speculated that the guy must have some sort of ability. Shen Ye assured the prince that he was incredibly fast and that no one of his acquaintances and peers ran as fast as him. He then told the system to devour the One of Us title and reallocate all the characteristic points to agility. The system reported that it had successfully devoured the One of Us title, resulting in 3 character points. According to the guy's order, all characteristic points were reallocated to agility, so the guy's current agility was 9.9. After that, he walked out of the tent, wanting to demonstrate to the prince and the others how fast he could run. Shen Ye then ran past the guards at full speed, who were surprised by his unimaginable speed. Suddenly, the guy braked sharply to turn back, and after that, he returned to the prince and the others in a flash. Stopping, Shen Ye tried to catch his breath. He asked the prince if he could stay in the camp after showing what he could do. The prince was surprised by the guy's demonstrated abilities. His assistant also requested that the prince keep the lad in the camp, since the lad would be able to help them. The prince recognized that such a fast guy would definitely not be superfluous in their camp. The elf walked closer to Shen Ye and grabbed his hand. She inquired as to how the guy got the bracelet on his arm. The prince turned his attention to the guy's bracelet, noting that the item belonged to the elves. Shen Ye confessed that it was given to him by an elf named Lanny. He remembered that he had exposed the undead conspiracy, so the elves were in his debt, so he didn't think this moment would cause him problems. After all, he had told the truth. Suddenly, the elf read a spell and touched the bracelet on the guy's arm. Her actions caused the bracelet to glow green, much to the guy's surprise. At the same instant, a screen appeared where Lanny was displayed. She immediately inquired who was calling her. The elf called her by name and then introduced herself, informing her that the Grand Master of the Royal Court, Eudora, was calling her. She asked if Lanny could explain how her bracelet had ended up on the human guy's arm. Lanny was glad to see the guy. She wondered where Eudora had met him. Not expecting such a moment, the guy said hello to the girl and asked if she liked his trick. Lanny still couldn't believe that she was finally able to see him. She inquired when the guy would visit her village again. Eudora was still wary and asked for Lanny to answer her question. Then Lanny told her that undead spies had recently infiltrated her village. Before they could act, the guy revealed their plan, so all the undead spies were captured. As a result, the high priest promised to reward the guy. She also added that the high priest is looking for the guy. The attentive Eudora let go of the guy's hand and cut the connection, saying that she would contact her later. After that, a smile appeared on her face, and she informed the prince that the guy next to her, though so young, had gone through a lot of hardships and still survived. Eudora thought that since the guy even had a connection with the elven people, he should be sent to study in the capital of the empire. Prince Norton was surprised, for elves rarely rated humans so highly. Therefore, he made a decision almost immediately. The prince asked him to get someone to give the guy an identity card and find a good place for the guy to rest. He also told the registrar to record the guy and give all the information to the Imperial Military Academy. After that, the prince decided to finally find out what the guy's name even was. Shen Ye had not previously thought about this matter, so he was now in an awkward situation. He didn't know the local customs and peculiarities of names, so he chose the option of pretending to have lost his memory. With all his acting skills once again, he grabbed his head and shouted that his head hurt. The old man looked at him and decided that the blow had most likely caused a concussion and partial memory loss. The prince, sadly but understandably, realized the situation. Shenya was so glad that the old man had helped weave him a legend. The prince decided that it was no big deal and asked the guy to rest for starters. With a smile on his face, he admitted that he would still meet the guy who had gone through so much hardship. At this point, a system window appeared, informing the guy that the guy had increased his reputation, and also that he was likely to get a title. As a result, he received the title, The Boy Who Lived. Upon receiving the title, The Boy Who Lived, the guy was extremely surprised by such a title. He indignantly pointed out that he didn't even have a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Clutching his head with his hand, he wondered only if there was any way to get rid of this strange title. The system informed him that titles like that required constant recognition and distribution to solidify. So if the guy wanted to give up such a title, he had only two options. The first option was to become a hermit, which would result in people forgetting about him over time, and then the nickname would disappear. The second option was to do things that completely contradicted the meaning of the title. After such an action, people will perceive the guy differently, and then the title will also change. The guy decided that he would soon disappear from people's sight for a while, so the title would most likely disappear. However, a passing military man said goodbye to him by calling him the boy who lived, so the guy mentally asked that no one call him that. Once everyone had moved some distance away from him, the guy asked the skeleton why all the phrases the prince had said had affected the guy's reputation so much. The skeleton explained that Prince Norton was the eldest son of the imperial family, the future heir to the throne. Shen Ye was surprised, not understanding how such an important figure of the empire appeared in the territory where the hostilities were taking place. The skeleton told him that Prince Norton led an alliance of humans and elves to repel the undead onslaught. Shen Ye now understood better the situation he was in. The old man admitted that they had gotten a pretty interesting guy. Eudoria wondered what the old man saw. The old man noticed that the guy was wearing a highly ranked shadow hand insignia. He was surprised because it was unbelievable to achieve such a thing at such a young age, which meant that the guy was extremely talented. Eudoria wondered if the old man was talking about the dagger the guy had. Prince Norton admitted that he too had noticed that the guy had a nightfall. He knew that only high-ranking assassins wore those. The prince reported that he had absolutely never expected to come across such a talented guy. He considered that it was incredible luck. After that, he gave an order for the guy to be given a Medal of Valor on his behalf. The subordinate understood his prince's order. Meanwhile, Shen Ye found the tent that he had been looking for all evening and for which he had come to the human camp. He realized that this was where Shadow Hand was located. There, he found a man brushing the skin of a bear. Blushing slightly, the guy made the requisite gesture, informing him that may the Shadow Hand remain. The man made the same gesture in return, inquiring what the guy wanted. Shen Ye threw a crystal into the man's hands. He reported that he had gotten the crystal from the undead fire cannon. After that, he added that the man should have also noticed that the undead's artillery had become stronger in the last company. Looking at the crystal, the man praised him for his work, noting that he had shared valuable information. After that, he inquired what the guy wanted to receive in exchange for such valuable information. Before deciding anything, Shen Ye tried to find out what the man had. The man guaranteed that he had many things and even promised that the guy would be delighted. He then pulled out a tactical camouflage dagger. The man explained that the dagger was coated with poison. It was enough to lick a little poison and the guy could fake his own death. So the man thought that such a dagger was the perfect tool for an assassin on the battlefield. He also explained that the poison was fresh and had a shelf life of 2 years. If a guy were to have trouble with insomnia, just licking a little of this poison would be enough, and the guy would be guaranteed to fall into a deep sleep. When the guy wakes up afterwards, he will feel completely rested. Shen Ye looked at the dagger with slightly noticeable disappointment, asking the man if he had anything else. After thinking about it for a moment, the man decided that since this wasn't enough, then the guy should take a look at it. He took out a whistle and then blew it. Immediately, a horse appeared near his tent. The horse suddenly fell to the floor, and the horse foamed from its mouth. The guy stood shocked, completely unaware of what it was. Then the man explained that the horse in front of him was a horse that could pretend to be dead, and that if the guy just winked at the horse, it would fall down and pretend to be dead. Turning to the man, Shen Ye asked if the horse and the dagger came as a set. The man confirmed his guess. Looking at the man with a rather awkward look, the guy asked if the man had anything else. The man then pulled out his glasses. He informed him that he was holding light-penetrating goggles. The man explained that the lenses of the glasses were equipped with shadow crystals and allowed the wearer to see through people's clothing, detecting the presence of money and valuables on anyone. Looking at the two muscular men, the guy was in a bit of a state of surprise. Tired of all the fun gadgets rather than practical ones, he eventually handed the glasses back to the man and then directly asked the man if he had nightmare crystal. He admitted that he would like new abilities, skills, or techniques. The man noted that he was running low on supplies as the war continued. Therefore, he only had 2 crystals left. He then pulled out a red crystal, explaining that this crystal contained the bleeding skill. Bleeding is an entry-level skill that causes the enemy to bleed endlessly. This skill works well with swords, daggers, and any blade. However, the man could only offer basic knowledge of this skill. He also had a blue crystal that contained the Frostwind technique. Frostwind is a counterattack technique that can knock back an enemy and their weapon. He asked if the guy had any of it, or had before, and what he was missing. The guy was a bit frustrated as he needed both crystals. Suddenly, he heard a voice advising the guy to choose the Frostwind technique. The guy was amazed that he was able to hear that voice again. Where would this guy's path lead, and how quickly would his false identity be revealed? He remembered that this mysterious voice was the one who had clued him in to some of the details and intricacies of this world and given him the Nightshade dagger. The guy questioned why he should choose Frostwind. The Shadow Hand member didn't realize who the guy was even talking to. The mysterious voice informed him that Frostwind was a technique from another world. The mysterious voice pointed out to the guy that he would then need to figure out how to get the Undead race's Shadow Mirage technique and the Beast Lord race's Thunderclap technique. He explained that when the guy obtained these techniques and combined them with Moonlit Deerwalk, he would then be able to discover the true secret. Shen Ye was slightly surprised by this arrangement because he couldn't believe that one could learn some secret just by studying skills. In the end, he agreed with the mysterious voice's opinion and chose Frostwind. The Shadow Hand member immediately gave Frostwind to him. Shen Ye gripped the crystal tightly in his hand until the crystal cracked. And then the Frostwind technique began to be absorbed into his mind and body, and everything around him glowed with a blue light. The Shadow Hand member informed him that Frostwind was just a basic technique, and the value of the reward for the information the guy told him was much higher. Therefore, he inquired if the guy had any other desires. But the guy stated that he had no such desires at the moment. Since the guy refused the wishes and objects, the man gave him a small bag of gold, thinking that this would make up the difference in price. The guy thanked the man politely. While the man was still waving goodbye to him, the guy was already asking the skeleton if he could get the skills of the undead race. However, the slightly disgruntled skeleton reminded him that he had already told him that undead skills required fire in the soul, and only if you had fire in your soul could you use undead skills. The guy interrupted him, informing him that he required Shadow Mirage. The skeleton was surprised that the guy knew about this skill. He wondered how the guy knew about this skill, but the guy stated that it didn't matter because he wanted to know if the skeleton had this skill or not in the first place. He explained that this technique would help him a lot right now. The skeleton admitted that he had the Shadow Mirage skill, but it was completely useless. Plus, this skill required a lot of agility and psychic. Looking at the Shadow Mirage skill description, the guy found that this skill required 3 points of psychic and 5 points of agility. The skill allows you to release a ghostly shadow to disorient the enemy. Shen Ye began to ponder, noting that he now had about 7 points of characteristics So if he invested 3 points into psychic, then his total psychic would be 3.9 points. And then he was going to invest the remaining 4 points into agility. Then agility would reach 6.9 points. The system reported that his characteristics had been reallocated. Now he wanted to find a quiet and deserted place so that no one would notice him. Before doing anything, he went deeper into the forest and then looked around carefully. Not finding anyone nearby, the guy used the shadow mirage skill. A purple, frightening shadow flew out from his body, which looked very much like himself. But rather quickly, the guy was disappointed with the technique he had chosen. He couldn't believe that this was the very same shadow mirage. The guy thought that shadow mirage looked intimidating at most, and he didn't see any other advantages in it. The skeleton only laughed because the guy was so eager to get this garbage technique. So the skeleton thought that the guy would like this technique, but then recognized that meant he was wrong about the guy. However, the guy grudgingly replied that the skeleton would not be able to understand him. He began to ponder over his next move. He had already managed to master Moonlit, Deerwalk, Frostwind, and Shadow Mirage, so now he only had to obtain Thunderclap. He was already anxious to see what would happen when he put all these skills together. As he was heading back to the camp, he ran into a military man. The military man ran towards him, happy that he had finally found the boy who lived. The guy kept wishing no one would ever call him that again. The man congratulated him, noting that because of the boy who lived act, the king had personally decided to award the boy who lived with a badge of bravery and a letter of recommendation. Taking the box in his hands, the guy didn't understand at all why he had been given all this. After receiving the gift, he thanked the king for such a generous gift. He also pledged that he would continue to do his best for the good of the kingdom. The man said that the boy who lived could go with the troop returning to the capital or go on his own. However, he reminded that the most important thing was for the guy to carry the letter he had given him and go to the Imperial Military Academy. Shen Ye obediently accepted the king's order. He was even happy because thanks to the so-called kindness of the king, he now had enough money to live in this world. The gold he received from the Shadow Hand member today could be taken home to help his family financially. Running out of sight, he announced that his journey to the other world was over for the day, and it was time for him to head back to his world. Soon he was back in his new room at the company. The girl on the monitor informed him that the gold he had given had been exchanged for 65,444 wen. In addition, the entire amount had already been transferred to the bank account the guy had previously indicated. The guy thanked the girl for a job well done. Just at that moment, his phone rang. His parents called him to ask why their son had sent them so much money and where he got so much money in the first place. Shen Ye decided to tell them that it was a subsidy he received by joining the company. He decided to give the money to his parents so that they could use it too. The parents were shocked, as it was quite a large amount of money. They thought that the guy himself would need the money more. However, the guy said that everything was fine, as he did not spend the money. He lived on the company's premises and ate and rested well. The guy hurriedly said goodbye to his parents, informing them that he would now go to the canteen to eat. Only now Shen Ye remembered that he hadn't checked his email and social media since he entered Nightmare World. He was surprised at the sheer amount of new messages he had accumulated. His family, people from school, teachers and others were congratulating him on successfully signing a contract with martial arts company. He even received a text from Zhao Yibing, who stated that what happened was her fault and asked him to apologize. As an apology, she even suggested that she would go to the movies with him tonight. The girl in confirmation sent a picture of her being sad. The guy's face turned a little red as he actually thought she was beautiful. Nevertheless, he had at least a drop of pride, so he texted her to face the truth, as she was too far away from him. He was also texted by his best friend, who also congratulated him on signing with martial arts company. The guy was suggesting that he celebrate this momentous occasion. Shen Ye recalled that he had actually always wanted to go out with Hao Yu to eat roasted meat. However, the guy was well aware that he was still in the crosshairs of the assassins. So his sudden departure from the martial arts company building and participation in various activities might be too dangerous. On the other side of the scale was that Hao Yu wanted to celebrate such an important moment. Shen Ye noted that although the original owner of this body had already died, but the friendship between him and Chen Haoyu was still intact. While in this body, he felt a sense of sincere and purest friendship. He even admitted that he had never experienced such a thing in his previous life. Even though they were gradually drifting apart, given the current situation, but he still didn't want to lose his friend. At the same instant, Chen Haoyu texted him to let him take a look at the martial arts company building. After all, it was his ultimate dream. After thinking about it for a while, the guy came to the conclusion that it was possible to enter the building and that it was very safe. This way, he would not only satisfy his friend's curiosity, but also spend some time with him. So he agreed that the friend should come and they would have something to eat together. After receiving an approving reply, Chen Haoyu said that at most 10 minutes later, he would arrive at the building. With a smile on his face, Shenya assured that he would be waiting for him in the lobby. After a while going down the hall, the guy noticed a huge pandemonium of people. A terrifying aura hovered around them, and they all stared at the guy who had just arrived on this floor. Shen Ye immediately noticed that the energy of all these people was very different. So he thought that these were the people with the necessary qualifications, and that they were the ones Chen Rushan was talking about. The huge-sized man asked him if he was one of the newcomers accepted into the company this year. The guy admitted that he was, and also apologized for staring at them so intently. However, the formidable-looking man suddenly smiled. He confessed that when he had first gotten into the company, he too had passed in this place, and that he, like the guy, looked at the professionals in their martial arts company with astonishment. Shen Ye inquired that it turns out the man wanted to become a professional like them, but the man replied in the negative. His face changed dramatically, and he even licked his lips when he remembered that moment. He said that when he looked at those professionals, all he felt was a feeling of hatred and a desire to tear them to pieces. The guy was frightened. Such an eerie aura emanating from the man. He was amazed that this was what professionals were really like. Even as he looked at the man, he could feel the terrifying power that emanated from him. But when someone approached behind the guy's back, the man's demeanor changed drastically. He said a good-natured hello to a girl named Wenna, who was passing by them. The man asked if she was working today, and also if she wanted to have dinner with him. However, the girl immediately pulled out a revolver and shoved it in the man's face. She told him to get out immediately, and that if he continued to harass her, she would skin him like she had skinned that pervert a few days ago. The guy was amazed at what kind of professionals the martial arts company were here. The man turned away and walked away, complaining that she could have just said she didn't want to go out with him. Wenna turned to Shenya, informing him that someone named Chen Haoyu wanted to see him. She wondered from him if it was worth letting Chen Haoyu into the building. The guy's face covered in cold sweat as he began to assure the girl that Chen Haoyu was his classmate and that he could enter the building. Turning around, Wenna pulled her hat lower and headed for the entrance, noting that she would let the guy into the building then. Shenya tried to convince her that he could meet his friend himself. However, upon turning around, the girl informed him that it couldn't be done that way right now. She admitted that Chen Rushan had instructed her and the others that it might be dangerous now and that they should guard the guy. She was so attractively radiant at this moment that the guy's face even turned slightly red, as he was completely unprepared for such an outcome. In the end, he obediently agreed with her. Soon, Chen Haoyu arrived at the building and met up with his friend. He was delighted at how luxurious the building was. The guy even complained that he didn't have enough eyes to see everything. He praised his friend for being incredibly rich now. Shen Ye assured him that he could come to the company building anytime he wanted. Haoyu excitedly began to continue praising his friend. He shared that his friend had no idea what kind of excitement his signing with martial arts company had caused at school. Shen Ye asked him not to talk about it yet, but rather talk about it when they arrived at the dining hall. But Haoyu stated that he wasn't hungry yet, and that he couldn't wait to see where his friend lived now. Eventually, the boy agreed to his friend's entreaties. When they got into the elevator, it was already crowded. After squeezing into the elevator, Shen Ye announced that he lived on the 105th floor. Haoyu was impressed that the guy lived practically at the top. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. The sender of the messages was Xiaomeng Yu. She informed him that she had done a little investigation and that when the guy was abnormally attacked in the hospital, a nurse saw everything that happened. but the nurse disappeared soon after. Xiao Mengyu also found a corpse with a disfigured face, but it wasn't the nurse. So now the girl tried to identify the unknown identity. The girl then discounted the video to him, asking him to take a look. The girl suspected that the nurse had been silenced and that it was probably related to Shen Ye. The video also showed a complete stranger. He had never been seen before and no one suspected him. Xiao Mengyu said she checked with people around the guy, and that this person was acting very strange yesterday morning, as if he was looking for something. The person in the video was Chen Haoyu, who was Shen Ye's best friend. At that moment, the elevator announced that they had arrived at the 80th floor, and everyone but them left the elevator. Looking at the guy who was looking out of the glass elevator to the street and admiring, Shen Ye began to wonder about him. He couldn't understand why his friend was looking for him and what he was doing yesterday morning. Shen Ye remembered that he was in Nightmare World at that moment, and so Haoyu couldn't find him while he went around the entire training building. The guy had no way of understanding why Haoyu was looking for him. From Shen Ye's so piercing gaze, Haoyu noticed his gaze directed at him. He turned around and asked his friend with a smile if something was wrong. Xiao Mengyu sent him another message. She asked the guy to be careful if seeing Chen Haoyu, another ploy by the author to confuse the trail of the real assassin. Or is Chen Haoyu involved in this case after all? As soon as they arrived at the 105th floor, Haoyu was the first to run out of the elevator. He excitedly said that he had never been up so high before. The guy stated that he was jealous of his friend for living so high up. A slightly wary Shen Ye followed him. The guy ran down the hallway, asking his friend to follow him faster. He asked where Shen Ye's apartment was, for he couldn't wait any longer to take a look at where his friend now lived. Shen Ye pointed out that his apartment was right in front of them. Haoyu pointed his finger at the door in front and asked if it was here. Haoyu then abruptly turned around and attacked Shen Ye right in the forehead. However, the screaming and shocked Shen Ye collapsed right before his eyes. Haoyu was amazed that the Shen Ye in front of him was only an illusion. He couldn't believe that the guy possessed such powerful techniques. In the next instant, Haoyu received a powerful kick to the face with his foot from Shen Ye. Shen Ye knocked Haoyu off balance with a powerful leg kick, pushing him quite a distance away. The system reported that he had released characterization points and now had 3 types of abilities available to him at once: Moonlit Deerwalk, Shadow Mirage, Thunderclap. The system pointed out that when the guy used the Moonlit Deerwalk ability as a base, he was able to unlock a new technique, Heaven-Shattering Frost Moon, in complete form, and the effects are as follows. Mandatory repulsion of the enemy. The user's illusory shadow takes on the user's appearance, enhancing deception. The user's movement speed is increased by 30% for 10 seconds. With a suspicious glance at the guy in front of him, Shen Ye declared that the guy in front of him was not Chen Haoyu. He was only interested in one question. Where is Chen Haoyu? The system reported that thanks to the successfully reproduced Heaven-Shattering Frost Moon technique, the guy's body had strengthened. His strength increased by 0.1, agility increased by 0.2, and psychic energy increased by 0.1. The fake Chen Haoyu laughingly declared that the real Chen Haoyu was already dead. His face had already been revealed, and it was clearly visible that the guy in front of him was not Chen Haoyu. Throwing away the Chen Haoyu mask, the assassin rushed to attack the guy, announcing that the guy would soon keep Chen Haoyu company in the other world. However, the assassin completely did not expect Shen Ye to swing his leg and block his attack. After the guy blocked him, the assassin only laughed, noting that he could handle the guy with one hand. But at this moment, Shen Ye swung his leg harder and threw the arrogant assassin aside. Shen Ye used a hidden skill, although he didn't expect that low-level skills could be combined to create a new, powerful ability. The guy grabbed his weapon and started firing at the assassin. The assassin dodged the guy's shots with ease, and when the guy was done, the assassin calmly headed towards him, surprised that the guy had a weapon. He noted with a sneer that the guy's skill with weapons left a lot to be desired. So he figured there was no way the guy would be able to hit him in any way. However, Shen Ye did not need that. After all, his shots caused the alarm system in the building to go off. The security alert said that the alarm system on the 105th floor had been triggered and what was found there. Therefore, all the professional fighters were told to immediately go to the scene and check everything out. Shen Ye smugly threw his weapon aside. He stated that he didn't shoot the assassin at all to hit him. Immediately, aircraft started flying over right from the street to check what the matter was. In a moment, the assassin was under attack from all sides, completely not expecting such a trick from the weak guy in front of him. In the same instant, Wenna appeared behind the guy, showing with barely noticeable incredibly fast movements that she was the one who had dealt with the assassin. She was outraged that some assassin was able to trick her. The guy was surprised that Wenna was so fast and had already arrived at his place. She was displeased that this had happened. After all, she had done a good job of inspecting the fake Chen Haoyu. The girl was amazed at her inattention, not noticing at all that the assassin had taken on the appearance of the guy's classmate. She pinned the assassin against the wall, telling him to tell her what his purpose was. She wondered who sent the assassin and why he wanted to kill Shen Ye. She even threatened that if he didn't answer her questions, she would do terrible things to him, that he would beg for it to be over. However, the assassin announced with a smirk that she would learn nothing, and then he clenched his teeth. Wenna was upset that the assassin had chewed up and swallowed the poison he had hidden in his mouth. She was angry at herself for the umpteenth time for not hitting him properly. Just then, the elevator doors opened and more professional fighters arrived, wondering what had happened. Wenna was surprised, for she had never seen anyone have such a quality disguise. She was surprised, for the assassin was able to fool not only the security system, but her as well. The girl considered the situation incredibly bad, and besides, she had to report everything that had happened. Now she realized that she would have to look for other clues. Shen Ye had only learned one thing from this whole incident. One must never make Wenna angry. Soon, Wenna was reporting to Qian Rushan that the technical department had deciphered everything. They found out that the man was an assassin with superior skills. However, the assassin had nothing to confirm his identity, and there was also no information about him in the database. The girl blamed herself for being so incompetent and apologized to Qian Rushan for it. Qian Rushan put his hand on her shoulder and tried to cheer her up, informing her that the situation was not her fault. He pointed out that the technique of changing the assassin's appearance was incredible, that even the company's security system couldn't determine his real identity. Qian Rushan then informed that they could leave as the assassin would no longer be able to tell them anything. But at this moment, Shen Ye said that they could go and he would still be here, which surprised Qian Rushan and Wenna very much. Qian Rushan didn't say anything to him and informed the guy that they would wait for him upstairs. Qian Rushan thought that the guy in front of him could sense death and that maybe the guy was able to sense something. As soon as Qian Rushan and Wenna left the room, the guy used dark whispers on the assassin's body. He demanded that the assassin answer his questions. The assassin's body began to rise on the bed, and he began to shake. He was surprised that the guy was capable of communicating with the dead. His eyes shone brightly with a green light, and he laughed, noting that the guy had wasted his ability since he wouldn't tell him anything anyway. The skeleton laughed, stating that he had never seen body react like that before after the Dark Whisper's ability was used. The guy asked the skeleton what would happen to the assassin's body if he didn't answer his questions. The skeleton didn't know the answer to that question, but he was sure that the upcoming show would be quite interesting. In the next instant, the assassin's body felt as if it had gone to hell, which surprised him greatly. The table behind him, on which he was lying and which was now raised, began to change, and arms began to stretch out from the table, encircling the assassin's body. Then the arms flared up, and the assassin's body began to burn as if he were in hell. Everything around him was enveloped in fierce and destructive flames and heat. After the smoke cleared, the assassin was surprised that he was still conscious. His body began to regenerate at a monstrous rate, and then the infernal hands gripped him tighter once more, and then once more powerful flames enveloped everything around him. Skeleton laughed, noting that he was finally able to remember. He remembered that if the souls disobeyed the summoner while using the Dark Whisper ability, the souls would be punished and cursed. Hellfire would burn for 100 years, but that wasn't really all, just a prelude. Then all 3,600 punishments will be realized. Each punishment will last 100 million years, and then the punishment will change to another kind of punishment. And so it will be until the soul of the sinner speaks. If the sinner continues to remain silent, then more powerful evil spirits will be called. The skeleton noted that the evil spirits would be very interested in such stubborn souls. Strong, evil spirits are incredibly cunning, so each of them can keep a sinner's soul awake and unharmed, even if the soul is subjected to monstrous torture. The skeleton also informed that all those 100 million years are reserved only for the sinner, and for them only a moment will pass. Finally, after a moment, the still recently smirking and proud assassin begged pitifully for the guy to end his suffering. He declared that he was willing to tell whatever the guy asked him to. At the same moment, the assassin's body was back on the same table where the guy had awakened him earlier. The skeleton was surprised that the assassin had returned to them so quickly. Since the assassin had returned to them, it meant that the assassin's will was already broken, and he was ready to speak. At this point, the guy pulled out his phone, looking at the phone screen. The guy demanded that the assassin tell him everything he knew, even the smallest details. And he started dialing someone's number on the phone to call someone else. A few minutes ago, the roof of the girls' dormitory. Zhao Yibing was texting a certain Mr. Han. She was wondering how Mr. Han was doing. The girl informed him that she had done everything Mr. Han asked her to do. Unfortunately, Shen Ye did not take her bait. She wrote a message to Mr. Han saying that Shen Ye had been accepted into martial arts company. The girl pointed out that she was just a middle school student, so nothing she did was working for some reason. Mr. Han informed her to arrive at the Maplewood Hotel at 8 o'clock tonight and not to be late. Zhao Yibing didn't fully understand whether she should even go there yet. Suddenly her phone rang. The girl answered the phone, wondering who was calling her. She was surprised to hear that she was accepted to an elite high school. The girl was so happy and thanked the caller for the good news. After finishing the call and looking at the phone, the girl was incredibly happy and tears appeared in her eyes. Zhao Yibing immediately began to write a message to Mr. Han that she would arrive at the hotel tonight without being late. However, at this moment, Xiao Mengyu appeared behind her back, which frightened the girl. She told Zhao Yibing to give her her phone and also asked who Zhao Yibing was talking to. Zhao Yibing waved her hands around, not realizing who the strange girl in front of her was. She couldn't understand why the girl was sneaking up on her like that. Besides, she felt that she didn't have to report to the girl who she was calling. Zhao Yibing did not understand why she should give her phone to the girl in front of her. However, this was not the right answer, and Xiao Mengyu quickly pointed out a different outcome to her. She said that what Zhao Yibing was most proud of was not her grades, but her face. She then decided to repeat it again so that Zhao Yibing could understand her. Xiao Mengyu told her to hand over the phone so that Zhao Yibing's nose would stay in its place and not get hurt. Zhao Yibing cried, noting that she didn't care who was in front of her and that she wouldn't leave it like that, and the girl in front of her would be arrested. She then threw her phone into Xiao Mengyu's left hand. Just at this moment, Xiao Mengyu's phone rang. After answering the phone, she asked Shen Ye if he had any news. Shen Ye told her that he had caught the assassin and that he had confessed to everything. Xiao Mengyu wanted to know the details of what the assassin had said. Hearing Shen Ye's name, Zhao Yibing was surprised and then scared. She thought that Shen Ye had sent the girl to take revenge on her for him. Standing next to the assassin, the guy menacingly told him to continue. The assassin began to tell him that the assassins from the League of Assassins had recently received a joint assignment. The purpose of the assignment was to kill Shen Ye, but make it look like the guy had died in an accident. They even set up a scene of the supposed accident at the hospital, and his comrades were in charge of the scene. First, he cut Chen Haoyu's life short, and then he disguised himself as Chen Haoyu and lured Shen Ye into the hospital. When all this started, the guy was supposed to die in the hospital, but things didn't turn out the way the assassins had planned. Not only did the guy survive, but there was an eyewitness at the scene. As a result, they not only had to carry out a mission to eliminate Shen Ye, but also try to figure out why the spell didn't work and recover the spell props. At this time, they were discovered by a policeman, but the policeman was too young, so they used the policeman and found out that the guy was an acquaintance of the policeman. Then they did as planned. They killed the policeman at the police station, and then under the guise of the policeman, they tried to ferret out the information and eliminate Shen Ye. But to their disappointment, all their plans failed, so today, the assassin personally came to deal with Shen Ye. Shen Ye finally remembered that they had hidden the body of Officer Luo Feichuan in a locker at the police station, so he tried to find out where they had hidden Chen Haoyu's body. The assassin reported that he hid Chen Haoyu's body in the school sewer. Xiao Mengyu informed the guy on the phone that she had already told the guy that a body had been found in the sewer of their school, so it looked like it was Chen Haoyu. The guy squeezed the phone in his hand so hard that the screen cracked instantly. Gritting his teeth, the guy demanded that the assassin give him the name of the customer. It was not for nothing that Chen Haoyu had been acting overly suspicious since the beginning of Guy's awakening in this world. After all, as it turned out, Chen Haoyu was no longer the real Chen Haoyu by then, but a fake one. Zhao Yibing was also contacted by the mysterious Mr. Han, and at his request, she tried to take Shen Ye out of the game. All of Shen Ye's connections must now seem fake, and there could be another assassin lurking everywhere, looking to eliminate his target. And the guy has become the cog that got his friend eliminated in this world, even before he arrived in this world. In addition, Shen Ye somehow quickly showed Xiao Mengyu that he could communicate with the dead, although he tried to keep this secret from Qian Rushan, and realized that it could cause unnecessary suspicion. Of course, he and Xiao Mengyu are allies at the moment, but who knows what the assassin might say about Shen Ye that would cause the guy a lot of trouble, as Xiao Mengyu would hear the assassin's words. Where will the plot of this story turn next? Shen Ye continued his attempts to find out from the assassin who the person who ordered his assassination was. However, the assassin assured him that he did not know anything about the customer and that only the head of the operation knew the information about the customer. Shen Ye then tried to find out where he could find the head of the operation. The assassin told him that the person in charge of the operation was a man called the Skinner. The Skinner is a very famous assassin in the underworld. The trick that the assassin had used earlier with the skin change was the work of the Skinner. The man said that the Skinner went to the Maplewood Hotel because a nurse who witnessed the incident at the hospital was hiding there. So the Skinner was going to track her down and eliminate her. Shen Ye wanted to know more about the Skinner and what powers he possessed. The assassin admitted that the Skinner's strength was unfathomable and that he couldn't see a single weakness in him. Shen Ye became curious as to why the Skinner would not personally come to eliminate him if he was as strong as the assassin said he was. However, Assassin explained that given the Skinner's status and position in the assassin world, personally eliminating a weak guy like Shen Ye would be a stain on his career. He felt that he was already doing a great honor to the organizers of this mission by secretly managing the entire assassination plan. Shen Ye tried to focus the assassin's attention on finding out if the Skinner had any distinguishing features. He told the assassin to spit out everything he knew. The assassin then reluctantly admitted that the Skinner had one particular habit. The Skinner's habit turned out to be cannibalism. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu, who heard the assassin's answer, were not too happy about it. Xiao Mengyu stated that she was going to the hotel to meet the Skinner. The guy tried to stop her, but she had already disconnected from the call. The guy then tried to call her, but the operator said the caller was temporarily unavailable. Assassin laughed as he said he didn't know which girl the guy was talking to. However, he noted that if the girl was looking for the Skinner, then she would be in for a rough time. The assassin explained that the Skinner prefers to eat girls, especially innocent young girls. The assassin could not continue his speech any further as Shen Ye punched him in the face with his fist and knocked out several of the assassin's teeth. The assassin's body flew into the wall of the morgue from such a blow from the guy. The guy looked at the assassin disdainfully, telling him not to speak until he asked his question. After that, Shen Ye dispelled his technique and stopped communicating with the assassin. Meanwhile, at the 5-star Maplewood Hotel, a man was carefully slicing the meat on his plate. He observed manners of etiquette in front of the girl who sat across from him. Like a true gourmet, after tasting the meat, he declared that the piece of meat had a dense but not spreading flavor throughout the mouth. A slightly sweetish flavor with a barely noticeable bitterness on the tip of his tongue. Holding the glass of liquid in his hand, he noted that it seemed the time spent in solitude had put more strain on the girl. Therefore, the man apologized to the girl for the inconvenience caused. He then brought the glass to his lips and took a sip. The gourmet stated how rich and thick, soft and delicate the flavor of the liquid in his glass was. The most surprising thing to him was the perfect balance of sweetness and acidity with cherry notes. The man declared that the blood cocktail paired perfectly with meat dishes and helped soften the tartness of the meat. He marveled and simultaneously complained about how it had been a long time since he had tasted such a quality delicacy. The man stated that the nurse had really touched him. The man was none other than the Skinner. The nurse, on the other hand, had long since died, and he was feasting on the scene. The Skinner stated that to show his appreciation for the girl, he would savor every bite of the food he cooked. But that's when his phone rang. The Skinner apologized to her, noting that there would always be rude servants who would interrupt their dinner. Glancing at the phone, he noted that life was always full of surprises. The Skinner received a message from Mr. Han that he should eliminate the target himself. The Skinner was surprised to receive the news that his subordinate had died. The man noted that he had already lost 3 assassins, which meant that it could be stated that their target was no ordinary middle school student. He was also a little surprised that the customer was now requesting that he personally fulfill the order. The Skinner admitted that he could fulfill the order himself, but he wondered what the customer would offer him in return for the work done. Mr. Han then stated that he would offer him a girl. The Skinner was surprised that the customer was offering him a girl. After all, he was not some garbage collector. His standards of beauty were too high, so he wasn't going to take a gift of some trash. At this moment, Mr. Han sent him some pictures of Zhao Yibing. The girl naively believed that everything in this world was done for free, while her benefactor Mr. Han was planning to make her a tasty meal for a cannibal assassin who was completely insane. The Skinner's face flushed at such a tempting offer from Mr. Han. The man leaned his back on the back of his chair and was ecstatic. He regarded the girl as a beautiful and pure lamb. If only he knew how rotten and conniving Zhao Yibing really was, then maybe he would lose his appetite. Looking at her photo, he admitted that he could smell the intoxicating aroma of youth emanating from the girl. The Skinner was grateful that Mr. Han had arranged for him to have such a wonderful encounter with a beautiful girl. He stated that he was touched by such an act, and that he would personally deal with the scoundrel. Mr. Han mentioned that the girl will arrive at the hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. The poor man doesn't even know that along with Zhao Yibing, Xiao Mengyu is heading to the hotel. He glanced at the watch on his arm, saddened to see that there wasn't much time left, and he still had to prepare thoroughly for tonight's perfect date. He immediately ran to change his clothes. The man thought that the current perfume was not suitable for today's date, that he needed to take a shower, change his tie, change his socks. He also felt that he needed to brush his teeth thoroughly, or he wouldn't be able to taste the true flavor. As if unintentionally, he turned around as he forgot to take care of one thing. After that, a thread or fishing line extended from his right hand. He sadly apologized to the girl, saying that their relationship was over. He didn't want to upset the guest who would soon be arriving, so he quickly cleaned up after the previous girl. Meanwhile, Shenye was doing other things in the martial arts company building. The system reported that Shenye's fingerprints matched, brainwaves matched, and facial features matched. The identification was successful. The system then asked him to say a sentence that would be his unique call. Then the guy chose the sentence, "Each 10 steps claim a life, 1,000-mile ride leaves no strife." When the guy uttered the sentence to activate, the system would activate. Chen Rushan was delighted by the guy's phrase. At the same instant, the cocoon began to unfold. When the cocoon opened, the guy saw that inside the cocoon was a cool motorcycle. The guy was shocked when he realized that it was as if it was Ghost Rider's motorcycle in front of him. Chen Rushan beside him also thought the motorcycle was cool. He remarked that if he had such a motorcycle when he was as old as Shen Ye was now, he would have seduced many girls. Shen Ye couldn't wait to find out what characteristics his new motorcycle had. Chen Rushan explained, the motorcycle houses a water-cooled 4-stroke parallel twin-cylinder engine, variable horizontal suspension, lightweight aerospace alloy chassis, retro-style stainless steel exhaust system, wireless overdrive motor, and fully manual control. And on top of all this, the motorcycle is equipped with the legendary Angel Wings flight system, which can switch between autopilot and manual control, providing a flight time of up to 30 minutes. Shen Ye was amazed that the motorcycle in front of him could even fly. Chen Rushan confirmed this, but said that since the guy hadn't learned how to fly the motorcycle yet, it was better to let the motorcycle fly on autopilot. The guy was eager to know if it consumes electricity, how to charge it, how to calculate the cost. Then Chen Rushan advised him to just tell the built-in AI about everything, and the AI would find where to charge or where to find a charger. The AI was tied to the guy's identifier and automatically calculates and deducts the fee. After getting on his brand new motorcycle, the guy thought that if the bike was red, it would look even cooler while driving, like a bright flame. In the same instant, the color of the motorcycle changed from green to red. The guy was surprised that the motorcycle was even capable of changing its color. The AI explained that the motorcycle had a brand new body made of color-changing dragon metal. Therefore, the AI changed the color of the motorcycle according to the needs of the motorcycle owner. Shen Ye admitted that the motorcycle was really cool, but he was counting on some secret martial arts manual or something like that. Qian Rushan explained to him that Kunlun seemed to think that the guy's situation was quite dangerous, so he provided the guy with the latest model of motorcycle so that the guy could escape from his pursuers if such a situation arose. Shen Ye tried to inquire about his current situation. He asked Qian Rushan that if Kunlun thinks that the guy's situation is extremely dangerous, then Kunlun should know who wants to destroy the guy. Qian Rushan regretfully pointed out that even if Kunlun knows who is behind the attempts to destroy the guy, Kunlun will not interfere in such things. Kunlun's main job is to see to the survival of human civilization. However, if the guy demonstrates that he is useful, then Kunlun will give him a reward or exchange the guy's information of interest for something. Shen Ye once again realized if a person in this world has no value, whether he lives or dies, no one cares. At that moment, he wondered how Xiao Mengyu's evening was going, as she was on her way to the Maplewood Hotel to meet with the Skinner. Qian Rushan advised the guy to rest in company tonight and not go anywhere, and he would take the guy to the exam venue tomorrow morning. The man said that masters from 3 elite high schools would be sitting at the exam venue, so he had no doubt that these masters would guarantee the guy's safety. Shen Ye asked Qian Rushan not to worry about anything, as he wasn't going anywhere today. Qian Rushan also clarified that today the entire floor where the guy lives would be closed, so no one would be able to enter or exit the floor, and early in the morning they will already leave the martial arts company building. Shen Ye didn't tell Qian Rushan about the information he had found for some reason. Someone could lose their life because of what he did. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu and Zhao Yibing arrived at the Maplewood Hotel building. Zhao Yibing was greatly afraid of Mr. Han's reaction as she led Xiao Mengyu to the hotel. Xiao Mengyu instantly sensed the intense killing energy emanating from the hotel building. However, the killing energy was so well hidden that it was almost impossible to detect. Xiao Mengyu asked if she had correctly realized that the pen pal had supplied Zhao Yibing with a large number of elixirs and high-quality supplements that helped Zhao Yibing improve her grades in school and even guarantee admission to a top high school. Zhao Yibing admitted that this was just the way it was. She needed to provoke her classmates to deal with Shen Ye. She needed to destroy the guy's reputation, and then she would be able to get everything Mr. Han had to offer. Xiao Mengyu pointed out to her that after Shen Ye signed a contract with martial arts company, then Zhao Yibing had automatically failed her mission. She asked with a slight hint if Zhao Yibing knew what her future fate would be. However, Zhao Yibing did not abandon her character, noting that the girl did not know what the future held for her. Xiao Mengyu realized that in front of her was an ordinary young girl from a poor family. Therefore, the girl exchanged everything Shen Ye had done for her for a deal that could benefit her. However, in Xiao Mengyu's opinion, the girl was completely unaware that this deal would plunge her into a deep abyss. Afterwards, Xiao Mengyu stated that Zhao Yibing had 2 options for today. In the first option, Zhao Yibing would have to hide nearby and wait for Xiao Mengyu to finish, and then Zhao Yibing would have to act as a witness, confirming everything she saw here. Option 2, the girl did not meet Xiao Mengyu tonight and goes to her patron, and Xiao Mengyu pretends not to know her. The girl from a poor family filled with confidence immediately rushed towards the hotel. Xiao Mengyu sadly closed her eyes, realizing that she had done everything she could for Zhao Yibing. All she had to do was to watch as the girl left for the hotel. As soon as she stepped inside the hotel, the butler escorted her to the man. The butler didn't look much like a living person, which apparently he wasn't. As soon as the butler opened the door of the room, the man immediately turned his attention to her. He ran up to her with a rose in his hand. The man confessed that he was delighted to finally meet her, noting that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever met, and that she was undoubtedly the most talented. He announced that he was ready to recommend the girl for admission to the best high school and was even willing to sponsor her tuition. Looking at the rose in her hand, the poor girl blushed. She was surprised at what Mr. Han was really like, and that he was not at all what she had imagined him to be after chatting online. Zhao Yibing thanked the man for his kindness. She didn't know how she should thank the man or what she should do with Shen Ye. However, the man stated that she didn't need to worry about Shen Ye anymore. Nevertheless, the girl was worried that Shen Ye would retaliate. Nor the man reassured her, noting that as long as he was around, then Shen Ye would not be able to harm her. The girl was happy to hear such information from the man. At that moment, the window opened abruptly and a strong wind blew in. The girl pressed herself against him, noting that she was very cold. Blades soared around them to protect them. Taking off his jacket, he slipped it over the girl's shoulders, noting that she should be careful. The girl's face kept blushing as she noticed that the man's clothes smelled pleasant. The Skinner felt an extremely pure sword intent emanating from outside the walls of the hotel, which was directed at him. He continued to praise the girl, noting that she was incredibly talented and that she had a good heart. Eventually, the man stated that he had decided to recommend that she take the exam for one of the top 3 high schools, so he was curious which of those schools she wanted to go to the most. The girl was incredibly excited that she would be able to get into one of the top 3 high schools. She was glad that Mr. Han had guaranteed her admission to the school. As he continued talking to her, the Skinner realized that someone was watching him, and that was why he needed to speed things up. He wasn't going to let anyone ruin his romantic encounter with his girlfriend. This scene literally resembles the ending of Light Yagami and Naomi Misora's meeting. A girl from a poor family naively believes that she is lucky for once in her life, but in fact she is on her way to her own demise at the hands of a professional cannibal serial killer. The girl was still shocked after all. Getting into one of the top 3 high schools is something that every student wants to do. Getting into one of these schools is something people brag about their whole life. The girl was happy because if she got into one of these 3 schools, it would guarantee her a successful future and a good career. After that, she would even stop socializing with ordinary people. Zhao Yibing still couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in her life, so she tried to find out if Mr. Han was telling the truth. Then the man confessed that many years ago during an archaeological expedition, he had made all the invaluable contributions. As a result, Kunlun gave him a special access code. By using this code, his chosen research successor is qualified to take the combined entrance exam for the top 3 high schools. Now Mr. Han had decided to share this quota for the exam with the girl. The girl was still hesitant, thinking she wasn't strong enough to pass the exam. However, the man calmed her down, stating that he would help her become stronger. Right now, the girl should enter her data in her phone. Meanwhile, he felt that the situation was progressing well, and he still had time. At the same instant, the girl read a message on her phone that Zhao Yibing had been admitted to the joint examination of the top 3 high schools. He bided his time until the right time before the influence of the sword intent reached the girl. The girl threw herself into the man's embrace, thanking him. The man inquired if she was happy. The girl's face was completely red, and she stated that she was incredibly happy. Meanwhile, the Skinner felt that now was the best time to harvest. He reached out to Zhao Yibing and kissed her just after she lost her head. A girl from a poor family who was belittled by everyone, but only had great ambitions because of it, was used as expendable. Zhao Yibing forfeited her life with a smile on her face. The Skinner was ecstatic at the current moment, stating that he was also very happy for her. Attaching the girl's head back to her body with threads, he announced that they had created an incredible masterpiece together. Kneeling in front of her, he shared that looking at her brought tears to his eyes. After all, the girl was so perfect, so touching in the moment of her prime. The Skinner began to cry and completely let his guard down. He was looking forward to savoring the girl. At the same instant, there was a rumbling sound inside the hotel building. Xiao Mengyu finally managed to break through the hotel's defenses and forcefully rushed inside. She glanced at Zhao Yibing, noticing that she'd arrived too late. Xiao Mengyu thought that if she showed her sword intent, it would make the man hesitate, but to her surprise, the assassin turned out to be even crazier than she had originally thought. At this moment, the Skinner retreated due to the girl's intrusion, roaring for the girl not to touch Zhao Yibing. Emerging from the cloud of dust, he tried to attack her with a shout that she belonged to him. Despite his shrieks and the red threads spreading everywhere, the girl calmly leaned her sword against Zhao Yibing. The Skinner's declarations for the girl to stop hurting Zhao Yibing seemed simply ridiculous. He stated that he would do anything she asked him to do, but in return she must not hurt Zhao Yibing. Xiao Mengyu calmly pointed out that if the man moved even an inch, she would harm Zhao Yibing. She then demanded that the assassin answer her as to who hired him. Despite his emotions, the Skinner managed to notice the sword technique used by Xiao Mengyu. Xiao Mengyu used the Luo family's sword technique. He now immediately guessed that the one in front of him was most likely the legendary Xiao Mengyu that everyone was talking about. He shifted to a calmer tone, asking the girl to look around so she could see that he had surrounded the entire space around her with his threads. The man assured her that she couldn't break through his threads. Looking down on her, he demanded that she return Zhao Yibing to him, and then he would release her. Naturally, all out of respect for the Luo family. However, the girl didn't give in to his provocation and only increased the strength of her sword, deciding that it was worth testing his theory then. She couldn't wait to see who could handle her sword better, him or the girl beside her. Looking at Zhao Yibing, the man burst into tears once again. He regretted that they had only just met and already had to part forever. The Skinner was sad that he didn't even get to taste such a beautiful piece of art like Zhao Yibing. Suddenly, he began to burst out laughing. The Skinner noted that even if he couldn't enjoy Zhao Yibing, he could always enjoy Xiao Mengyu, which seemed even more appealing. He even wondered if Xiao Mengyu would allow Xiao Mengyu to let him have her. The Skinner was already imagining all the things he was willing to do with Xiao Mengyu. He was even thinking about what true happiness was. However, he chased those thoughts away since Zhao Yibing was truly the perfect girl for him. However, at the same instant he stopped swearing and declared that none of that mattered anymore. Now he wanted to eat them both. Xiao Mengyu noticed that her threats and the prospect of death didn't seem to be able to loosen the assassin's tongue in front of her. So she decided to seize the moment and offer to make a deal with the assassin. In his changed appearance, the Skinner abruptly stopped and was curious about the deal in question. Xiao Mengyu stated that if the man told her who hired him, she would not only return Zhao Yibing to him, but would even allow him to try to kill her. If the man managed to take her life, however, she would allow him to do whatever he wanted. The Skinner felt that he didn't need such a deal, as he could just kill her and then do whatever he wanted. However, Xiao Mengyu pointed out that he should feel her power. So even if he wins, but she doesn't cooperate with him, he won't get the goods in the form he wants. She also stated that she guarantees that whether the Skinner wins or loses, she will not allow the Luo family to interfere, nor will she allow them to pursue him for revenge. Intrigued by her offer, the Skinner reverted back to his human form and asked if she was serious about such a deal. The girl assured him that she was serious in her offer. Dramatically raising his head upwards, he laughed while stating that her words complicated the situation. If he betrayed his client, he would be breaking the unshakable rules of the Assassin League, which meant he would be haunted for the rest of his life. Xiao Mengyu wondered if he was afraid. However, he proudly declared that he was not afraid at all. After all, for her sake, he would make this sacrifice 1,000 times over. The thought of holding her tightly in his arms was a delight to him. The girl, however, stood her ground, noting her blade would cut him open. The Skinner continued to marvel at her, noting that he even liked her voice. He marveled at what a beautiful evening tonight was. The Skinner admitted that he had never thought he would meet two perfect works of art, so he wanted to express his gratitude to her. The Skinner noted that the moment he revealed his client's name, that was the moment their romance would begin. Taking Zhao Yibing in his arms, he first asked her to let him allow her to give him time to take Zhao Yibing to a safe place. Then he could devote all his time to her alone, his dearest love. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was on the roof of the martial arts company building. He stood and looked down thoughtfully from the roof. He was wondering how things had gone for Xiao Mengyu since she wasn't answering his phone calls. He still remembered how the assassin had taunted earlier and informed him that the girl wouldn't be able to handle the Skinner. Thoughts of the girl being in danger never left him. The guy decided to get the skeleton's opinion on whether Xiao Mengyu had a chance of winning against the Skinner. The skeleton inquired if the guy wanted to hear the truth or sweet lies. Shen Ye was only interested in the truth. He didn't need to hear lies. Then the skeleton confessed that Xiao Mengyu was doomed. He was afraid that if he told the guy about it, the guy would react too impulsively and go to help the girl, and as a result, he and the skeleton would also die. Shen Ye was surprised that the skeleton had such an opinion about Xiao Mengyu. He reminded the skeleton of the sword strike she had demonstrated when she came to the martial arts company building. After all, the girl had split the clouds in half back then. However, Skeleton reminded him that clouds did not dodge or block blows. Skeleton admitted that although he was not knowledgeable about assassins from this world, he remembered that the Skinner had the cursed statue of the evil Ghost King. Therefore, he was sure that the Skinner's experience and strength far exceeded Xiao Mengyu's abilities. After listening to the skeleton, the guy agreed with his opinion. He also thought that Xiao Mengyu was in great danger right now. The skeleton, on the other hand, thought that the guy should stop thinking about it too much. He needed to go to bed and get a proper sleep before tomorrow's exam. However, the guy couldn't just ignore this situation. He wanted Xiao Mengyu to help him uncover the truth, and he ended up putting her in danger. The girl's older brother Luo Feichuan died, his best friend Chen Haoyu also died. The eyewitness of the incident in the hospital also most likely died. All these incidents were like cats tormenting his conscience. He wondered how many more people would die because of him. Xiao Mengyu was the only person who was still fighting for the truth. Therefore, the guy came to the conclusion that he couldn't let her die. Just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was calling from an unfamiliar number, so to his dismay, it wasn't Xiao Mengyu. After answering the call, he heard a girl's voice asking if she was talking to Shen Ye. The guy answered her question in the affirmative. The girl said that her mother said that if she couldn't contact her, then she should find the guy and they should call the police together. Shen Ye was still trying to find out who he was talking to on the phone. The girl admitted that her mother was the nurse who saw the guy encountering the ghost. He inquired about her mother's whereabouts. The guy quickly realized that the girl was the daughter of the eyewitness. Shen Ye guessed how the nurse got his phone number. It was because he had left his contact information when he came to the hospital on the day of the incident. The girl reported that her mother told her to meet her at the Maplewood Hotel, where she would be waiting for her. However, the girl was now unable to reach her mother. The concerned guy tried to find out where the girl was now. The girl said that she was currently at a fast food store across the street from the Maplewood Hotel. Shen Ye ordered her to stay put as he would be there soon. He also told her to call the police. Skeleton was scared and surprised. He was extremely reluctant for the guy to go to such a dangerous place. He also pointed out that the whole thing could be a trap. However, Shen Ye felt that this little girl's mother might have already died, so he couldn't let anything happen to the girl. Therefore, he didn't care if it was true or a trap, and he had to check it out. He then told the skeleton to hide his new motorcycle in the ring. Skeleton, on the other hand, didn't think this whole plan was worth the risk. He didn't understand why the guy decided to look for trouble on his own head. Looking at the nightfall blade in his hand, the guy stated that they could hide now, but would they be able to hide like this forever? Plus, he thought if things didn't go well, then he had a new motorcycle and the ability to open the door to escape with them. Skeleton, on the other hand, still thought the whole thing was too dangerous and that the guy would probably die. And if the guy dies, it would be a very incomprehensible life for the skeleton. Feeling his protagonist's aura, Shen Ye assured the skeleton not to worry because he wasn't going to die. In addition, he was going to get information from the Skinner with the help of dark whispers. In the end, Shen Ye decided that if he wanted to find out the truth, he had to rely only on himself. When the guy was approaching the edge of the roof, the disgruntled skeleton said that his plan was pointless because Qian Rushan had blocked the entire 105th floor. So the guy wouldn't be able to get out of the building. Seeing the guy confidently continue walking towards the edge of the building, the skeleton became even more worried, starting to guess what the guy was planning to do. The skeleton was extremely unhappy that the guy was going to fly away on a motorcycle. After all, it would make so much noise that the whole house would hear. Standing on the edge of the roof, the guy confidently ordered the system to distribute all the characteristics to agility. The system reported that his characteristics were distributed. His agility score was now equal to 10.1. The skeleton wondered if the guy was then going to jump off the roof. He pointed out that if the guy even had an agility of 30, the guy would still fall from that height and crash. However, looking up at the sky, the guy stated that there were things today that he was obligated to do. He hoped that the night sky full of clouds and lightning would act as his best cover. After that, the guy jumped like he was jumping into a swimming pool. He felt the cold wind howling, which meant it would rain at night. The skeleton was incredibly scared and was already calling for help. However, his screams could not be heard over the noise of thunder and wind. What would Shen Ye do next, and would he fall into a trap prepared for him by his opponent? Shen Ye, jumping from the roof of the 105th floor of the building, flew down. The skeleton continued to resent him, noting that if the guy died, he would use his necromancer power to resurrect him and make him a mindless zombie. At this point, the guy opened the gate and a door appeared in front of him. Opening the door, he slid across the floor of the nightmare world and opened the gate again. Opening the door, he jumped back into his world. His plan was that as long as he opened the gate to a safe height as he fell, he could use the nightmare world as an air cushion, reducing his fall speed. Repeating this over and over again, it was as if he was creating countless fulcrums in the air. Thus he soon landed smoothly on the ground. In doing so, he remained unharmed and didn't even break his legs. The skeleton was still trying to prove that what the guy had done was wrong and that he was crazy. After all, the skeleton could also have died because of him. However, the guy noted that even though he was criticizing him, he was probably actually impressed with his skills. Skeleton thought his words were nonsense. Shen Ye announced that he will be taking his motorcycle to the track today, since they had a busy night ahead of them tonight. So taking out his brand new motorcycle from the ring, the guy sat on the motorcycle. Then he said, "Each 10 steps claim a life, 1,000-mile ride leaves no strife." After that, the motorcycle confirmed the correctness of the spoken password. Under the shining lights of the night city, the guy rode the motorcycle to meet the girl. He soon arrived by motorcycle at the western edge of town. There he found the fast food store he needed. Upon entering the store, he discovered a little girl and inquired whether she had called him. The girl admitted that she had called him. She wondered if he had seen her mother since her mother doesn't get in touch. Shen Ye assured her that he would go look for her mother right away. He then wondered if she had called the police. But the girl admitted that she had made attempts to call the police, but no one answered her. Shen Ye found such a situation strange, so he decided to call the police himself. However, to his surprise, when he tried to call the police, there was no answer. The whole situation seemed more and more strange to him. The girl, on the other hand, tried to find out from him if her mother was alive. She asked that the guy could find her mother for her. She admitted that her mother was in the hotel in room 707, but she was very scared to go to the hotel. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guy tried to find out where her father was. But it turned out that the girl's father died a long time ago, and she had only her mother left. In the end, the guy agreed to look for her mother, but first he wanted to take the girl to a safe place. He promised to contact the girl as soon as he found her mother. He then walked over to his motorcycle and told the motorcycle to take the girl to the martial arts company building, and after that the motorcycle was to return to him. The rerouting began, and a moment later the route was changed. Motorcycle reported that the estimated arrival time of the motorcycle was 5 minutes and 40 seconds. When Shen Ye put the girl on the motorcycle, tears started to appear in her eyes as she was very scared and wanted to see her mother. Shen Ye tried to convince her that she shouldn't worry, as the place he was sending her to was completely safe. He felt sorry for the girl, so he promised her that he would find her mother, and then the two of them would come to get the girl. So he asked the girl to wait for them inside the martial arts company building. Eventually the girl gave in to his persuasion and agreed to his proposal. The motorcycle started to drive towards the martial arts company building, and the boy waved at her. Skeleton couldn't believe that the guy was actually going to look for the girl's mother. But the guy confirmed his fears. Skeleton thought it was a waste of time. Besides, the girl had nothing to do with him. Besides, the woman would probably slow him down. Therefore, the skeleton didn't understand why the guy decided to get involved in this situation in the first place. However, the guy believed that the girl's mother was innocent, and was caught up in this whole mess because of him. The skeleton only grudgingly noted that soft-heartedness wouldn't get the guy anywhere good. Plus, the skeleton tried to see if the guy had noticed any oddities in the area. After the skeleton's words, the guy started looking around. After the skeleton's words, he did notice that there was something wrong in the area. The skeleton began to point out that the guy was too busy fussing over the little girl and didn't even notice what was around him. He admitted that he could sense the power of living beings, but ever since the guy came to this street, he hadn't sensed a single living soul except for the little girl. Shen Ye began to guess what the skeleton was talking about. Then the skeleton confirmed his fears, noting that there was not a single living soul in this neighborhood. Suddenly, he felt a sound coming from somewhere. Turning toward the hotel, he asked the skeleton if he had just heard the sound. The skeleton confirmed his words, noting that there were sounds of battle coming from the Maplewood Hotel and that the battle was heating up. Shen Ye confidently admitted that he couldn't wait any longer. So switching to running, he told the skeleton that he couldn't wait any longer and was going to the hotel himself. He asked the skeleton to watch his back. In case something happened, the skeleton should tell him to run away. Soon the guy reached the hotel and went inside the hotel. A girl greeted him in the lobby of the hotel, asking him if he had made reservations for a hotel room. But the skeleton assured him for the guy to behave carefully, as she was already dead. The guy immediately bounced back from her and used his Dark Whispers ability. He asked how the girl died and what her was doing in a place like this. The girl happily told him that to make his living space more aesthetically pleasing, the master had just killed them all. He used special threads to bind their bodies so that some kind of ritual magic controlled their souls, making them do whatever the master wished. Shen Ye tried to find out why the girl didn't attack him. However, she assured him that they were ordered to give guests the best possible service. The master was currently busy fighting a powerful enemy, so he didn't give them any new instructions. Shen Ye wanted to know besides them how many other people had died here. But suddenly, the girl replied that everyone. The guy tried to clarify what she meant. Then the girl explained with a smile that this entire neighborhood had died, that all the people in this neighborhood were dead. At this point, bloody tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. The guy was incredibly shocked at her words. However, at that moment a rumble came from upstairs. The skeleton realized that they were fighting on the roof and that it was a great chance for them, as they needed to get to room 707. Without wasting a second, the guy ran to the said room. Quite quickly he arrived at room 707 and opened the door with his foot. What he saw inside just struck him to the core, as there were dead people everywhere. He was amazed at how many people were in room 707. To his amazement, the skeleton informed him that the situation was exactly the same or even worse in the other rooms. The guy had no time to waste, so he tried to keep his mind sober even in this situation. He used his Dark Whispers ability and asked if any of the people in the room knew him and if there were any survivors in the room. From them, he learned that everyone in the room had died and no one was able to get out. The people in the room did not know him. Finally, one woman claimed to know him and that his name was Shen Ye. The guy was surprised to find the right person. She confessed that she saw the guy encounter a ghost while she was on duty. Shen Ye sadly remarked that he was sorry that she had died because of him. However, the woman assured him that she was already dead, so such things didn't matter to her anymore. Besides, she believed that it wasn't the guy's fault. Nevertheless, she requested that if the guy was indeed strong enough, he should take revenge on the assassin for them. At this moment, bloody tears started flowing from her and the others. As she watched their suffering, the guy stated that he was giving her his word that he would make the man pay for the deed. Besides, he assured the woman that he would do everything possible to ensure the safety of her daughter. Therefore, he asked that the woman rest in peace and leave everything else to him. However, the woman was quite surprised when he suddenly spoke about her daughter. The guy tried to get details from the woman about who called him, but at that moment, the room was blown to rubble, and there was a massive explosion in the hotel building. The guy didn't know what was going on. The skeleton quickly concluded that the enemy had attacked the building. Moreover, judging by the trajectory of the explosion, it did not come from two people who were fighting on the roof. At this point, the Skinner was furious that someone dared to interfere and ruin his plans. The skeleton noticed that one of the fighting men had almost no life force left, and the man was falling right on top of them. Realizing that the scream he heard earlier was a man's, the guy put out his arms, trying to catch the falling person. He realized correctly as Xiao Mengyu fell into his hands. Seeing the guy, she was surprised, not realizing what he was doing in the hotel. Shen Ye tried to evade a direct answer by saying that it was a long story and that he had come here to save her. Xiao Mengyu was surprised that with his pitiful strength, he suddenly decided to come to her rescue. She even called the guy an idiot since the situation was as dire as possible. But the guy asked her to talk less because the most important thing was to keep her alive. However, Xiao Mengyu didn't like him being here because she tried to exaggerate her injuries and disguise her aura by pretending to be weak. She was counting on the fact that the Skinner was about to fall into her trap. Her entire strategy had hinged on this unexpected counterattack, and there was no way she expected Shen Ye to appear on the battlefield and help her. She considered this whole situation as a real glitch in the system. However, even with her current situation, she still had a backup plan. After opening her eyes, she had already started her dramatic speech. But at this moment, the guy suddenly picked up and hit her with the edge of his right palm. Before doing so, he had redistributed all the points in strength, so his strength was now 8.3 points. He apologized to the girl for his action. He only hoped that his strength would be enough to make the girl unconscious. After all, she was a legendary swordswoman. When the girl fainted, the guy apologized to her once again for his act, noting that he did it so that she wouldn't see his secrets. After that, he opened the gate and ran through the door with the girl in his arms in a flash. Immediately afterward, the Skinner appeared at the scene of the girl's fall. He wasn't even too surprised that the girl had decided to hide from him. However, he even liked the fact that she decided to play hide and seek with him. After all, in this way he turns into a hunter and she into his prey. Walking through the hotel, the Skinner said aloud that she might not realize it, but he had eyes and ears everywhere in this hotel. Therefore, he couldn't wait to play a game with the girl and had even started a countdown to the moment he would find her. Shen Ye, at least this time, decided not to blab to everyone about his secrets, but made Xiao Mengyu pass out and only then used his secret. I wonder if the new motorcycle will return to him, or if the cheater stole the motorcycle. Kunlun had just given him a motorcycle, and he had already lost it so foolishly, or rather given it away to some swindler. Even based on the words she said, it was possible to understand that she was a swindler and wanted to deceive him and lure him to the hotel. What kind of adventures await the guy with Xiao Mengyu in the world of nightmares when Xiao Mengyu is still unconscious? Meanwhile, Shen Ye, holding Xiao Mengyu in his arms, passed through the door and ended up in the nightmare world. The guy reminded the skeleton that he was a scavenger, so he told the skeleton to hurry up and find a decent armor for the girl. But the skeleton was against being called a scavenger. He stated to the guy that he was a procurement officer on the battlefield, not some looter or scavenger. But the guy asked that he pay attention to the junk that the skeleton had picked up. Now the skeleton was suddenly telling him that he wasn't a looter at all. The giant skeleton was outraged by the guy's words, as it is incredibly difficult to collect a complete set. A moment later, he put on Xiao Mengyu's new clothes. The girl was now wearing a holy rabbit costume, blue, high quality, strength +1, agility +2. The costume is as soft as a rabbit, silky and delicate. The suit seems useless in combat, but is liked by mature sword warriors. Special effect: the lighter the weight of the outfit, the higher the increase in strength and agility. Carrying the girl in his arms, he couldn't hide his red face. Shen Ye was indignant, not understanding why the suit was all the giant skeleton had. But the giant skeleton, of course, stated that this was the only clothing he could find that would fit the girl. Shen Ye did not understand at all how the skeleton was able to find such a costume on the battlefield. However, the skeleton thought that the guy should first think about why people would even bring such things to the battlefield. The skeleton took the holy rabbit suit from some guy's body. Soon he reached one of the tents. Once inside, he called for someone to help him as the girl was on the verge of life and death. They happily noticed that the boy who lived appeared in front of them. The guy still strongly disliked what people called him, but the name was sticking to him more and more in people's minds. After that, the men told him to put the victim on the bed. Looking at her, they were shocked. She still radiated a fierce aura, despite the fact that she had lost consciousness and was seriously wounded in battle. Noticing that the girl was wearing a holy rabbit battle suit, the men thought that she was quite a serious swordswoman. After examining the girl more closely, they concluded that the girl had quite serious wounds. and that rare divine runes would be needed to treat her. Then, without a second thought, the guy held out a bag of money to the men, asking that the men save the girl, since he had money. The guy handed the healers the money the prince had given him. He only hoped that this money would be enough to save the girl. The man was surprised to look at the bag of money and immediately realized that it was the money the guy was given by the prince for training. Shen Ye did not understand how the man could know this. The man then pointed out that the coin pouch the guy held out to him had a royal emblem on it. It was a symbol of royalty. The man pointed out to the guy that even the coin pouch itself was worth a fortune. But Shen Ye was already tired of this talk, so he told the man to take this coin pouch as payment. The most important thing for him was for the man to hurry up and heal the girl, as he was afraid that the girl wouldn't last long. The men were incredibly happy, letting the guy know that they would do their best. The healers all stood around the girl and set about healing her. The guy was thrilled that so many people started healing her at once. He even felt that people were really reliable in such a matter. At this point, however, a system notification appeared that the battlefield was a capricious place. The system explained that his initial absence from the spotlight had caused his title's prominence to drop. Nevertheless, the guy was now instantly back. He rescued a comrade, carried the girl to camp, and even sacrificed his own tuition money to save her life. Each royal gold coin donated to the healers was worth 100 times the normal coins. Thus, the system summarized that the guy had spared no expense to save the girl and had invested an amount thousands of times more than what the treatment would normally require. So from now on, people would talk about his noble generosity. In the end, the system congratulated the guy for being famous again, and at that moment, the system called him the boy who lived. Only after the system explained the situation did the guy finally realize what a stupid thing he had just done and couldn't hide his shock. Overjoyed, the men turned to him, and one of the men announced that the girl's healing had been completed. With that, the man called him again the boy who lived. Trying to save face, the guy tried to ask the man what the girl's health status was. The man then cheerfully stated that everything had worked out just fine. They used the most effective healing magic available. Therefore, the girl was on the mend quite quickly. According to the man, the girl should be awake in a few minutes. The skeleton admitted that he could feel the girl's life force directly blazing. He was in awe of the healing magic that humans used. At this point, the guy picked the girl up in his arms and walked out of the tent. He thanked all the healers and then informed them that he had a very important assignment, so he should already leave with the girl. The guy hoped that after spending so much money, the girl had better be okay, or else he would be furious. Meanwhile, the men were waving in his wake, not forgetting to call him the boy who lived. Shen Ye was thinking about how to return to his world as soon as possible, because he had to do it before the girl woke up. The guards looked at him and continued to discuss him. One of the guards thought that the girl was the boyfriend's lover. The other guard thought the same thing, because otherwise the guy would hardly spend so much gold. He even dreamed for a second that with so much gold, he himself could have dozens of wives. After a while, Xiao Mengyu slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she looked forward, she saw Shen Ye, who was glad that she had finally woken up. The girl instantly jumped up and swung her sword. Her face turned red as she asked in a trembling voice what he had done to her. But Shen Ye calmly stated that it was such a healing method. He said that his healing method was only more effective when the patient was unconscious. Xiao Mengyu finally paid attention to her condition, realizing that her wounds had actually healed. Putting her sword away, she awkwardly apologized for misunderstanding him. But the guy also apologized to her for having to do this to her. Shen Ye got straight to the point, informing her that the Skinner would be here soon, so he wondered if the girl was capable of confronting him. But in the same instant, he was completely shocked when he looked at the girl carefully. There was a golden aura emanating from the girl. The girl was a great swordswoman with the title of Holy Guardian for 3 hours. She calmly stated that she would deal with the Skinner. Xiao Mengyu praised him, noting that his healing technique was amazing, as she had never felt so strong before. Looking at the inscription above the girl's head, the Holy Guardian, the guy wanted to know what that title was. He began to realize that perhaps that healing session from the healers might have given the girl some kind of special buff. Guy reminded the girl to remember to find out the name of the puppeteer before cutting the Skinner's life short. But the girl claimed that she already knew the puppeteer. Shenya couldn't wait to find out who was behind all these attempts on his life. But of course he wasn't destined to find out at the moment, as a joyous the Skinner showed up and finally found the girl. As soon as the Skinner saw the guy, he immediately recognized him, noting what a pleasant encounter it was. Looking at him, Xiao Mengyu stated that unless he had some serious martial skills hidden up his sleeve, she would advise him to run and hide. The girl thought about how she had greatly underestimated the guy before. She even thought that perhaps the guy was some kind of secret martial arts master. However, right after her words, the guy agreed with her, noting that he definitely didn't belong in such a large-scale battle. Therefore, after waving goodbye to the girl with his hand, he wished her good luck. At the same moment, the guy disappeared, closing the door behind him, which surprised the girl. Based on the guy's actions, the girl thought that the guy's talent seemed to be in healing, but that didn't matter to her now, as she was now one-on-one against her enemy. The Skinner was coming closer and closer to her. Xiao Mengyu didn't run away with the guy, but was alone with the Skinner. Xiao Mengyu was no longer the same as before, so with a swing of her sword, she attacked the Skinner. Her current strength was beyond her peak strength. The attack released by the girl's sword rushed into the sky like lightning. From the rubble of the hotel building, she heard a male voice declaring that such a thing was impossible. The wounded, the Skinner couldn't believe that the girl was capable of such a thing, as he was sure that she had been seriously injured during their confrontation. Xiao Mengyu, on the other hand, was surprised that the Skinner was able to dodge her attack. Eventually, the Skinner realized that Shenya was behind her healing. However, he thought that the guy was also able to destroy half of the building with some incredible strength to clear the girl's path. And then, according to the Skinner, the guy had already healed the girl's wounds. The Skinner could not hide his laughter when he thought of Shen Ye. He remembered very well that the curse hadn't worked against Shen Ye, and that several attempts on the guy's life had also failed. Now he had a better understanding that the guy was truly exceptional. Hearing the Skinner's words, the girl couldn't believe him. She didn't believe that Shen Ye was capable of tearing down half of the building. However, the Skinner felt that all of these events were irrelevant. He was ecstatic, as no one could be more captivating to him than Xiao Mengyu. The girl's tenacity and bloodlust was so blazing, so he could no longer contain himself. He even asked the girl to look at the fact that the wounds she left him were frantically cheering. The Skinner completely lost his head over the girl. His eyes turned bright red, and he wished to continue his embrace with the girl. Meanwhile, at the healer's camp, the men were discussing the deed of the boy who lived. One of the men noted that the prince seemed to have a good opinion of the guy, since the prince had given the guy a lot of royal gold. The other man, however, noted that the boy who lived was incredibly generous and gave them everything to save his friend. He didn't know if they were right to take all the money from the guy and that it was a bit brazen of them. But then a man with dull pink hair intervened, informing him that nothing was wrong and that while he was treating the guy's friend, he had discreetly put gold in her battlesuit. He admitted that he had actually only left 11 coins. The other man wondered where he might have put the coins there, considering what kind of costume the girl was wearing. Eventually, the man with the dull pink hair boasted that he had also placed a blessing of strength on the girl, and that this blessing should last for 3 hours. He gave such a gift to the guy as a sign of respect. However, the others were surprised when he said such a thing. The man didn't understand what the problem was. One by one, the men began to confess that as a token of their gratitude to the guy, they had also placed various blessings on the girl. A blessing for agility, a blessing for resonance, a blessing for perception, a spiritual blessing. The men continued to speak, but he stopped them. After all, it appeared that the girl had received all the blessings. When all the blessings converge on one person, they form the highest level amplification spell, Holy Guardian. Thus, the Holy Guardian doubles the effect of all the blessings, and its duration is 3 hours. The bald man reminded the others that this kind of spell was only for royalty, and using it without permission was a serious offense. So he began by saying that if anyone found out about it. But the man with dull pink hair stopped his further words. A cold sweat broke out on his face as he stated with a smile that it was rare for the Holy Medical Corps to come together in a war of this magnitude, and even rarer for them to bestow a full set of blessings on someone. Therefore, he asked the other healers to consider it as an early gesture of friendship towards the boy who lived. He was even glad that he had returned some of the gold, as he now hoped that the guy wouldn't tell anyone about the incident. I wonder if the guy was able to retrieve his honestly earned coins from the secret hidden pockets of the girl in the holy rabbit costume. After so many blessings, Xiao Mengyu can hardly lose to the Skinner. Where will the path of the boy who lived lead in the future, and who is really behind the attempts on the guy's life? At the same time, Xiao Mengyu was fighting the Skinner. She blocked his attacks again and again and repelled his red attack threads with her sword. The girl noticed that the speed and power of the threads were steadily increasing. Therefore, she continued to feel that his attacks had become twice as strong as before. Xiao Mengyu tried to understand how he was getting stronger. Suddenly, she noticed a rustle that had been heard since the beginning of the battle, although she didn't realize what it was. Then she decided that the rustle had something to do with his increasing strength. At that moment, she heard some sort of rustling to her right. Finding the source of the rustle, she swung her sword without hesitation. At that moment, however, people who were no longer alive began to appear from the wall she had cut down. Tapping her palm against the wall, the Skinner only smiled, announcing that she had so quickly found her gift that he had hidden for her. Tears even appeared in his eyes, and he asked Xiao Mengyu to listen to all these people, for they were singing for them. The wall collapsed, and many dead people showed up from behind the wall. Meanwhile, the Skinner got down on one knee, holding out a wedding ring to the girl. He announced that all these people were singing a wedding song for them. As it turned out, the Skinner used blood magic, the endless curse of the blood demon. Interesting wedding gifts. The Skinner is giving his wife-to-be. What's the wildest thing you've ever gotten at an event like this? At the same time, Shenya continued to run around the hotel, but his attention was caught by the wedding song playing throughout the hotel. The giant skeleton was ecstatic that he finally understood everything. He advised the guy to run away from the hotel and find a safe place. However, the guy thought the skeleton must be joking, as he wasn't going to stop there, because they were only one step away from the truth. The giant skeleton was shocked to hear the guy talk like that. He tried to find out if the guy was going to go downstairs and run away from the hotel. The skeleton admitted that he thought they were about to run away. But Shenya pointed out to the skeleton that all the people around suddenly started to cast some kind of spell. Therefore, he knew very well that this was all the work of the Skinner. He simply couldn't run away at such an important moment and was thinking of ways to help Xiao Mengyu. The skeleton was against such an initiative of the guy and thought that such a task was beyond the guy's abilities. He realized that the psychopath was using some crazy demon curse to gain strength. So he advised the guy to listen to him and escape from the hotel as soon as possible. As Shenya continued to wander the corridors of the hotel, he recognized that the skeleton was right. He knew that if he went into this battle, he would definitely die. However, he thought that he could at least help Xiao Mengyu in this battle. Skeleton didn't understand how he was going to help Xiao Mengyu. Besides, he was also trying to figure out what the guy was looking for all this time. Just at this moment, Shenya opened one of the doors to the room, saying that he had found the right room. The giant skeleton couldn't understand his plan. He tried to ask Shenya what this place was and what was so special about this place. Grabbing the microphone with his hand, Shenya announced that it was time to test the powers of the nightmare world. The giant skeleton even began to stammer, starting to guess what the guy was up to. At the same time, the Skinner continued to hold out the engagement ring to the girl. He asked that Mengyu let him use the red threads, since he wanted to create a wedding dress for her that would be hers alone. A huge amount of red threads began to envelop the girl. Xiao Mengyu desperately resisted and chopped the threads one by one. But suddenly, she found that her sword was tangled in the red threads and she couldn't move it. At the same instant, the Skinner appeared in front of her and grabbed her left arm. Continuing on one knee, he asked that she let him put her wedding ring on her. The girl was amazed at how fast he moved. Without even waiting for the girl's positive response, the Skinner tried to put the engagement ring on her finger. However, at that moment, Xiao Mengyu grabbed her sword by the hilt and pulled out a shorter sword. She then attacked the Skinner, who had let his guard down. Wounded by her attack, the Skinner was surprised to find another sword hidden inside the first one. A slightly upset Xiao Mengyu declared that this sword was worse than the original. In the same instant, red threads appeared around his face and began to sew up his face. He calmly announced that using the endless blood demon curse, he was invincible. He wasn't even annoyed by Xiao Mengyu's persistence. He openly declared that she could fight against him for as long as she wanted. After all, the harder the path, the sweeter the fruits of victory. The Skinner was well aware that the end of this story was already a foregone conclusion, and so he continued to laugh. Swinging her sword and releasing her first sword from the red threads, the girl reminded him that things wouldn't necessarily be as he said. She then took both of her swords in her hands, and a different aura glowed around the swords. The Skinner continued to be amused by her persistence. He noticed that she was using two blades, one long and one short, controlled by Qi itself. This was called the Luofu Sun-Moon obscuration. The Skinner admitted that he absolutely did not expect her to have comprehended this ultimate swordsmanship technique at such a young age. He emphasized once again that she was truly worthy of being his favorite. After that, the Skinner began to hint at another battle, if you could call it that. He stated that he was sorry that Xiao Mengyu's hands did not have another divine sword. The man considered all of this as a cruel twist of fate. However, Xiao Mengyu's fighting spirit did not diminish, and she told him to go to hell. Xiao Mengyu then rushed into battle, swinging his swords. The Skinner only smiled at her attack, so eager for her to attack him just like that. At this moment, the Skinner uttered, "Great bloodthirsty two-headed snake-like demon, I sacrifice the blood of these tens of thousands of dead people. Answer my call." The Skinner was ecstatic as Xiao Mengyu would now fall asleep forever in his arms. Behind the Skinner, the outline of a demon began to form. During her attack, Xiao Mengyu realized that the situation was disgusting as the Skinner was summoning the demon. But she also realized that she was no longer able to dodge in any way. At the same instant, Shen Ye finally decided to hold his radio show, which was coming from the speakers throughout the hotel. He loudly greeted all of his listeners into the microphone. He then asked them how their evening was going. The Skinner and Xiao Mengyu heard his speech coming from the hotel speakers perfectly. After that, he told everyone who could hear him to respond to his call. And then, using the microphone, he simply took the Dark Whispers ability and used it. In that instant, the dead people all over the hotel started doing what the guy asked them to do. Each of them began to confess what they were feeling. Some felt pain, some felt despair, and some felt agony. Some of the dead tried to call for help. In the same instant, the demon began to melt in the wind. The Skinner was shocked. He couldn't understand who had managed to interrupt his blood demon curse and how. In the same instant, Xiao Mengyu with a murderous aura approached him. Swinging her two blades, she dealt a crushing blow to the Skinner. Putting her sword back into its sheath, the girl announced that their duel was over. However, the Skinner only laughed, noting that it wasn't over. His entire body began to become covered in threads, sewing up the damaged parts of his body, and a demonic aura raged around him. He then announced that she still couldn't kill him. Xiao Mengyu was astonished that even such a powerful strike was unable to destroy the Skinner. She thought about the fact that perhaps the armor helped him absorb the damage he received. At the same instant, the people around them started chanting their wedding song again. The Skinner, with a terrifying demonic aura, began to step towards the girl. He apologized to her for the fact that some intruders had interrupted their ceremony. However, he felt that none of that mattered, and they could continue with the ceremony. But Shen Ye's screams came from the hotel speakers once again. He asked his deceased friends if they could sing Happy Birthday. After that, he asked all the deceased to sing the song with him. The Skinner was stunned, not realizing what was even going on. Meanwhile, the deceased one by one began to say that they were familiar with this song. So Shen Ye asked them to let go of all their worries and sing this song with him. The deceased one by one began to join in and sing the song. The Skinner was completely unaware of what was even going on and why the blood demon curse kept disappearing. All the deceased in the hotel continued to sing the Happy Birthday song. Already, even Xiao Mengyu was blushing from such an embarrassing scene. The Skinner became furious, so perfectly realized that this was Shen Ye's pranks, so he already intended to finish him off. He tried to smash the floor with his foot to reach the guy. Shielding her hand from the resulting dust, the girl realized that he was heading towards Shen Ye. The skeleton warned that the guy should run as the Skinner was heading towards him. Without thinking for a second, the guy grabbed the wireless headphones with a microphone, and then he ran down the hallway. The guy asked his deceased friends if they remembered their favorite songs. Then he asked them to sing these songs one by one and not to stop. One by one, people began to hum the songs they knew. However, pretty quickly Shen Ye's luck ran out and the Skinner found him. The look on the Skinner's face was extremely displeased, as the guy had interrupted his wedding speech and ceremony. But if the Skinner found him so quickly, Xiao Mengyu couldn't help but arrive quite quickly at the same place as well. Upon arriving, Xiao Mengyu told the guy to run away and she herself would apprehend the Skinner. The guy praised her for being so fast. He then wished her good luck and informed her that he was leaving the fight with the Skinner to her. The Skinner tried to threaten him. He said that if Guy ran away now, he would kill his parents. Xiao Mengyu told the guy to ignore the Skinner and run away. The Skinner was extremely pissed off by the guy's behavior, so he continued to threaten his family. He even announced that he would eat the guy's family right in front of him. However, after running around the corner, Shen Ye only showed him the middle finger of his left hand. The Skinner continued to threaten that he would skin Shen Ye's parents alive and that he would go to them right away. Running around the corner, Shen Ye began to walk from side to side, not realizing what he should do in such a situation. Skeleton admitted that he understood perfectly well that the guy was very upset and angry right now, but he didn't have any fighting skills right now. Therefore, he still believed that the guy should not get involved in a battle, because then he would simply die. In addition, he also believed that using dark whispers was just a lucky accident. Therefore, the skeleton asked the guy not to put too much on himself. In the end, the guy tiredly exhaled, agreeing with the skeleton's words. Did the guy actually agree with the skeleton's reasoning, or did he have some new daring plan? How's that for a radio show with listening to such great songs from listeners? And that's all for today. Thank you very much for watching the video. If you would like to see a sequel, please like, subscribe to the channel, and leave your wishes in the comments. You can also subscribe to Telegram to know about new videos. Bye everybody.